What's up, BSers?
What's up, peeps?
Fred, Scott, James, Ryan, and Drew, all in the house tonight for the NFL Draft. Round 1 style.
Exciting night tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, we sharing the big desk today, boys. We sharing the big desk.
Got some exciting news, man. We haven't even had a chance on air yet for us to talk about it. Is the Ravens acquire another first-round pick, at least for the time being anyway.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 first-round picks coming up this year. Excited about that.
I'm excited. I'm curious to see what they do, and then we're going to get into our thoughts here in a little bit. Obviously, we've got a half hour now before this draft starts.
Yeah.
So you guys feel free to chime in. We get this chat room going. I know that the rest of our normal producer and casting couch are over here, so now they're seeing everything live over here.
Right.
So make sure.
We got to kick the show off right?
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to do it. We didn't have the 5-minute countdown. Shots up, fellas. If you got a drink out there, raise them up. Cheers to the Ravens and a good draft. Let's do the damn thing.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's all about that BS, baby.
Love it.
That
Yeah, we got a
peanut
lot.
butter.
We got a lot going on tonight.
That's what the BS.
That's
Peanut
right.
butter shot.
We are we're doing contests. We're opening up phone lines. We got a lot of time to cover. This draft's probably going to take us till 11:30, close to midnight, I would assume. It's usually like a 3-4 hour event.
It is. And let's just jump straight into it. What's helping to power us tonight? We've got some beers. We got from some Bud Lights from over at Liquor Stop.
I got drinks down at my feet. I got drinks fucking everywhere.
I got my energy drink, anything. I know Drew's got his energy drink and beer over there. But this week's Brew of the Week is brought to us by Barrel of Monks Brewing. This is out of Boca Raton, Florida. And this is a blonde ale with guava. I have not tasted this thing yet, so straight on-air opinion. You already taken a sip. So what's your taste here? What are you thinking?
It's good. It's actually similar to the Guinness Blonde Ale with a little bit more of a fruit to it.
It has a citrusy kind of.
It's got
flavor to it.
it's got a little bit more.
Open yours.
We fancy. Let's open these. Boca Raton with some fruit.
What's
Let's
this,
go.
Ryan? You drinking water, trying to be all healthy?
No, I need something to keep me awake.
Diet.
Some caffeine in this mother.
What are you guys drinking out there? What's your drink of choice tonight? What are you guys eating? We got Lido's Pizza. We got chips and dip and cookies and all kinds of stuff going on over here.
Free plugs.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Lido's.
Lido's.
You need a sponsor, a Shell and Tell. We got you.
I might have an in for an all-you-can-eat meat buffet as a sponsor. We'll see about that.
All right.
So it's going to
Meat
be.
buffet.
I might cash in on a LinkedIn connection I've got.
All right.
So let's kind of start it off with just kind of catching everybody up.
Yeah.
With what the Ravens. Obviously, if you are watching this on YouTube and you're not a Ravens fan or anything, we are a Ravens and Orioles and Terps podcast, Birdland BS. But tonight, we're in our draft room, and yes, we are drafting for the Ravens, but we're also going to talk about the draft for the other teams.
Right.
We're going to break down some of the big news that's happening. As picks happen, we're going to give our predictions to those picks. We might have some call-ins, so we might open up the phone lines a little bit later for you guys to call in, give us your thoughts on on the picks.
Hey, Buffalo Chuck, I'm looking at you.
Yeah,
There you go.
We're going to need your opinion. We need to know what the Bills are doing.
Jack shit.
But yeah, man, let's take a look at where the Ravens are currently and how we kind of got there, right? So as we stand right now, before this draft starts, Ravens sit with a total of 9 picks.
What's up, Engraven? See you
What's
out
going
there,
on,
buddy.
Engraven? Appreciate it, man. Hey, give us a call if you want to stop, if you want to chat in for a little bit, man. We'd love to talk to you. But yeah, so the Ravens sit right now with the 27th overall and the 31st overall pick tonight.
Yeah.
2 first-round picks, as I mentioned, the Orlando Brown trade. That's how we got the 31st pick. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We've got 2 picks in the 3rd round as we traded out of the 2nd round to get that 1st-round pick with Orlando. We got the 94th overall and the 104th overall in the 3rd. 2 in the 4th, 131st and 136th. 2 in the 5th, 171 and 184. And then 1 in the 6th, 210 overall. Now, real quick, Eric DeCosta, which I love Eric DeCosta for many reasons, right? But one of the things that I really like about him is just how transparent he is with this whole process. Like the videos that he posts out there with showing the war room.
That was pretty cool.
Just talking about like just everything in general. And he even talked about how their draft board's graded, right? They've got 200 picks, 200 draftable players in this year's draft, which last year I think they said somewhere around like the 160 or 170 range. So they've got 30 or 40 more players that they're looking at as quote-unquote draftable players. Well, our last pick is at 210 overall. So that means more than likely every single one of these picks is going to come off a draftable board for the Ravens.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about the way that they showed the draft board was the way that they can rank them, right? And this is the great part about the digital draft board and why the Ravens are one of the best teams at this.
Right.
Because this digital draft board, they can hit buttons and say, okay, let's rank what do we want from the greatest to the least, which I don't know if anybody caught it, but when he said, oh yeah, we can rank them by how we want them by position, it said wide receiver and then offensive lineman, which we're going to get into that later, don't you worry. But it's pretty cool because it's literally at the push of a button. We've got buttons here to be able to push things for our screen. They've got buttons that can change their draft order, the draft class. They can take somebody off immediately. I believe I have heard that they are somehow linked into the NFL. Like teams can link into the NFL, which then allows their draft boards as somebody comes off. You don't got to pull them off the whiteboard anymore. They literally can come straight off.
Right.
So if that's the case, that's pretty cool because you can kind of know real time what you've got, where you are. Yeah, as somebody comes off the
board.
When
Eric was taking you through the draft war room, he showed the stairs that are still in there, the roll-around steps that he used to have to go up and take the magnetic strips down and move them around and all that stuff. He said it's kind of just an omen to keep it in there. Kind of cool. But yeah, let's talk about this Orlando Brown trade scenario, right? Because this is how we got this 31st overall pick. Chiefs get Orlando. They also get our second-round pick, 58th overall, and a 6th-round pick next year. So that's the total package for the Chiefs. We get, in return, the first round, 31st overall, a 3rd round in this year's draft, 94th overall, 4th round, 136th overall, and a 5th-round pick next year. So essentially a swap from 6th to 5th.
And to bring everybody up to speed, when this first came out, 4 of us here were sad, and somebody talked us off the ledge.
Well, that's kind of what I want to talk about.
It. Yeah, I thought it was genius.
Honestly, it was a move that, in my opinion, was necessary because you knew you were pigeonholed. You knew that Orlando Brown wasn't coming back here, and you knew best case scenario, if you didn't trade him, all you were going to get was a compensation pick, which was going to be a 3rd or 4th rounder. Right? That's all you were going to get on him.
Right.
So you literally had Orlando Brown Jr. for 1 more year. Now, with that said, Orlando Brown's here for 1 more year, but he's not happy about it, right? So what kind of player are you really getting when he starts talking about, I want to be a left tackle, I want to be traded, and the Ravens don't grant him that, right? So the Ravens are in that tight situation.
I mean, the problem with my issue with the situation becomes you better be damn sure of your draft picks at this point. Right, or you're gonna fill it. You're gonna fill it maybe with Villanueva, maybe with the guy I forget his name from the former Titans with Kelly.
Yep.
Right, maybe you fill it with one of those 2 guys. But these guys have been around and they've been in the league for quite a while. Right, how long are they going to be able to do it? Is it going to be a rotational snap? Do they pick up both of them and it's a rotational snap and you get a guy later in the draft? I don't know. The problem is if you go that route and one of two of these guys go down and this project isn't ready, you have a problem. That's why I was a little surprised and I almost would have preferred them to wait just because I could have guaranteed in my mind that we had his replacement. I don't know. There's too many questions on that offensive line right now. You already have, what are you going to do at guard or center? It's going to be Bozeman at one or the other.
Right.
And so if you do that, now by giving him away, now I still have 2 needs at lineman.
Right.
And not a lot to choose from in free agency that's youthful.
Right, true. What's your stance on the Orlando Brown situation?
He would have held out anyway, so that's my worry is that I can understand our thought process is as fans that, all right, well, there goes your starting right tackle. Now you got another hole on top of what you think with like edge and wide receiver, obviously.
Right.
But my problem with Orlando at that point is who's to say you got something for him? You got a 1st-round pick for him. Right. Who's to say he doesn't hold out? And I don't mean one of those holdouts where it's done on August 20th and he just didn't want to practice.
Yep.
No, I mean one of those holdouts like he never shows. Well, he has to show up at some point for the accrue a season, but he shows up in week 8 or 9, and then you wasted 8 weeks without him.
Right.
Or what if somebody else gets hurt in the process? Or Ronnie Stanley never comes back, or doesn't start right away.
Right.
Then you're in a completely shitty situation because your right tackle held out.
Right.
So I was completely fine with them doing it. And I mean, you didn't get a 2nd round, 3rd round pick. You got a 1st round pick for him.
Yep.
And that was a guy that was drafted in the 3rd round, and there was a reason he was drafted in the 3rd round. And to me, it can't just be, he ran slow at the combine and didn't bench press. No, it can't be just that. And we're going to see if in a different offense that's more pass happy than our offense, if he can actually keep doing what he's been doing here without having, a crutch and one of the most running quarterbacks ever.
Right.
And when this happened, you didn't really understand the whole backstory of it, that he began this process of leaving the Ravens the day they signed Ronnie Stanley's deal, not the day that he showed he could be a left tackle. It wasn't the fact that he got the opportunity and played that all of a sudden he was looking for the payday. It was the day of the signing.
To that point, Orlando Brown made some comments that kind of explained his stance with that.
Yeah, well, I think there was just an understanding that, this is a lot deeper than the surface. It's not about, like I said, finances. It's not about, oh, my gosh, this guy's upset. It was just the understanding that and they knew my father. They knew me from a young child, and they knew, the importance of things. And I remember having the opportunity to start that game against the Washington football team and at left tackle when Ronnie went down for a game. And that was so special to me because of the goals that I set as a young child, for one, being left tackle in this league, one, playing for the Baltimore Ravens at some point, you know what I mean? And to have that opportunity, like, personally, that was such a special game for me. That was such a special game for my family. I remember how happy and proud my mom was for that moment. And, I think at the end of the day, the organization, the Ravens, I'm just so thankful and so appreciative for everything that they did for me, for taking a chance on me after the combine, for taking everything that, I dealt with and all of those things and allowing me to be myself and grow as a player. I'm just so appreciative for that organization as well. And I had a great relationship with them. My family still has a great relationship with them. And, I think a lot of it was just more of the understanding that, this was deeper than the surface. This was about, living out my dream, living out my father's dream.
And that's it. I mean, that's basically what this whole thing was. This wasn't about a disgruntled player wanting to leave the organization or anything. This was much deeper, much bigger than that. And, I have a lot of respect for the Ravens granting this guy's wishes. They did the same thing last year with Hayden Hurst. When Hayden Hurst wanted to get out, wanted to get in a starting role, they found a spot for him. Maybe this isn't ideal. Obviously, the Ravens didn't expect to draft him, get him for 3 years, and then dump him. But at the end of the day, the package that they got, when you look at this thing in totality, right, this is kind of how I had to try to simplify this thing.
It's a win-win.
It is. It's a win-win. Because like I said, all you were going to get if you weren't re-signing him, all you were going to get was the 3rd or 4th round comp pick, right? Well, instead, you end up swapping and moving up from the 2nd round to the 1st, right? And getting the 31st overall, which gives you an extra year on that rookie deal. Or it gives you the potential to trade that 31st overall pick for multiple picks, right? So you gain that. It gives the team essentially their comp pick that they would have gotten a year earlier by getting 94th overall, because that's essentially what they would have gotten.
Yeah.
And then they also get the 5th round upgrade next year from 2000 or from the 6th round to the 5th round.
Good.
I got one.
Go, James.
What's your predicament of them using both first rounds? I think they're going to keep one and trade one.
We'll talk about that in a little bit when we get into our predictions, because that's going to be the tale of the night, right? Do the Ravens stay, and do they actually pick 2 picks in the 1st round? Do they trade out? And like I said, do they get multiple picks and trade back?
And where do
Who
those
knows?
picks
We'll talk
actually
about that.
come?
Yeah, right.
Do we
Exactly.
stay up all night and have 0 picks by the Ravens like I've done so many years?
Yeah.
But I'm also thinking that they're going to pick because, like Fred said last week, this is a year that's different. Like, we don't have a lot of cap space, so we're not worried about extra draft picks for this year. Maybe next year, but I think it's going to be a different draft. I think it's going to be great, I think.
So when you mentioned cap space, right? That's one of the things I did want to talk about. So when you're talking about what the cap room is, or the cap situation is currently, right now they've got just under $10 million in total cap space, right? Sounds like a decent amount of money. But when you start thinking about what they do with that money, they really don't have a ton, because 3.5 of that is going to be used on this rookie class alone. Right. So there's 3.5 of that $10 million they have. They always carry roughly $4 to $5 million into the season for that insurance policy, that emergency money. If they need to go out there and find a guy due to injury or anything like that, depth purposes, they'll carry that money in there. They never never take it down to the wire going into the season.
And you can't. We've talked about that. You can't. But I think the other thing to think about was, Harb's comments. He was on the Rich Eisen show this past week, and Harb's had some comments regarding that and why they took this trade.
Yeah.
Why trade away Orlando Brown? We've heard a lot from Orlando. He tweeted out, "I'm a left tackle." He put the word "left" in bold letters. Can you walk us through your thought process on sending Orlando Brown packing?
Yeah, I mean, Orlando. Well, he was a Raven, and I think he'll always be a Raven. His dad was a Raven, and we had 3 great years here with him. I love him. He told me that a few times too, Rich. I mean, a couple times coming off the field, I'm a left tackle, and a couple times headed toward the bus, a couple times in the weight room. So I'd heard it before, and I don't disagree with him. I mean, he's a football player, and he played left tackle for us at the end when Ronnie got hurt. He played right tackle before that. I feel like he's a guy that he's a great guy. He's a hard worker, and he's a guy feels like he's got something to prove. So usually guys who have something to prove make pretty good football players. But for us, I think the fact that he knew he was going to be a left tackle. We had re-signed Ronnie the year before. Ronnie was a year or 2 ahead of him, kind of in the pecking order as far as contracts and all that. So, I think he understood that there wasn't going to be a long-term left tackle opportunity here. And then when he got a chance to play it, people saw it, and I'm sure he felt like, hey, this is my chance. So, for us, I don't think we really planned on trading him. It wasn't something that we were thinking about doing necessarily. It wouldn't, there's never any trade that's out of the question. But, he talked about it. I think it got teams interested, and then we just kind of waited to hear, and we heard from teams. Kansas City, obviously was the one with the best offer, and it made sense. We got a lot, that we're going to be able to use going forward. So, those are going to be assets that are going to be great for us, and I feel like we just got to find a way to replace Orlando this year, which we'll find a way to do. And that'll be a place hopefully where he can do well long term, for his career. And unfortunately we'll have to play against him, but we play against everybody in the National Football League. So when you trade a guy, that's always part of the deal.
That's what I was going to ask you next, John Harbaugh. It is a heck of a haul, obviously, for a very talented player who you're fond of. First, third, and a fourth this year, another pick next year. But was there any hitch in the giddy up at all that you were trading? Your partner was the team that's made the last 2 Super Bowls from your conference. You have to go through this team in order to get where you want to go. Was there any conversation, say, maybe, just maybe, this is not the team we should make a trade with?
Well, I mean, I don't think you really have those choices all the time. You got to do what's best for your team going forward. I think we think more. I want to think more about our team than other teams. We'll play whoever we play, Rich. We're not going to be afraid of anybody, really, any team or any player. We'll look forward to playing whoever we play. So, that's I think for what they offered us, it was the best offer we got. It allows us to build our team the way we want, the best way we can, and that's what you roll with.
And that basically helps subside to me why the Chiefs, right? Because that was the only negative. If I looked at this whole trade, the only negative I could pull was, damn, the Chiefs just got better. We just traded a potential, 10-year starting offensive tackle to one of the best teams, if not the best team in football.
Yeah, and it's your competition, right? That's why he brings it up. But, one of the things I think we got to talk about, and Steve is a perfect segue here. He said Orlando went out with class, which that's why we shared that. Just the statements that he had to say about the team. He did kind of have some class. It made you understand what he was thinking. He says Aaron Rodgers won't be able to say the same. So let's jump straight into that news, the national news for this week.
Yeah, if you're talking about an organization that's not handling something with class, I would say it's the Green Bay situation.
I was going to say, so that's the thing, is he's saying Aaron Rodgers won't be able to say him. I disagree. I think, to your point, it's the Packers that can't say that they're letting this happen with class. Exactly. They have done so much to push Aaron Rodgers out that he has every right to say, I'm not coming back, guys. You don't want me there. Why am I going to come there? Why am I going to show up if you don't do anything?
I think they do it with all their quarterbacks.
Yeah.
They treated Brett with a lot of respect.
Speaking of that, what's funny is when the Packers actually traded Favre to the Jets, they put a clause in the contract, I don't even remember this, that if the Jets then turned around and traded Favre to the Vikings, they would have to give them 3 first-round picks. I don't know if you remember that, but that's how conniving the Packers were to keep them away from their rival, right? Keep them away from their rival. Listen, this all started, obviously, was it last year or the year before where they drafted Love? Last year, right? You know, you got Aaron Rodgers, who's this close every year. He's this close to taking him to the next step and being a Super Bowl contender. Why not give him another weapon? But what do? You draft his potential replacement when in reality, when you're looking at him, he's still playing at an MVP level. So it's not like his career numbers or things were tailing off or anything like that. He was still playing really good football and still is.
And then you drafted a backup running back on top of it.
Exactly.
For the next pick.
Exactly.
Dude's got big quads. It's going to be fine.
Now, listen, Aaron Rodgers is one of those elite quarterbacks that can find a guy on the street and make him look like a Pro Bowler. I get that.
Jordy Nelson.
But at the end of the day, like, why are you not building a team around him? It just makes no sense. They have not treated this situation right from the beginning.
It doesn't. They've done so much. That was my point. I think, those that say that Aaron Rodgers is one of the very few QBs in the league that has the right to do this.
Yeah.
Russell has earned the right with some of the frustrations that he's seen out of Seattle.
Brady.
We've all seen it. Brady, right? There's not very many guys. We could probably all name them on one hand how many guys have this right.
I think we just named all of them.
Even Drew Brees.
Drew Brees is retired, but yes, he would have been one of those ones I would give that
but
nod
I'm saying,
to, right?
like, they did him so dirty in the Chargers.
Oh, yeah. Years
last
ago.
draft.
Yeah, for sure. They drafted Phillip Rivers to replace him, essentially. Or at least come in and bring
But
up
maybe
competition.
Jeopardy called him and said, hey, we got this big money deal for you.
Aaron Rodgers, though, man, he's a weird dude. Like, he doesn't even talk to his family. He's a very interesting guy. The whole scenario is interesting.
Buffalo Chuck comes in with a banger. Green Bay without Rodgers goes 6-10.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't even know if they get 6. Honestly, it might be 5.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree.
We're talking about like who could come in and make Devontae Adams what he is.
Right.
Nobody.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to take anything away from Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams, I would love him to come here any day of the week. But Devontae Adams is that next step because of Aaron Rodgers. Devontae Adams is a very good receiver. But Aaron Rodgers makes Devontae Adams that much better.
Joe says he thinks Aaron Rodgers gets traded tonight.
And it could happen. I mean, supposedly...
Sure make this show a lot more exciting.
Yeah. There have been a lot of discussions, apparently, with the 49ers as recently as last night. And, there's been a lot of, 49ers right now sit with the 3rd overall pick, and everybody is projecting them to take a quarterback, but they just don't know which quarterback. I've heard Mac Jones, who looks like the Lego figure. He's interesting shape for a quarterback. I've heard Justin Fields, but we've seen his name dropping as of late. So you don't know what route they're going, and maybe they're just as confused, and that's why they're entertaining this offer. Or, I mean, it's Aaron Rodgers. Who wouldn't entertain this offer?
Yeah, I mean,
the Jaguars should entertain this offer.
Yeah.
I know how good we think Trevor Lawrence is. We know Aaron Rodgers is that good, without a doubt.
But if I'm the Bears, I'm making a phone call. He can play good in cold weather.
They don't know how to do it.
I don't think. I don't think.
Wait, let me rephrase
Green
it. If I'm
Bay.
the Bears, I should do that. Do I think they will? Absolutely.
Green Bay put that clause in with Favre and the Vikings. They're going to do the same thing with the Bears in the division like that.
I don't know if you heard, but the rumors, and apparently the guy that said Tom Brady was going to go to Tampa Bay and sign, and he did. Apparently the word is Jimmy G is going to New England.
Back to New England. That wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. And I'll tell you, like, one of the things that scares me about New England right now is the talk of Justin Fields dropping. And I do not want to see Justin Fields fall into the Patriots' lap.
No. David Huggins chimes in and says, rise up Justin Fields. Hoping he doesn't actually fall because, I think that's
Let
the
him
point.
go to San Francisco. Let him go to one of those NFC teams. Do not let him fall to the Patriots or the Steelers in some sort of way.
I don't even think Justin Fields has epilepsy. I think this is all Bill Belichick ploy to let that man drop down the charts to him. If Justin Fields wants to work with the Patriots, let's go conspiracy theories.
Here comes Ryan with the conspiracy theory.
He has epilepsy that he's going to conveniently grow out of. They already said he's going to grow out of it, guys. They already said it.
Do we have Nick Short yet? Did Nick Short comment yet?
No, Nick Short hasn't commented on AB, but
no AB.
I will say I see a lot of our regulars out here working for us. Sherry Reedy is playing the greeter card. Thank you for welcoming all our guests, Sherry. That's very helpful.
And I do want to make an announcement, especially to some of you guys who are regulars in here and ask us all the time. One of the things that that you guys have been asking us to do, and I said this last week on the after hours, was to create some kind of donation thing. We did it when we first started, but I've always thought that donations were kind of a money grab. But listen, people keep reaching out and asking us to do donations. So I figured, well, how can I do donations and turn it into something for you guys out there? So we got a raffle going on tonight. A raffle for, where is it?
Donate. I got it.
There it is.
I got it.
Your choice of a draft day shirt or hat for you Ravens fans out there. Obviously, it'd be a Ravens draft day shirt.
Buffalo Chuck could get a Buffalo if he wanted.
Buffalo Chuck, if you want a Buffalo Bills shirt or hat, you can get it. $1 per entry, a $5 donation, you get 8 entries. No limit to how many donations you want to make. So if you make a $10 donation, that's 16 entries. We're doing this for you. Listen, please don't take this as a money grab in any kind of situation. I'm just doing it because we want to try to help give you guys back, and I know a lot of you guys have asked us
I
for
thought
it.
you were giving your shirt off your back.
No.
Nobody wants to wear this. Not after I've been wearing it. This is like a parachute compared to most people.
The donation address for those guys, streamlabs.com/BirdlandBS. I'll just leave it at this. Whoever does it first is going to give us the insight, but there's a special surprise every time someone donates.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we appreciate it. It's our way of saying thank you guys for everything, and I know that you guys always are asking us, so that's why we put it out there. We are going to open up the phone lines a little bit later.
Come on. These draft hats aren't that late. Listen, some of the draft hats in the past have been pretty rough.
These are nice.
But I actually like this hat.
Yeah,
I've got it on today. I like the shirt a lot better. I've also got the shirt on.
Wait.
So-
You like it. You just don't like that it's mesh see-through. That's why your hat's not turned around
that's why
like it
it's not
normally
turned
is.
around.
Yeah,
Shows
I like the mesh.
too much of the forehead going on up there with
I
the
like the
turn
mesh.
around.
you can actually see how big Fred's
I got
forehead
the
is.
That's exactly right.
Also, shout out Lamar Jackson's daddy, Samuel L. Jackson, out here getting people to like, subscribe, and follow. We appreciate your
it,
support
man.
as well.
Been there since day one. We appreciate you for sure. All right, so let's talk even more national news, because this is right up Scott's alley. So today, it's 2021, but Tim Tebow's name was in the news
You
today.
should let James break the story. He's the one that
James
sent
is
it over
the
to
one
us.
that told us about
Tell
this.
us what happened, James.
What's going on?
What happened?
Naz, there's been reports that Tim Tebow reached out to the Jaguars, and he tried out for the Jaguars before. I guess it's close to his home. You would know that, Scott. You probably have his address.
That's why Scott goes to spring break.
Gainesville is actually not that far from Jacksonville.
Scott and Tebow are pen pals.
He has his milk pitcher up in his bedroom above the bed.
They exchange Bible verses on Wednesday.
That's secret. Right?
So-
I told you that in confidence.
So he reached out to the Jaguars saying, hey, if you want, I'll be more than happy to be a tight end now. 5-6 years ago, it wasn't good enough for him to be a tight end or fullback, but I guess he wants to
Because you took a team to the playoffs. Why would you
with
accept
my
that
head
I
coach?
was going to say, you got Urban Meyer down there. This is the whole reason. Urban Meyer will figure out a way to use Tim Tebow.
He'll be on the roster.
This is all about Trevor Lawrence's camp making sure that Pitts doesn't sneak into the conversation. We got Tim Tebow. We don't need Pitts.
What's up, Mr. Chandler?
I think they're trying to get more fans to come to the stadium this year. So they got Tim Tebow. He brings his whole cult.
What's Tim Tebow, like 6 foot, 6'1", maybe? He's a shorter
I think
guy.
He's 6 foot.
Yeah,
6 foot.
he
That's a small tight end.
Yeah,
I don't think
the
that
fullback
works.
call was way better than tight end call, boss man.
For sure.
Anyway.
Oh, man.
Baseball didn't work
Let
out
me,
great.
let
This guy
me-
just won't give it up.
Right. All right. So one of the big stories around the Ravens with this draft, right, is
What's up, Craig?
are they going to draft a wide receiver, right? Because we saw kind of some of the desperation moves towards the end of free agency where the Ravens tried to go after and sign Juju Smith-Schuster. That didn't work. They go after and try to sign T.Y. Hilton.
Hey-o.
Chris
First
Cheese.
donation.
There it is, man.
Appreciate it, man.
There you go.
Currently, you have a 100% chance of winning a hat.
Hey, if you find Lamar on the street, he might give you $100. So
Yeah, right? Exactly.
But we
Pay for
talked.
itself.
But again, they make the desperation move to try to sign Juju Smith-Schuster, try to sign T.Y. Hilton, end up settling on Sammy Watkins, right? So they get the veteran receiver. Well, some rumors started rumbling again over the last couple days because we've been tied to him before. But one Julio Jones out in Atlanta, the Ravens are said to be talking.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one. Obviously, they know that he's a proven commodity, right? And it's the problem is the cap space.
Yeah.
And that's why they know that they can't get rid of him without them taking the dead cat hit in Atlanta. So they're saying they're not willing to move him unless
Well,
somebody's.
it's not a not willing thing. It doesn't make sense for them financially to move him until after June 1st.
Unless somebody gives them cash considerations.
Yeah, the Ravens aren't going to do that.
No, they are.
Nobody has that kind of money to be
Right.
giving away. Right now, when you look at this situation, if the Falcons were to trade him prior to June 1st, they'd take a $23.25 million dead hit on the cap this year. That's not happening. So after June 1st, it breaks down to 7.75 this year and 15.5 next year. So again, if they trade him this year after June 1st, that $15 million goes away, and it's really just a $7 million cap hit this year.
Well, look at that Teddy Bridgewater deal. Like, the Carolina Panthers are still paying most of his salary for this deal. So you could do the same thing with a Julio Jones type situation.
Right. Well, I mean, but the problem is, again, the Ravens, if the Ravens are linked to making a trade tonight and they're involving draft picks, I don't see how that happens, especially if they are not going to agree to a trade with Julio Jones until after June 1st.
Yes.
That's my point, is because, I don't even know what kind of a haul this would take, to get a Juju or to get a Julio Jones over here. I know I was talking to our YouTube friend, Raven C. He said, how about, again, this is if somehow they can work this out, the 31st overall and a 5th next year to get Julio back, but also get our second round pick, get Atlanta's second round pick this year. So essentially, all you're doing is moving back from the first round to the second round this year and giving up a 5th to get Julio.
Is that worth it for Julio? I mean, with this proven commodity,
I think it is.
Okay.
Personally, this is why, because I've said this.
I'm making sure we're not drinking too much purple Kool-Aid.
No.
All.
I've said this plenty of times, right? I think the Ravens should only draft what they're good at drafting and what they're good at developing. And they have never been good at drafting and developing wide receivers. Have there been a couple exceptions that have been pretty decent? Yes.
Yeah.
But for the vast majority, they've not been good with wide receivers. Where they have been good is finding those wide receivers at 30, 31 years old that they're still, got a 3-4 year window left in them and coming here and playing very well. Julio Jones fits that mold. I know there's some injury concerns with Julio Jones over the last couple of years, but Drew, what do you think on Julio?
Yeah, I mean, that if you're gonna be concerned about Sammy Watkins injuries, I know there's far more injuries from Watkins than there is Julio.
Right.
But if you're gonna be worried about Watkins and injury history, then you got to be worried about bringing in Julio and the current. I mean, he was hurt last year.
Right.
He's been even little dings and he almost has to play through it, and a lot of players do play through it. I get that too, but. That's my thing. If you're going to be concerned about Watkins and injuries, then you need to, if you're a fan that wants Julio, you should also feel the need there. I mean, but like you said with the mold, he comes in like a Bolden almost like Bolden.
Yeah.
And he's
I think even more athletic Bolden.
Yeah, and he's better than Bolden. I just mean kind of like same situation when Bolden came in.
Oh yeah, right.
So I'm lukewarm on it. In that case, yeah, he would come in and he'd be the best receiver on your team.
Right.
I just that's my thing. If you're going to be concerned about Watkins and injuries, you have to be concerned with that.
I guess the question is how his injuries come about, because if it's all like hamstring type things where he's running these 9 routes and blowing out hamstrings, here you're going to run 20 routes a game instead of 55 in the Atlanta offense.
Right.
So it's going to be a lot less wear and tear on somebody at his age.
Now, that's very true. And to your point, even on the field, as far as comparing Bolden and Julio, they're similar in the sense that they're both big body wide receivers. They're both physical wide receivers. I've seen Julio make hits and tackles when Matt Ryan has thrown the interception. He could play linebacker and he could play safety. He's just that athletic. So when you talk about fit in a system and you talk about having that outside guy who could give you the speed and could go up and get those 50-50 balls, that's Julio. If you're asking for a guy that can go out and block and physically dominate the DB, that's Julio. Can he work over the middle? Yes. There's all the boxes for me, other than age. That's the only thing. He's 32 years old, and the injuries. The money doesn't even scare me all that much because there's ways for the Ravens to make that work. And honestly, when you look at how much he's making over the next couple of years versus what some of these other wide receivers who are not on Julio Jones' level just got paid, a la Kenny Galladay, I don't think it's a bad deal at all.
My thing is, did you see the contract that Antonio Brown signed? So he signed for $3 million.
I did,
and I feel as Ravens organization, we have to overpay to get someone to come here because we don't have a history of developing and using the wide receivers to our advantage.
Right. And see, the thing with AB, are you asking that because you think that we missed out on not signing him, or you're just using it as a comparison?
I don't think he was going to sign anywhere else except Tampa. I think him and Tom Brady, they're probably doing things on the side together. I don't know, but for that $3 million, you're getting a future Hall of Famer, still is productive and going to a team that is going to be back where they were last year probably.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. Tampa. They had a team meeting, led probably by Tom Brady, saying let's figure out a way to get all the guys back to go after one more run together as a team. Because honestly, a lot of these guys that have come back and kind of been in the fold this year have worked under smaller deals to stay. And I think Antonio Brown fits in that deal,
I think
too.
this is great because maybe this will go further down besides Tom Brady. But for them to keep the whole roster when it's a me league. I don't know if I get injured, if I'm going to get paid to take care of my family for that. To get this back, it just tells you about Tom Brady.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
I want to check. Everyone who keeps now that we're talking about AB, he wasn't leaving Tampa.
No.
He went to Tampa because he wants to play with Tom Brady in the first place anyway.
Right.
It's the only one that can keep him out of jail.
And honestly, even if he wanted to come here, I don't see the Ravens doing it. Again, the Ravens do not and had took a heavy stance with the whole Ray Rice situation on domestic violence, and whether he was proven guilty or not proven guilty, he's got a past. And he's got a very negative past, and the Ravens do not go down that road anymore. They've made that clear.
Speaking about domestic and their past, but I was hoping that maybe the Ravens would go on after Aldon Smith, but he just got arrested. No, he just got arrested for assault too.
That guy just can't stay out of trouble.
He looked great last year for Dallas. He was just tearing it up, and I'm like, why is no one really reaching out? And then Seattle signed him,
right?
And then I think 2 days later, he was getting arrested for assault, domestic violence.
So, Charles, we're going to call you out, buddy. You say the Ravens are trash, then talk about your team.
Whoa,
you're going to get in the room, buddy. You better be prepared to be calling out.
He's just looking for us to
draft.
call out.
That's
draft
right. Go ahead, buddy.
Just put your team out there. We're talking all 32 teams.
Yeah. So one of the things I did want to kind of get into was the fact that when we're looking at this, right, we're on the clock right now. We have them on the clock, so we have the Jaguars are on the clock as we speak. So before we get too far in, obviously we all think Trevor Lawrence. I'm assuming, is anybody not here think they're going after Trevor Lawrence?
I think that's been pretty much a done deal.
Aaron Rodgers or Trevor Lawrence. I don't know what's going on.
All right, fair enough. So the quick question I want to get into before we get too far into this draft, I want everybody to give your pick of what you think the Ravens will do in this draft. And you can give a generic pick. You can pick an exact person. You can say they're going to trade up, but some type of pick for the Ravens. Do they trade up? Do they trade back? Do you give a specific player? Who do you think? Drew, let's start with you. We're just going to work our way around real quick.
As cool as it would be to see them trade up and take Jamar Chase or Waddle or somebody, it's not really in their MO. I mean, I think you're a team that needs that home run hit, so it'd be cool to see. I don't think it's happening because I don't think it fits their MO. And I go with what I've been thinking of the last couple of days, and it's kind of a seed that you planted in my head. If you go and draft two players with that position and they're starters, so say it is a center and an edge guy, those are two controllable starters for the next 4 to 5 years. And if they're good, then those low contracts to go with helping out Lamar goes a long way once he gets paid.
Yep.
So to me, that's what I'd rather see them do. I don't see them doing that huge jump, but I want to see them take the 2 picks and just make picks with them.
Okay,
All right.
Fred, you.
No.
Okay,
Go ahead, Ryan.
So personally, what I want them to do is I want them to draft a center. What I think they're going to do is they're going to take best player available like they always do. And we saw a nice little video today that kind of dropped a good reason why we just keep doing this.
So we're doing a stiff arm drill today with, it's a basic bounce play where you're going to stiff arm me and beat me to the sideline. It's a very safe drill. Enter J.K. Dobbins.
Not J.K.
Dalvin
Safe.
Cook. Not sure.
Safe.
My man.
Beast mode.
Devastation.
Boom.
That's why you take best player available. We had no reason to get a running back last year. We were pretty well set. Turned out it worked out really well because Ingram did not look like we thought he was going to last year. And we had the answer. We had the best player available that runs over people like that while practicing. You want to talk about practice? That's practice.
All right. So what do you think they'll actually do?
I think they're going to trade down. I want them to take a center, specifically Dickerson out of Alabama if he's still there.
Okay.
I've seen him there in about half to three-quarters of mock drafts at 27. I would take him. I mean, of course, the just fancy football player in me wants him to go up and get Pitts if he slips to like 10, but I think Pitts will be out at like 5.
So you think they're trading out of 27? You think they're trading out of 27?
I think that they will trade out of one or the other
to
the second round, and I'm hoping that we get one of those 2 starting centers
in the first round.
My preferred pick would be Dickerson.
Gotcha. Go ahead,
Scott. So for me, where I want them to go, I think we got a big hole to fill. And I think there's a guy that they've been rumored as far as moving up into the early 20s, and you could get him in the early 20s depending if he falls. Tevin Jenkins. My eye is on this guy. He can play. He's played right tackle. He's played left tackle. You can put him plug and play tomorrow at right tackle and fill that hole with Orlando, and at minimal cost to what it would cost you for Villanueva or Kelly.
Right.
So I think that's the guy that I'm looking for. That's what I'd love for them to do. What do I think they'll do? I think they're going Terrace Marshall. I think they're going Terrace Marshall with 27. I think he's going to be there, and I think they're going to take him.
There's been a lot of injury question marks around Terrace Marshall and some things that have kind of said
have
that he's dropping down the board. So we'll see what happens.
We do have some of the
Hollywood has some question marks
That's
too.
True. Yeah. That's true. James, what do you got?
I think it's going to be a weird draft because I don't think the Ravens ever had 2 first-round picks.
No, they have. They had a few times. Remember their first draft?
Well, I'm just saying,
Jonathan Ogden, Ray Lewis.
I'm just saying, like, over the years of being...
They've had 4 or 5, and the last one was Lamar and Hayden Hurst.
No, but we traded into it.
Right.
I'm talking about going into the draft.
Having the 2. I got you.
Having the 2. I think Eric's got something planned. Either we're going to trade up or we're going to pick at our 27 and then trade our 31 to get something, or we're going to use both and somehow to do it, because if they wanted a second round, they could have got a second round from the Chiefs. Like something to work out, say, give me 2 second rounds this year and next year, and you can keep your first round. But I don't think they're going to trade into the second round unless they use something. I think something fishy is going to happen. I think something weird that we're not used to is going to happen tonight.
Give me a name. Who do you want?
I like Bateman.
You like Bateman?
I think he's got better hands. I think he can run routes better. Like, Marshall's good, but injuries, basically our players don't go on the field anyways. They're wide receivers. There are always injuries with hamstrings and stuff like that, or we pick up players that have hamstrings. I don't know, but I like Bateman. And I also like maybe in the 3rd round the wide receiver from Oklahoma too.
Okay. Well, see, listen, for me, there's a couple of guys that I would be really, really happy with. There's a couple of routes that they could go that I'd be extremely happy with. And Bateman is a guy that I've been high on and been talking a lot about at wide receiver, right? But I've also said the importance of offensive line and how important the center position specifically has been because of how bad the center play was last year. So I agree with Ryan that if Humphrey's there, if Dickerson's there, I'd be happy with either one of those. And Mike Greeny summed this up perfectly as to if you're trying to decide between an offensive lineman and a wide receiver in the first round, why you go offensive line 100% of the time.
So if you are an NFL general manager and you are trying to decide between a wide receiver or an offensive lineman at the top of the draft, candidly, I question you already, because that is a no-brainer decision 100% of the time. You take the lineman. And if you paid any attention to history, you would already know that. Let's define our standards here, okay? The hit rate on a pick is the percentage of time the players at that position are signed to a second contract with the teams that drafted them. Simple as that. By that standard, 60% of first-round offensive linemen hit. That is the highest rate amongst all the positions. 6 out of 10 times, so more often than not, those players become franchise cornerstones. The hit rate for first-round wide receivers is 27%. That is the lowest among all positions. 3 out of every 4 wind up elsewhere or out of the league after 1 contract. So that alone should decide this, but wait, there's more. Pass protection impacts a quarterback more than pass catchers do. That's just a fact, and I can prove it. Last year, the league-wide QBR on plays in which the O-line won every block was 75, and on plays in which they did not, the average QBR was 48. That gap is equivalent to the difference last year between Russell Wilson and Carson Wentz. And there's no better illustration of that point than the most recent game we saw, which of course was the Super Bowl. The Chiefs' defense pressured Tom Brady 4 times and contacted him once. Patrick Mahomes was pressured a Super Bowl record 29 times. He ran a total of 497 yards before his passes and his sacks. That is why Brady won and why Mahomes never stood a chance. So remember that, because if you choose not to protect your quarterback, he won't have a chance either.
And that's it. That's exactly why I am thinking offensive line, and I'm saying offensive line heavy in the first round. So what do I think will happen?
Protect this man. Protect this man.
What do I think will happen, and what do I actually think will happen? I think the Ravens are taking 2 picks in this first round. I don't think that they're going to trade back because, like I said before, the Ravens don't have a ton of roster spots to fill this year. They've got 9 draft picks right now. Typically, they're trading back if they're trying to garner more draft picks. This is one year I don't think the Ravens are going to be doing that. If anything, I think the Ravens may move up, especially depending upon how the draft board falls. But here is what I think will happen. I think the Ravens will take, with one of those 2 picks, an offensive lineman, and that's first choice would be Tevin Jenkins. Second choice would be 1A, 1B with Humphrey or Dickerson, either one of those guys. The other pick, I think, will be that scenario, the best player available that falls to them. And a guy that I hope and I think might have a chance to fall to them is Moehrig, the safety out of TCU. This is the guy, listen, I know safety, you don't think of that with, having Chuck Clark and having Deshaun Elliott. You don't think of it as an immediate need. Well, Deshaun Elliott's not under contract after this year, right? And we haven't had that true ball-hawking safety, that true center field type of safety since Ed Reed days. Now, I'm not trying to compare Moehrig to Ed Reed, but he gives you that true rangy center field option out there. And if he somehow falls, which I think he will, I like the Ravens to take Moehrig.
Yeah. By the way, we have some people asking how long till the draft. The draft is going, and just so you guys know, we're going to put it out here right now. We are not showing that's the easiest way for us to get kicked off and for you guys to not have anything to do. So we'll talk you through it. The Jags, as we said, are on the clock. This started. They should be coming up on their time here any minute now. And that's what we're looking at. So that's what we're talking about these. So obviously we already talked. We all think they are going Trevor Lawrence here. It is a no-brainer at this point.
Draft doesn't start till 3.
Right.
We talk about offensive line. The reason that I lean center is because was just kind of surprised where you could get some decent tackles in this draft.
Right.
Now, I'm not the number one guy at breaking down offensive line technique, but if you told me that I could have the starting left tackle for Trevor Lawrence's Clemson national championship team the last 2 years at pick 53 that he's projected at, I think I would take that pretty well. He's one of the most experienced tackles out there, playing at the highest level against the best teams. And he's the 53rd ranked prospect. You're talking late second round. Right. So that's why I would focus on our center issues and then figure out how we get this tackle in the later.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't take a tackle in the first round and you get one of these middle of the round guys, the 3rd or 4th round guys, because this is a deep tackle draft, you could bring in a guy like a Villanueva and bridge that gap for a year or so, have the rookie come in and be that swing tackle where they can go back and forth between right side and left side and kind of learn under Ronnie Stanley and learn under Villanueva for a year. I think that makes a lot of sense. But if you're trying to legitimately replace Orlando Brown with a surefire guy, there are about 3 or 4 tackles in this first round that can do that for you. Step in day one and immediately play. And for me, when you look at the Ravens offense from 2019 to 2020, the biggest difference was the lack of offensive play. Offensive line play. You had the struggles at center. You had, Ronnie Stanley go down, and then Orlando had to switch over to the left side, and they never really replaced Orlando on the right-hand side. There was just issue after issue on that offensive line, and Lamar just never looked comfortable. In 2019, he looked comfortable. He stepped into the pocket. He had a future Hall of Famer and Marshall Yanda in front of him. They weren't having as many snap issues back then. He looked confident. He threw the ball more confident. And I think personally, if you want to get back to that, the quickest way to do that is by getting him protection.
You got to give him the protection. You got to give him the security and go from there. I do know that we've had some people chiming in. She's not the first one. We've had a few people chiming in asking how to donate. Because we've had this asked before.
Yeah.
So we are running a special, guys, tonight with a raffle. We want to give back to you guys because so many of you have asked how to donate. So we're going to give a raffle. $1 equals 1 entry, or $5 equals 8 entries. You can get a draft cap or draft shirt of your choice.
Doesn't have to be Ravens. Your
team. Any team, and you will get that. So every $1 is an entry. Every $5 is 8 entries. So that is how you donate. Streamlabs.com/BirdlandBS. If you're watching on YouTube, the link is at the bottom. I don't know if it does it in the description in Facebook, and I don't think it does it in Twitter. But if you guys want that, that's how you wind up being able to do that. So we're going to open up the phone lines in a little bit, so stay tuned for that. As we get going, we'll open up the phone lines, get your thoughts.
Who's the resident Jacksonville Jaguar fan in the room? Any Jaguar fans, stand up.
I don't think I've seen
They
any
have 4 minutes left on the clock, so get your moment in now.
Is Tebow in there? No.
And one thing that we're going to ask you guys too is we are streaming. We are on a streaming service with YouTube TV watching the draft. Please, no spoilers as far as who comes out with the picks, because I know a lot of you guys who have cable get the picks a little bit faster than we do. Please, no spoilers.
45-second delay here.
Yeah.
Steve.
So the other thing is somebody said, how do you know if you win the raffle? So when you do it, we get your email.
Yep.
So that's how we will wind up knowing. James already chewing.
That was
That was a very audible munch.
That sounded like a sound effect button.
We will.
This segment brought to you by Doritos.
We'll put everybody's names in, and we'll probably in the next few days put everybody's name into a hat, and we will actually go ahead and do the drawing.
Yeah.
We'll do a little.
I'll do it. I'm going to do it live on the air. So we go live with our show on Tuesday night. We're going to do a full recap of the drafts on Tuesday night. So on air, I will literally pick the name out of the hat so there's video evidence as to who the actual winner is. So again, streamlabs.com/BirdlandBS. $1 donation for 1 entry. A $5 donation gets you 8 entries. Every 5 gets you another 8. So we appreciate the support. And again, it's just a way to try to give back.
So Abraham says he's a Cowboys fan. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry.
Hey, they're talking about doing some crazy shit, trading up for Pitts and
They
things.
do a lot of talking. They do a lot of talking.
They'll get a good cornerback this year again.
Jaguars haven't had a whole lot to talk about in a long time, really, since they had the 1 year. The 1 year when Yannick was down there and they made the run and they got into I think they were in the NFC Championship game, right?
Yeah.
Or AFC Championship game.
Yeah. Well, if they a couple little mistakes and one mistake and they would have probably beat them.
Yeah, but outside of that, I mean, you haven't seen success in Jacksonville since like the Mark Brunell days, the other Jimmy Smith days.
So
and
what are
Keenan
the Jaguars doing here? Like everyone knows this pick's been in for a month.
I think that's an
Why
NFL
did they take
thing.
14 minutes for the first pick?
Ratings of the NFL,
just an
drawing
NFL
it out.
thing.
I have a feeling the actual first pick won't happen. We won't get the pick being in until 8:30.
Well, the pick is in with 1 minute remaining in their 15-minute clock, so we won't hear what the name is, which we all know what it is.
Where are you saying the pick is in?
I'm on the ESPN.
Okay, I got
The ticker is going. So we're saying the pick is in?
Pick is in.
The pick is in.
All right.
Aaron Rodgers.
I haven't even had a chance.
Oh, shit.
I didn't see a trade listed, so that'd be very interesting.
I haven't even seen Goodell yet. I haven't even been looking up at the screen yet, so I haven't had a chance to see him yet. I guess he's physically in
They brought
Cleveland.
his basement chair to Cleveland.
Did they?
Yes. It looks
His
like
very
it in pregame.
famous leather basement
I
chair.
wonder if Dave's going to show up.
That's so
They
weird.
booed him as usual. They're bringing it back.
ESPN on his computer says the pick is in. Mine says they're still on the clock. I don't know what the
I
hell's
got
going
the
on
pick
here.
is in too.
And
All right.
just like it would, it's pouring down rain in Cleveland too. That's beautiful.
It's a wonderful city.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's great.
You love to see it. You love to see that it's that. Sorry for all of our big play fans.
We should have checked what the odds were for it not being Trevor Lawrence. Threw a little $5 wager down there on it for like 3,000 to 1.
I love it.
Yeah, that's weird, guys.
I think they said like if you put $1 million in, you can only win 10,000.
Oh, if you pick Trevor, yeah, that direction. So who's this number 2 on the clock then?
Number 2 on the clock would be the Jets.
The Jets, who we also think has a pick done, but at least that one's with a little bit more suspense.
Yeah, I don't know if their pick is of legal age at this point.
Yeah, he looks like prepubescent.
Hey, appreciate it, David.
Appreciate it, buddy.
With the
All
$5 donation, man. We really appreciate that.
So,
David, you now have an 8 out of 9 chance of winning a hat. I'm keeping live odds for a while.
Yeah, so
That's in Trevor Lawrence.
well,
is it?
Yeah,
All right.
right here.
there it is. Okay.
6'6", 213 pounds out of Clemson, Mr. Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence, the big Drew. Drew is now entered the
Drew wants
donation.
to win a hat. Good thing we're doing this live.
Drew is automatically disqualified as part of the show.
Everybody else still has
I'm going to win anyway. I never win these things.
Oh man. So yeah, so we all knew Trevor Lawrence obviously was going to be the pick for Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence, since he stepped onto the scene in Clemson, we all saw, as soon as we saw this guy play, this guy's got NFL talent written all over him. It's just a matter of him staying healthy, going through his 3 years that he needed to be removed from high school to be selected number 1 overall in the draft. We knew this was inevitable.
It was pretty amazing that he went back and played football this year because he had no reason to. He could have been an opt-out for COVID, sat out on the sidelines, and still been this number 1 pick.
Right.
He went there to play with his friends, to try to win another championship, to do all the right things. So, I mean, God bless him. It worked out. You know, he was only out for that couple games with COVID. No other injuries to worry about.
Right.
Even though he was on the sidelines, mask off, talking to people. I don't want to support that side of it.
Well, I know there were some question marks. I guess they got Rose, like they do with all top, draft picks or prospects, about his drive and his want to with football and all that stuff. They're questioning it in the same way that like they were questioning things with Andrew Luck, where Andrew Luck was having that I don't know if I want to play football type of thing, and then ended up walking away early. Do you think that plays a part with Trevor Lawrence? Do you think he has a long, illustrious career?
It all depends on exactly what it is. I mean, Andrew Luck would still be here if they did anything to protect him. This is why we're talking about the Ravens taking interior and outside offensive linemen. He only left because he was dying back there. He was a walking CTE case and decided, I don't really need this for my future. I'm going to go not die somewhere.
Right.
So if you protect this kid and let him play football, again, I think he has the drive because there was no reason for him to play this year. He was the number 1 pick with or without playing.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, Drew. So I know with quarterbacks, it's tough to know for sure if somebody's going to be a surefire starter, a surefire Pro Bowler. Is he going to really translate from college to the NFL? There's been only a few quarterbacks that we could probably say that. We knew that was going to happen with Peyton Manning, right? Nobody knew that with Tom Brady. Tom Brady ended up being, what, a 7th-round pick or a 6th-round pick? Yeah, 7th-round pick, right?
7th.
Trevor Lawrence, is it a surefire lock that he will be a perennial Pro Bowler, perennial All-Pro, or do you think that this guy still has question marks around him?
I don't think he has question marks, but you have a lot on your shoulders because no matter what, 90%, not a high number of fans of the team and just NFL in general. If he don't win a Super Bowl with like the next 3 years, you're gonna look at him as a bust anyway.
Right.
If he was, you know what I mean? Like if he was just a top 5 quarterback after year 3, but there was no Super Bowl, I still have a feeling like everyone's gonna be like, well, can you do it? The same thing with Luck. I think it might almost be carbon copy with Luck, but in that same vein of Luck. If you don't get to that hump, well, all right, well, you're good, but you're not great enough.
Well, he goes to an organization under a lot of change, right? He goes the new quarterback, a new head coach in Urban Meyer. You always question how that whole collegiate coach, the good collegiate coaches transferring over to the NFL, does it work? Traditionally, it hasn't worked. But he's got a lot of weapons down there, right? They got the kid
Chark.
They got Chark. They got Robinson, the running back down there, who chimed on the scene last year out of nowhere.
I think he's legit. I mean, I don't know. You're not going to look at him like a McCaffrey, but he's he proved he can hang.
Right. They've got a decent offensive line, could use a little bit of help on the interior there, which they'll probably address here maybe even later in the first round. Scott, what do you think? I mean, do you think that Trevor Lawrence has superstar written all over him, or do you think he's one of those guys that still has to prove himself?
I think there's a lot of people that you have to look at it and say the kid has done it consistently. Right. He's played at a high level for a big team, right? And he's competed at that high level. The problem is we've seen guys have issues. NFL speed is a different beast.
Right. And
so to say, is he ready? Nothing's a surefire thing. And I think somebody chimed in a little while ago and said, nothing is surefire with Lawrence. Right? It's not a slam dunk. It's a slam dunk pick because he's the best player in the draft. Right? He's the most proven player. He's probably one of the most athletic players.
There's the biggest thing to get by is he's playing for the Jaguars. It's kind of the same thing with the Jets. They keep ruining
the Jags go
career.
up, and that's the thing though. The Jags over the past 8 to 10 years, they've had years where they have been a competing team. Right, and then they do something and get rid of half their players, and it becomes a problem again. They're rebuilding again.
Right,
it's something about that, and I think Trevor Lawrence. They're hoping he's that guy that gets them over the hump. They're hoping he can become a franchise quarterback, and they already have some decent pieces, right? But they need to put him in there, let those pieces build around him for a year or two, and then let them make the run again.
All right, so let's move on. We got about 2 minutes left before the Jets make their pick. So the Jets are on the clock right now. Another predicted quarterback sounds like it's going to go. Pick is in.
So where do we think they're going to go?
They should go Justin Fields, but they're not going to.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to go with Zach Wilson out of BYU is what all the rumors have been. Listen, if you watched any of his film and you watched his pro day, this kid can make all the throws. It's incredible to me how strong of an arm this kid has at his size. He's 6'3". They list him at 210 pounds. He doesn't look a penny over 180 pounds. He looks small. They've got him in this suit there in Cleveland. He looked like a little 12-year-old boy. But at the end of the day, you can't question his athleticism. You can't question his arm.
No.
It's just he's going to New York. He's going to have to handle the New York media. He doesn't have a great offensive line in front of him. He's going to be running for his life a little bit. They don't have a ton of weapons out there.
No. The New York temptresses are going to be tempting him with his BYU values.
Right. I mean, it's good that he's athletic and he's got the ability to be mobile and get away because he's going to absolutely need to. What's your take on Zach Wilson? Do you like him?
I feel like it almost – I got visions of Trubisky where he didn't play a lot of games at North Carolina.
Yeah.
And got drafted super high. Was that second or third? Third? It's high. I mean, it's still a high top 5 pick. And it was,
there he is. There's the old guy.
I mean, it won't be as out of left field like the Trubisky deal because I think we pretty much kind of figured it was going to be Wilson this whole time for at least the last couple of weeks.
Right.
But a lot with Zach Wilson, I'd say it just reminds me of Trubisky where he didn't have a lot of service time at school. And
all right, here we go.
We'll see.
With the second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
it is
Zach Wilson
from Barbie and Ken.
Nah, I think he's got a movie. He looks like that one guy.
Wait, isn't he on the Disney Channel?
This is the guy. This is the guy playing Zach Wilson in a movie, not actually Zach Wilson. Wait, 214 pounds. Ain't no way.
24 years old, and he looks half his age.
He went to BYU. I mean, he went to BYU. He could be like 28, actually.
I mean, I always thought Brady was too pretty to play quarterback, so maybe this guy's the next coming. But my God,
you gotta be careful with them high fives.
Great question.
COVID.
Great question comes through from David. Do you think the days of a pure pocket passers are over?
I don't think they're over, or at least they shouldn't be. I mean, unfortunately, this is a very copycat league, and right now, mobile quarterbacks are kind of the it factor with Mahomes being a mobile guy and Lamar being a mobile guy, and now teams actually seeing these systems work. Listen, if you've got the arm talent and you can be a traditional pocket passer with the rules and how defenses can't really do a whole lot with their hands and DBs, a pocket passer can still work in today's NFL. I think teams are trying to go with this new trend, trying to be different and trying to have that more mobile quarterback.
I mean, we're going to find out with Trevor Lawrence, right? I mean, Trevor can run when needed, but that's not his deal. He is a pocket passer. So if we've been looking at this number one pocket passer for 3 years, if he's going to fail, especially with the wide receivers that they seem to have down there, then maybe we won't see any more drafted. But it looks like Mac Jones is going to get drafted. He's a pocket passer. It looks like Trevor Lawrence is going to get drafted. He's a pocket passer. So there's definitely still people coming into league. We'll just have to see if they succeed.
You need some blockers if you're going to have a pocket passer.
And the Jets don't have those.
No.
Well, the next team on the clock is the one that had all the speculation going around them for the last couple of weeks. More than likely they're taking a quarterback here if they stay here at number 3.
Or Aaron
San Francisco
Rodgers.
49ers. Or do they make a trade?
There is 5 minutes left for them to get Aaron Rodgers and change their future.
So changing their future, I think personally, a guy that could change their future is Ohio State quarterback Justin Fields. I think if I'm San Francisco, and who the hell am I? I'm some dude sitting in a basement, right? But if I'm the San Francisco GM, if I'm John
the
Lynch,
Ravens draft room, sir.
I'm sorry,
This is not a basement.
It's not a basement.
I mean, that's what I thought it was.
It smells a little mildewy, but it's not a basement.
If I'm John Lynch, I'm taking Justin Fields here. I know that there's been some rumors that they've been linked to Mac Jones, and Saban has been selling up Mac Jones. And listen, I mean, he had success at Alabama, but Justin Fields fits that more new age quarterback, that more mobile quarterback. I mean, he put up 7 touchdowns in the last 2 games of the year. Like, this guy is a super freak athletic. I know that there's been some questions that you were talking about earlier with his health, as far as, like, I guess he's got a family history of epilepsy. Is that right?
Yeah, and apparently he's been suffering at times with this epilepsy, but that it's something in his family genetics they have grown out of over time. So the story is that he should grow out of it. Also, I don't remember in the last 2 years it affecting his play at Ohio State. He seemed to be available every game. Never saw him have a seizure in a game situation. So does it matter? I mean, if he's having like nighttime epileptic seizures, it's not something that's really life-threatening. It's not something that's going to change his body for the worse. So if he's been living with it and he's been doing great, there's no real reason to look at that down. But, you know, if it scares him down to Bill Belichick, it'll accomplish the job.
And he's not a tiny guy. You know, like some of these smaller quarterbacks, the more mobile quarterbacks. I know, like, one of the knocks on Russell Wilson was his size when he was coming out of college. Justin Fields is 6'3", 225 pounds. Like, he's a bigger quarterback, I think. But still, he ran like a 4.4 something 40. So he's still got that quickness. He's still got that athletic ability, but he can make all the throws. Listen, Mac Jones just doesn't look like an NFL quarterback. If you're just talking about the passing the visual, you know, the what does he look like? I can't see it in Mac Jones. Yeah. Now, I know, you know, there's another guy out there that a lot of people are comparing to Lamar and Trey Lance, right? The quarterback out of North Dakota State, which is where Carson Wentz went to. Again, another quick guy, can make plays with his feet, that type of thing. But again, he's playing against, you know, lesser competition. How does that translate? Is there more of a learning curve for this guy? San Francisco, they are in a position where if they don't get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, which that's another question mark, do they get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo? They do have somebody that can still start for this team before.
Joe Carlozo donated $5.
Joe, appreciate the donation, man. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You have a 48%
now
chance of winning a hat.
So what's your prospect on Trey Lance? Do you know a lot about him? Do you know much about him?
I mean, I didn't know a lot about him. I mean, stuff I've seen. I think going to a team where he can – I think he is a guy who would go into a team where he can sit for at least a year.
Right.
Just because the opt-outs and at least this year without COVID. I mean, we still got COVID, but, you know, it seems like we're having much more of an off-season than you did players had last year coming out of those drafts. I don't know much about him to really chime in a lot, but he had to me, like, if I'm San Francisco and I'm not parting with Jimmy, I don't believe in Mac Jones. I believe in Fields, and I think it'd be cool to see if they took him, because, like I said, then you don't have to thrust him right in.
Right. No, I agree.
For me, jury's out with him because I just don't know a lot about him.
Right.
But, you know, he looks, from the stuff I have seen, it's like you said, that you're not necessarily a pocket passing league anymore, where you're just literally a statue anymore. So I'll shut up because the pick's in.
Him getting picked is the best chance of Jimmy G not going back to New England.
The pick is in. Everybody is clapping in the San Francisco war room.
As they would for anything.
They got their guy, which was probably their guy like 2 minutes ago, because they were calling Aaron Rodgers just less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah, do you have a chip on your shoulder now, sir, that they definitely wanted Aaron Rodgers over you?
So Jimmy G, Aaron Rodgers, Trey Lance, who's it going to be?
I would say, I think they're going Lance here.
What's everybody's call?
Lance? With everything they're saying with Fields and Fields falling, either they put out that Fields was falling in order to get.
They're also hedging their bets, saying they like all these people because
all I know is
I think all this shit about Mac Jones has been a smoke screen, and I think it's going to be Justin Fields.
Kyle Pitts and Kittle on the same field would be terrifying.
I tell you what, though, these picks go slower than what we drafted.
I think this whole thing, I mean, that's what the NFL draft is. All the rumblings and all the BS that you hear for the first week or two prior to the NFL draft, it's all smoke screens. It's all trying to throw teams off from what they're actually doing. I think that it would be idiotic for San Francisco to pass up on a guy like Justin Fields, who has proven time and time again that he can play at a high level, playing at Ohio State, playing in one of the better football conferences in the league, or in college football. Mac Jones, I get it, he played for Alabama, but he just doesn't look like the guy. Well, here he comes. Here's Roger Goodell.
All right. With
49ers select Trey Lance.
Yeah, all right. Fuck
wow.
Called it.
Wow.
And they're keeping Jimmy G for it to suit him. I like it.
Wow. All right.
Call that. So are you guys saying what the fuck to this?
No. I mean, I know I said I didn't really see a lot.
They keep saying it's going to happen. I still think Fields will be the better quarterback overall, but this guy's got weapons to play with, man. He could end up having a hell of a season just because of all the players he's got to throw to if they stay healthy.
The smoke screen came up, a trade.
Is it like the NBA, and now is Trey Lance going to put on a Green Bay Packers hat and get traded for Aaron Rodgers?
This guy just got paid money.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
For the 49ers to trade up just to get this guy, he knows he's getting paid now.
17-0 career as a starter. I mean, listen, the guy won. He was the Walter Payton Award winner for the FCS Offensive Player of the Year and the first freshman to win the award. So the guy's an athlete. I mean, there's nothing negative to say about him. I just think that, in my opinion, Justin Fields was the more proven commodity, when you're talking about competition and what he played against.
I'm saying, like,
The first two people were locked in to their quarterback picks. We knew that, right? The third one we thought was locked in because they traded up to get there. So why would you trade back out?
If Fields is so talented, why didn't he stay at Georgia?
There's a lot of weird things that go on in college, but
but Georgia's a good school, for a quarterback. They know how.
You only have 4 years to prove your
spot. They
were
pretty sold, talking about Georgia. They were sold on Jake Fromm. They had Jake Fromm there when Justin Fields was there, and Justin Fields just never got to see the field and knew that if he wanted to get an opportunity to prove himself, he was going to have to go somewhere else.
Was that Myers?
Burrow. Yeah. I mean, Burrow being at Ohio State.
No. It wasn't Myers. It was the guy who replaced.
I thought it was.
It's a guy who replaced Myers. I can't think of his name right now.
So anyway, what I was saying is right now you have the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. So is this the first team we're going to see trade out of this position?
I don't know what they're doing.
See, that's the thing. There's been a lot of rumors with the Falcons.
Don't take a quarterback. I think you need to ride with Ryan.
Here's the thing, right? What has been linked to the Falcons most often, or most commonly so far, has been probably the best overall prospect in this draft, in my opinion. And that's Pitts. That's the tight end out of Florida. They have been linked to Pitts now for a while. And that's just another weapon to add to Matt Ryan's repertoire. But the problem is, when do you start investing into defense if you're Atlanta?
Yeah, that's what I was about to chime in on. I'm like it doesn't matter. You can add Pitts. You're still going to end up blowing a fourth quarter lead with your shitty defense.
Exactly. Like, why are you continually investing in the offense and not doing anything about the defense? I think it would make sense for the Falcons to trade back, get a little bit more draft capital, stockpile your defense, and not worry about Pitts. You just gave up a second-round pick last year to get Hayden Hurst, right? And I'm not saying Pitts isn't better than Hayden Hurst. I think Pitts is better than Hayden Hurst, but I think having those two out there would be ridiculous in tight end formations, having Hurst and Pitts. But, again, you can put up 40, 50 points. If your defense is giving up that same amount, you're going to lose most of those games.
We scored 42. We gave up 45.
That's why they're picking third.
And we also saw how Hurts likes being the second best tight end on the team. That didn't go very well for us here in Baltimore. So Pitts might not work great.
The more I look at this, I think this is going to be a bust for the 49ers. They wasted a good pick for this guy.
Steven Severs did ask a little bit ago, is the phone ringing in Atlanta?
Yeah. It's
I think it is.
Ringing.
100% it is.
Somebody wants Fields somewhere. It's what are they going to give up for Fields?
Yeah.
I think.
Who do you think that is?
Fields will be there.
I mean, it's going to be the Patriots. I just don't know if it's now.
Oh, no. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, the Falcons finished 4-12 last year, sit here with the 4th overall pick again. Offensive rank, they were 18th. They were 29th in the in rankings defense last year again. And they did use 4 of their 6 picks on defense in last year's draft in 2020. So I don't know if they just swung and missed a lot or what, but they still have some big holes on that side of the ball.
See, Atlanta's next pick is in the 2nd round, and they had the 3rd pick.
3 minutes left on the clock to find out what's going on.
I don't think a trade's happening. It probably would have happened by now.
They've got needs as edge rusher. They've got needs at cornerback. They've got needs at safety.
Tight end.
They don't really need a tight end. They've got Hayden Hurst. Pitts is basically just another team that's rich on offensive talent getting richer.
Unless they're just replacing Julio and they're just making him a big wide receiver.
And that's
because that's
so,
what he could end up being.
This is one of the things, when I look at Kyle Pitts, I know he's labeled
6'6", 245.
He's labeled a tight end. But if you just forget the labeling, if you look at the athleticism, you look at the size, he is the closest thing to come out of the draft to Calvin Johnson, to Megatron. When you look at his size, they just pigeonholed him to tight end at Florida.
They're picks in, so they might go corner.
Pitts. Nah, it's Pitts.
I think it's Pitts, too.
I think they might go corner.
Maybe Jaycee Horn. If you're going to take a corner, it should be Jaycee Horn. I think he's a top corner.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, like I said, they've got there's a couple of cornerbacks on the board. Surtain, Patrick Surtain Sr.'s son. Yeah. I think he makes a lot of sense because they do have that need. I'm just surprised Atlanta didn't trade back. I feel like they could have gotten a couple of extra picks and still gotten Surtain.
Or if you are Atlanta and you're shopping Julio Jones, do we see Jamar Chase go here?
No.
I think Pitts is still a better replacement for Julio than Jamar Chase.
All right. I'm just looking at
what are we doing?
ESPN's got the best fit of Patrick Surtain and Kyle Pitts is there.
That pick by the 49ers, was that a shot? That was...
I asked that. Y'all said no. I said, was that the what the fuck?
We should have.
We should have.
We got a shot to make up.
We're like, what did just happen? You had like
you might have one here. Let's be perfectly honest.
I called Trey Lance. I'm calling Jamar Chase.
Everybody put their pick in. What do you got?
Corner. I think
Surtain.
Yes.
What do you got?
Jamar Chase.
What do you got?
Pitts.
I got Pitts. What do you got?
So 3 for Pitts.
So losers take shot or winners take shot? We didn't clarify here.
I guess losers take shots. I don't know.
Drum roll.
Man. Steven Severs says it's Pitts. He thinks it's Pitts.
Hey, Nick Short, $10. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, man, appreciate that, Nick.
What's
we'll give AB a call for you.
That's $10 that we can put towards AB.
And the pick is in.
All right.
With the 4th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Kyle Pitts out of Florida. There it is.
Losers drink.
All right. Hey-o, Stephanie. Hey, Stephanie, appreciate you. Glad you're watching.
$22.
I'm not going past $5.
That'll get passed back to you in some form or way of dinner or something.
Well, she's got the best chance at hat so far.
That's right. Kyle Pitts. So, again, to me, you can put the tight end label on him or whatever.
But I thought you said they had Hayden Hurst.
He's tight end. He's slot. He's outside. He's the
his
Swiss Army knife.
versatility will allow him to play inside at tight end if they need, slide outside as a wide receiver. I'm telling you,
Julio's gone, man.
Physically, oh yeah, Julio's gone.
That's what that is.
Hey, I bet you Kyle Pitts does a touchdown this year.
Look at him. He is literally a little bit smaller version of Megatron.
6'5", 245?
6'5", 5 and 8.
I hope
5'8". I love how at 6'5" we have to get the eighths out there.
I hope he gets LASIK.
It's 6'5". He's good.
I hope he
Bro,
gets
just go
LASIK.
6'6". It's fine.
So Steven Seaver says, does this mean they release Hurst?
No,
not at all.
No.
I think this will be they'll go back to that 2 tight end formation.
I mean, they could trade him back to the Ravens.
I think Julio's gone. That's
I
what
really
this is.
want this guy's jersey, but not an Atlanta Falcon jersey.
Well, that's where you're gonna have to go get it because he's gonna be there for at least 5 years.
I love the player, hate the pick for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Like again, the Falcons have much bigger needs on the other side of the ball.
I'd rather him been in Cincinnati. At least I can see him twice.
No, thank you. With Cincinnati's now on the clock, and thankfully they can't get bits.
Joe says you could never have enough weapons. I mean, I guess
as a Aaron
if you're a
Rodgers.
successful team, you can say that you can never have enough weapons, but they are just so bad. 29th in the league last year at defense. They're bad at stopping points on the board, putting points on the board.
So Bengals here, are we going weapon or protection? Where are they going?
Protection.
Just pick one.
They're going protection.
The Bengals. Bengals have – listen, if I'm the Bengals, I'm investing every dollar, every pick in this draft in protecting
Well,
my
they did not last
quarterback,
year.
Joe Burrow, who ended up having knee surgery because why? He didn't have the protection that he needed. Their offensive line's got to be one of the worst-rated offensive lines in the NFL. And for me, this has got to be an offensive line pick. It's either that or yes, you could go wide receiver and put another weapon out there for him to have.
You're going to get him hurt.
So you're saying,
they're saying best fit is Swell.
Yeah. I say, do you think Swell is the way to go here?
If they
it's
want to
either that
protect
or
their
they're
quarterback,
trading back and getting
I
capital now.
I like Swell a lot. Again, I think that makes the most sense. But this is the Bengals. They don't ever do anything that makes sense.
So they're going to get Jamar Chase.
They also have a need on the defensive side of the ball at edge and defensive tackle. See, for me, there's not enough standout edges to justify a top 10 pick in this draft. I don't think there's any edge rushers, in my opinion. There's a lot of depth at edge rusher, but there's not those standout class guys that should be top 10 picks. That's why I think it makes more sense, again, bang for buck, to invest in protecting Joe Burrow.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the fact. I mean, you were showing last year you didn't protect him, and then he ended up not getting protected.
Right.
So he ended up being injured at the end of the year.
Right.
So they showed you the future. If you do not get line help, he will be hurt again. He will end the year on the IL. So you have to put big, fat guys up front.
Drew apparently has something to say.
Since I'm doing a lot of running around, I might be upstairs looking for a spoon for our food. Okay. They're going to be dumb and take Jamar Chase.
So Cincinnati Bengals, Jamar Chase.
Just
pick.
saying, and we're going to hate
Look at
it.
them celebrating down there.
It wouldn't surprise me because that's just a Bengal type of move. But Swell, the offensive tackle out of Oregon, 6'5", 325 pounds, played left tackle, was a good athlete. There's a lot to like about this. He's definitely, in my opinion, the best tackle in this draft. Give your quarterback an insurance policy. Give your quarterback the protection that he needs. Do not have him go out there and in his second season blow out another knee.
Yeah. The smart thing to do here is either take the tackle now or gain draft capital, because this is definitely going to be a spot where you could back up 5, 6, 7 picks, still get a very good tackle in that spot, and have more to get later.
Jamal says, if this is not Swell, then I'll be ecstatic. I agree with you, just selfishly being a Ravens fan. You don't want to see the Bengals get any better, but
you'll also, it's a lot of fun to watch good quarterback play.
I like Burrow,
don't want to
man.
see Burrow just injured every year.
Maybe I like Burrow because he hasn't ripped our heart out yet.
Yes.
I'm still getting over the whole Andy Dalton, the sitting out in the rain to whatever the fuck his name is. I can't even think of his name right now. The touchdown that took us out of the playoffs.
Tyler
Boyd, yeah.
Tyler Boyd,
that whole play.
they've all done it. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals.
The pick is in.
There it is with Burrow. Suffered.
They could have potentially traded back and gotten a guy like Rashawn Slater who could still plug and play in that situation.
Could. They have needs all along the offensive line. So if they don't want to go Sewell and they want to trade back, but again, in a very deep offensive line draft, gather more picks. Like I said, I'm using every draft pick if I'm the Bengals on my offensive line and hoping that I can form a damn good team
the defense.
for the next 4 or 5 years. Right, exactly.
Find somebody that can stop someone.
Right.
The problem with that is for the Ravens, they're looking for some of the same things.
Right.
For our
You've got, hold on a second, the Bengals are in the AFC North. They've got Myles Garrett, Jadeveon Clowney, TJ Watt, like some of the best elite pass rushers in the NFL coming after him. They need to stop him.
So you're saying they might go running back?
Yeah, somebody's got good
Did we hit the
pass protection.
Yeah.
It's already
I
there.
did.
I missed it.
They'll go with something that they really need but don't pick.
Who is the off-the-wall pick here for the Bengals? Do you think I know you said Jamar Chase, and I think that makes sense from just an offensive standpoint, right? And obviously Burrow played with Jamar Chase at LSU. But who's the off-the-wall pick that the Bengals may go with here?
I guess the off-the-wall pick would be one of the corners. If for me, between Horn and Surtain, if you want to go off the wall,
okay,
that's not like. I mean, it's not like it's not a need for them.
I think the other way they could go is because you said how many edge rushers we have in this division to try to get somebody like Kwity Paye out of Michigan.
That was going to be my
Don't say the name too loud. I'm trying to have him drop down the draft
I'm just
board.
saying that would be one of those weird off the wall, like, hey, everybody else has got one. We need one too.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going was Kwity Paye. I think, again, there's not that top elite pass rusher in this draft. But it is definitely a need for the Bengals, so I think that would make a lot of sense for the off-the-wall pick.
But we're talking about the Bengals.
We are.
And I think that what to Steve said my point, or I'm sorry, it was David said the Bengals should have traded back. That was my thought. Is you could trade back here, and I don't know that you're trading a whole lot or you're. I feel like you're gaining something to go ahead and drop back, and still you could drop back a few spots and still pick up Rashawn Slater. And still be in a good position over Sewell.
Yeah.
Like somebody else could take him, or Sewell could fall back. He very well. This offensive line could fall back in that situation.
So I don't know if you heard, but just to throw it out there, give a little something different. But I heard that Patrick Queen's going to change his number.
Well, I know he was asking Lamar for number 8 because that's what he had, but that wasn't happening.
That ain't happening.
That wasn't happening. So what would he be changing his number to?
I heard that he's going to change it.
Number
4.
8.0.
I just think
80?
it's
No,
kind of
it's
interesting
broken.
if they do go Sewell here, which I think is what it's going to be, how chalk this draft has been so far. Because
Except
every
the
year
49ers.
something it falls apart. So what
The
number are we going
49ers.
to start falling apart? No, well, the 49ers, we don't believe in their pick. But that pick was what all of the talking heads in media had been saying it was going to be for quite some time.
Your next few picks, obviously we got the Bengals. After that, you got Miami. You got Detroit. Carolina,
well, Detroit, if they don't trade out that
Denver.
pick, I don't know what's going to happen. So maybe that's where chalk falls apart.
Well, we talk about, again, them potentially going Jamar
Oh
Chase.
my God.
These guys are a little ahead of us, so you guys got to chill it the hell out.
Why are you guys cheating?
I didn't say nothing.
Fuck.
I didn't say nothing.
You clap,
All
bro.
right,
just clap.
with the 5th pick
They
in the
take
2022.
Jamar Chase.
All right, well, there you go.
Jamar Chase.
I don't want the fans to ruin it, yet alone the guy sitting right next to me. Jesus Christ.
Fred, this Joe Burrow should just say, "Hey, I'm not coming. Dude. I'm going to sit the year out."
I mean, the only way you can spin this is, again, this is a deep offensive line draft, but
Then you trade back.
yeah.
This is
This
such
is the
a
guy-
Bengal
This is
pick.
classic Bengals.
This is the guy
Exactly right.
This is the guy that
Classic
sat
Bengals.
out right last year.
Yeah.
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 But they said in his latest in the pro day that he had, they said he looked damn good.
Oh, he's definitely the top 3 wide receiver in this draft, and you could argue that he's the best wide receiver in this draft.
We can't show it, by the way.
And I guarantee you, Joe Burrow, gimp knee and everything, was probably standing on the desk like, bring this guy in. He was great for me at
Well, they
LSU
got
because
Randy
they played
They got
together.
Randy Moss's son now too.
Yeah.
Right.
I do want to say too, like, I know that we're not showing this, but if you are watching it, you're listening to us. I gotta say, like, the way that they have this set up, or these guys with their own like private areas,
living room.
personal
Cubicle.
living room
They
set
got
up.
a cubicle.
It's pretty damn cool. I got to give them credit the way that
Oh.
they've set this up. Oh, now he's dancing.
Little
He's
Enzo
dancing. He's
trot.
happy now. I don't know if you should be dancing about going to the Bengals, but
Well, you got Joe Burrows. They're buddies. And
so what does Jamar Chase bring? He's 6'1", 208 pounds. He
brings the connection with Joe Burrow. I mean, that's as simple as that. I think that's really what it comes down to. He already had the chemistry last year,
right?
Or the previous year, 2 years ago. So there's already something there. I'm sure these two have been working out.
So this is like what we're doing now. Lamar made the pick of Hollywood Brown, and Burrow made the pick of the wide receivers. We're just letting quarterbacks make the draft picks at this point.
Hopefully he doesn't wear his hair like that.
Ran
he's not going to be able to see the ball.
4.34 at his pro day. 4.34, not pro day. His
pro day, right?
Yeah, the pro day.
He ran it at the pro day, because they didn't do the combine. He's 99 on overall athleticism.
Athletics, he's off the charts, right? He is everything that you want in a top flight wide receiver, but Jesus, the Bengals have bigger needs.
Yeah, I get it. Maybe they think they can get some guys, to Ryan's point, later in the draft. You were talking about the Ravens taking a center towards the middle, or towards our 27 and 31. Everything we've been hearing previous has been guys like Humphreys and Dickerson, some of those centers that can help provide protection up the middle, give them comfortability there. Those guys are going in mid to late second rounds in a lot of projections. So I think that's one of the things that you got to look at is what's really going on here. What the hell are you doing, Fred?
The pick is in for the Miami Dolphins.
Miami actually figured things out quick, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
They don't mess around. They're like, I don't like my phone ringing this much.
They're getting a wide receiver, too.
They very well could be. Now, which way are they going? Are they going Jaylen Waddle, who's coming back off of the injury? Oh, he's definitely going Alabama. Are they going Waddle, or are they going the Heisman Trophy winner in DeVonta Smith?
DeVonta Smith.
Hey, the last time they took the best tackle in the league, they got like 50 first-round picks out of it by trading to Houston. So they can try to flip that again.
They're going to go with Smith because, the connection with Tua. You just had the connection with
Waddle had the connection too. They're both
I'm just saying that. But
the knock on DeVonta Smith has been his size. Again, weight-wise. He's 6'1", which is okay, but he's 175 pounds. Small, right? Yeah, that was kind of the same knock that they had on Hollywood Brown because of his size. I think he came in the NFL draft at like 168.
Tyreek Hill is small too.
He's not. He's thick though. He's small.
Everybody keeps trying to get a Tyreek Hill. So it's just what we keep falling for.
I think they're gonna go Smith, but I'm gonna give you an off-the-wall prediction. Justin Fields.
No.
Okay.
Their offense.
Get out of here. All right,
I said it's first of all, I said it was off the wall. I said it was off the wall. But there is a thought to it, right? They didn't fully believe in Tua last year. That's why Fitzpatrick played.
I will give you $20 right now. That's it. I guarantee it's not.
Now I kind of hope it is. I want to see $20 exchanged.
I said it's off the wall.
Now but
I'm saying it is Miami, and they didn't fully trust in him last year.
Nah.
Miami also has a needed offensive line. This could be why the pick came in so quickly, was because the Bengals fucked up the last pick and didn't take Sewell. It was like, fuck it, we're taking Sewell here. Then.
Yeah, it very well could be.
Yeah,
they were trading down, and they saw, wait, they didn't take him.
What?
Run this up. Take it. I don't know. Listen, they've got needs. They do have the need at wide receiver. They've got needs at edge rusher as well. Running back, I don't see any running backs going this high in the draft.
No.
They do have a need at linebacker, which, there's some decent linebackers in this draft, and I think one that comes to mind that might go this high, Micah Parsons out of Penn State, guy that sat out last year, super athletic guy, one of the best linebackers in the Big Ten. Think he would make sense. So if you want my off-the-wall pick, I think it's Micah Parsons here, but I think in reality it's probably going to end up being Sewell.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see them doing anything but offensive line or wide receiver here, personally. Yeah. I think most likely it's going to be a wide receiver. They have the Houston wide receiver coming in halfway through the year. Help me out here. Drawing a blank.
DeAndre Hopkins?
Do they have Fuller coming in? Did they sign him?
Fuller? Will Fuller? I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe I'm making that up in my head.
They did.
I thought they did. Okay.
I couldn't remember.
So they got Fuller coming in halfway through the year, so they definitely need some help there. They knew they needed help. So this guy will be available week 1. Could be wide receiver here again, one of the Alabama guys for the connection with Tua. And then you'll know whether Tua's your guy because you have stacked that offense.
I got a question. Are you going to ask me?
I was going to ask you a question. So if you're taking wide receiver here, are you leaning Waddle, who's coming off the injury, but is the better pro prospect as far as size and athleticism go, or are you going with the Heisman Trophy winner?
I'm leaning Waddle.
No.
I'm leaning Waddle. I would go with Waddle.
All right.
Here's the pick.
We'll find out here.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Dolphins select Jaylen Waddle
All right.
out of Alabama.
They pick Waddle over
Now,
the Heisman Trophy winner.
That's where I would go to because I don't like small wide receivers.
Now here becomes a question. Do they start shopping Parker?
So they could. I mean, Parker would be a great number 2 behind Waddle, but they could get some value, especially in this draft.
Wow, look at that suit.
By the way, Ryan, you don't like small wide receivers. He's shorter than DeVonta Smith. DeVonta Smith is 6'1". Jaylen Waddle's 5'10".
Oh, God, I don't like this one either.
Okay.
They can both keep it.
So Sewell drops again.
Yeah.
So now you've got Detroit on the clock.
There's Matt Jones.
Does Detroit go offensive line here?
Detroit needs to
provide
out
protection for the guy that they just got.
It's that wide receiver run though right here. I bet they go with DeVonta Smith. They don't have a wide receiver.
They don't have anyone. They need more picks.
What are you talking about? They got Jared Goff.
Hey, the pick,
they don't have anyone.
the pick's in. The pick's in.
The pick is in already?
Yeah.
I don't see that.
For who?
For the Dolphins.
Stop ruining it.
I'm not ruining it. I'm not
just
saying the
joking.
name.
I'm just joking.
I'm just
no,
saying.
So the Lions, like you said, I mean, they've got needs everywhere. It could be wide receiver. It could be the last of the top 3 elite wide receivers in DeVonta Smith. They've got the need at linebacker, which it could be Micah Parsons. They've got needed offensive line, too.
Every position. Pick the best of every position they needed.
It's the Detroit Lions. Like, that's just been their MO for the 38, 39 years that I've been alive.
It's a long time, Fred.
Shut up.
Only that long?
The only thing that they have going for them is they have to play on Thanksgiving. And that's the only thing.
I hope that changes.
Steven Severs said Lions taking QB.
I mean, at this
When
point,
is
why
Goff's
not?
contract up? Is this a 1 year? Rental?
Nobody's married to a quarterback right now. Aaron Rodgers is talking about moving. The whole NFL can move any quarterback at any time right now.
Right. I don't think if you're doing that, Steven, I don't know that Goff is like you're not sitting this guy behind Goff. I don't think that's the case. So if you're going Justin Fields here, I'd be highly surprised here. I'd see them more going a guy. I don't know. It's tough to say because, like you said, they really don't have a lot, right? But one of the first things they can do is provide protection. Matt Stafford didn't have necessarily the protection that he needed. So here we go.
Listen, have made a pick.
And I got a feeling this is going to be DeVonta Smith. They end up losing out on Kenny Golladay, goes to the Giants. They need a true number 1 wide receiver there. I know they've got needed offensive line, so I wouldn't be upset with them if they end up going with Sewell here. I think it makes a lot of sense, but DeVonta Smith makes sense too.
But Justin Fields going to end up with Cleveland because, Baker's doing that commercial. Like, Fields, we welcome you here.
Right.
David says, think the Lions go defense here. Could they go after a guy like Parsons in this situation?
Well, be the first defender off the board.
They need DBs. They need corners and safeties. They need a linebacker. Could Surtain go here?
No.
Could Kwity Paye jump up and be an edge rusher for them?
I think it's still too early. I still think it's too early. That's kind of the bold prediction with Kwity Paye. But
if Tua can't do something with these 3 wide receivers,
then we know what they're picking next year.
Unreal.
You never know.
So the Lions finished last in total and scoring defense in 2020. So that doesn't tell you where they need help. I don't know what does.
First defender off the board goes the Lions. Is that where we're going with this?
Like I said.
Jamal says they need everything. I go trenches.
Yeah. Like I said, I think Sewell makes sense here.
Our resident Penn State fan, Joe Carlos, just thinks they're going Penn State. Parsons is his pick.
I like Parsons a lot, and he gives you that leader.
So, all right, so let's put wagers on the line. Joe gave me a good idea. When will the first trade happen?
When will the first trade happen?
I say 15 through 20.
I think I'll go with top 10. I think it happens in the next 3 picks. And I think New Orleans pulls off something crazy to move up high.
Really?
I think New Orleans, because there was talks about them potentially moving up high in the draft. I think that happens.
And what do you think they're grabbing if they're moving up?
It just depends. Depends how this last couple picks here shake out.
All right, so you think that's going to be the first trade's going to be within the first 10?
Yeah, that'd
Drew,
be my
what do you
call.
think?
I think Philadelphia trades with somebody to take their pick.
They're already at 12.
No, I mean like they trade.
They trade back. Okay.
Sorry.
So you think it'll happen between 10 and 15, basically?
Yeah.
Right. So let's narrow it down. What do you think for when's the first
Oh,
trade?
that's right. The Lions don't need a wide receiver. They got Rashod Perryman. I forgot about that.
Totally fine.
Totally fine.
What do you think, Ryan? Where's the first trade happen?
Bryce says
The
swell
Panthers,
all day if
number
they're
8.
smart. 100% agree
So you
with
say top 10. Okay. James, what do you think? First trade. Where's it going to happen?
With the 15th pick with New England. They're going to trade
Okay.
back because Fields is going to be still just sitting there because no one's going to pick him up.
I don't know. I think
If
that's
Fields is still there at 15, they're not trading back. They're taking him. At
Panthers,
15.
Broncos could both use a quarterback, but somebody might trade with the Panthers to get ahead of the Broncos and take that quarterback.
Well, they are jumping for
They're fucking
fucking
happy.
joy
Whoa.
in Detroit.
That ain't
Something happened big for them. they
that
are
is
super
certainly
excited.
not Sewell. That is either the
Wow,
Heisman
they're-
Trophy winner
Holy
or a
crap.
quarterback.
They are hugging and kissing babies and all kinds of stuff.
I think you're right. It's either
That's Devontae or Fields. That was all that celebration.
has
is.
to be-
Pick his
yeah.
hand?
yeah, we already did that.
Yeah, we did. Okay. I
got
missed it.
They're celebrating over Patrick Surtain III.
If that is not one of those two players, that is the most overblown celebration I've ever seen. Of course, you clap every time and you're happy, but if that's not a quarterback or the Heisman Trophy winner, you just blew your load for no reason.
Yeah, I don't see what it is. I mean, unless you feel because they went golf, right? Because they have golf.
Oh.
If they think it's an offensive lineman and they think that that's the way that they're going to go, that's where I could see them saying, okay, this guy fell to us because Sewell was projected to be a top 5 pick, but I don't know that he's all right. So Lions pick is in.
And it's
Sewell.
Sewell.
There we go.
I
They
mean,
were way too
Sewell-
fucking hyped up for that, though.
Yeah, that Sewell's a great pick, but my God, you're jumping
Look how
for
big
joy.
he is.
You're hugging
Well,
people. You're kissing
it's
people.
probably because they had no expectation that he would fall
Yeah,
that way.
I don't
They had
think-
no
no,
expectation.
He was
Pizza Hut.
probably
He's getting a commercial for Pizza Hut.
Already sponsored, bro.
he
Definitely.
was probably priority number 1 on their draft board. Had no expectation of him falling as far as he did.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And they fell into
What
he fell into
the-
their lap.
They've had one
Fred, what you
fan
doing
on
up
stage
there,
for each
Fred?
team.
Fred, what are you
This is
doing
one
up
heck of a
there?
fan.
And by the way, did you guys see the fact that his chair is in fact on stage? The chair from Roger Goodell's basement is in fact on stage.
Yeah.
Next, so that's so he doesn't have to walk off stage
But-
and then on the mic.
But how long until he has the drunk guys from last year? 'Cause it was about halfway through that first round.
I don't think he's going to manage to be chugging
I think
whiskey
anybody
up there.
anybody that's up there is not allowed to drink. That would be my rule. You're not allowed to drink before your pick happens. That's as simple as that.
All right, so the Carolina Panthers are now on the clock. Panthers just traded away Teddy Bridgewater to the next pick, who's right behind them in the Denver Broncos. They acquired Sam Darnold a couple of weeks ago now, or a couple months ago at this point.
Yeah.
So how much faith do they have in Sam Darnold? Is Sam Darnold the quarterback of the future, or are they looking at potential quarterback here?
I mean, they've said before that they feel he is, he's the guy. He's had a bad string of situations happen. So I get it, like the COVID. He had mono, right, for a little while.
Right.
So he's had a bad string. I think they're not giving up on him yet. What I do think they do is they either do something on defense, which they could absolutely use, or they say, we're going to go all in on offense, and maybe, just maybe, they could wind up going DeVonta Smith if he's there.
I don't really think the Panthers have much of a need at wide receiver right now. So I don't see them going that way.
Yeah, DJ Moore. What else you need?
That's all right. That's all they get. I think they
Thanks
were
for proving my
hoping.
point.
I think they were really hoping a guy like Kyle Pitts would have fallen this far to them, just like most teams probably were.
They got Curtis Samuel. They got DJ Moore. They have their running back extraordinaire. Why can't I blank on his name?
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
The weapons, yes, every team needs more weapons, as we've said before, but they can find more help needed.
Yeah, I think this is the pick that we see the first defensive player
Plus,
come
they
off
had
the board.
Robbie Anderson. He looked good last year, too.
Yeah, Robbie Anderson looks good. That's what I'm saying. At wide receiver, I don't think that they have an immediate need, and I don't think DeVonta Smith is the right fit for what
Could this be a trade?
They're taking it all the way down to the end of the clock if it is. They only have 49 seconds left.
Potentially. I mean, it could end up being a trade, but I don't think so. I think they go defense here.
49.
They have a need at cornerback. They've got a need at safety, so DB is important for them. They've got a need at interior defensive line as well. So, I don't know. Drew, what are you feeling with the Panthers? Oh, you got food in your mouth.
They got the pick in.
He's been chewing for the past 4 picks. What are you talking about? This is crazy. I think I agree with you, Fred. I think I see them going defense here. I'm going to go Parsons. I think they could use some help on defense. He's a guy that could, he can at first, he'll have to learn the system and everything, but in a year or two, he's a guy that could be leading your defense. He's a guy you could build that defense around and really, let him make a statement at linebacker.
Right.
Hey, first off, who made this chicken dip?
My wife.
All right, well, then she made a great dip, and that's why I'm enjoying it for these last 4 picks. I put a lot on my plate, and I don't want to waste it. It is delicious.
Did you put half the thing? I just looked over. Did you put half of it on your plate?
Well, first off, she has the bigger Pyrex that has a whole lot more in it. So
the bigger Pyrex is an Old Bay.
Apparently, it's
version.
Spicier. By the way,
it is.
Okay. Anyway,
Also, the winner of the raffle tonight wins a thing of buffalo chicken dip.
There you go. That's right. Speaking of that, since we haven't said it in a little bit, for those of you guys that are interested, we have a draft day raffle. People have always asked us about donating. Well, we said you can donate, but we're going to give back. So $1 donation get you 1 entry. $5 get you 8 entries. You'll get your choice of a shirt or a hat at that point. Whatever team you choose. If you're a Buffalo fan, Buffalo Chuck, I'm talking to you, buddy. Or if you are some fan of some other team, make sure that you can do that. Streamlabs.com/Birdland BS is how you do it. We're excited to have you in.
Tracking the current odds, a $27 donation will give you a 50% chance of winning.
They should take Horn.
The pick is in for the Panthers.
They ruined it in the chat again.
Yeah, well, we're going to ignore that person because I'll tell you what.
No, hold on a second. Did they ruin it? Or is he asking a question?
We'll find out here shortly.
We'll find out. He's saying a certain individual. I don't see. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know. All right, I'm giving you one warning. Let's put it that way. I'll give you one warning.
Okay. It's fine. We don't know.
To Bryce, if you ruined it, don't ruin it again. That's one rule. That's an easy way to get yourself banned is if you are ruining it because we are streaming.
Nah,
so
Bryce has been
behind.
good, man. I don't think he was ruining it. We'll see.
All right.
He's just.
I like your name though, Bryce Leak. It's a good name. It's a solid name.
He's leaking out.
Sounds like a player name.
He's leaking.
I like it.
So I'm going to
Bryce
ask you,
says
Fred.
he called it before the pick, man.
All right, fair enough. I'll give it to you. We just make sure putting that out there. Don't nobody ruin picks, including the group here. Try not to.
We're already looking for jobs because we've ruined one pick. If anybody's out there hiring mediocre podcasters, let me know. I've been tailing off these guys' coattails for years.
So Fred, I'll ask now. Do we want to maybe after this pick is in? Do we want to open it up to the phone lines?
Yeah, we can open up the phone lines.
So we'll wait till the pick is in. Roger Goodell is getting it now on our end. So we will tell you in just a second.
It must be a fan that wants.
A fan from each team.
The fan from each team is sitting out there.
I wonder if they're sanitizing the chair.
I was wondering that.
With the 8th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, Panthers select Jaycee Horn.
Wow.
So you were ready to block somebody over nothing.
Way to go.
Called it.
Jaycee
I didn't know how far ahead he was. I didn't know.
Sorry, Bryce.
South Carolina DB. They've been some talks between Horn and Surtain as to who was the best.
The best one.
Well, so
he's been in a quick rise lately.
There was also Caleb Farley, the cornerback out of Virginia Tech, who was rated really high, but he's had a lot of injuries. He's had some back questions, but
Joe Horn's dead.
He is by far the best, I think, cornerback in this draft. Jaycee Horn, though, is the pick here. 6 foot, just under 6'1", 205 pounds.
They say he's chippy and competitive. This guy is, obviously Joe Horn's son, I think is what they were saying, right? So, I think that the thing here is that a lot of people were projecting him to be early in the 20s. Some projections here lately have had him moving up, but not very many. So, interesting pick that they're taking here. But the good thing is they're going defense, which is what we were predicting. We thought they'd go defense.
I said that they would go cornerback or DB or safety, but I thought it would be Surtain, not Jaycee Horn. But either way, I think he's a very good athlete. I think he's a very good corner.
So
good
this
for
is
them.
looking good for the Ravens.
So far, things are shaking down. Yeah, I like the way things are.
Everybody that we like is slowly, we might have a hard decision what we're going to pick.
Yeah. You still got 2 quarterbacks on the board that are projected to go before the Ravens pick.
Those 2 quarterbacks got to be going.
Right. Fields and Mac Jones, you got to see them go.
Got to see them go somewhere. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We talked about it. We're going to go ahead and open up the phone line here. Call us now. We're going to take phone calls. 443-900-9965 is how you get a hold of us. Fred will screen your call, and then we'll put you on air. So
not screening anything. He's going straight to live.
We're going straight to live, so don't be stupid. That's all I'm going to say.
Or be stupid, whatever. It'll be entertaining.
So call us, 443-900-9965. We'll keep you on for a minute, let you ask your question, give a retort, let you retort, and then we'll go from there. Going to make sure that phone line stays open for everybody to be able to call in.
Let us know. What do you think of the draft so far? Who's your favorite team? Who do you hope goes to your team? If you're a Ravens fan, we want to hear from you too. Anybody, give us a call. We appreciate it.
So Broncos have 5 minutes left here. We know they got Drew Lock. They weren't very happy with Drew Lock's production with their receivers they had last year. Just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. Obviously not the future, really, for them, I wouldn't believe. Are they on the clock for a quarterback at this point? We know that ever since Elway's gone there, he just keeps QB searching. Wants the next John Elway. So does he take just another shot in the dark at finding his next quarterback?
So Francisco says Fields or Parsons or Surtain here.
Because it's John Elway?
That's what I'm saying. John Elway's, I don't think they should go QB, but I think they will because it's John Elway.
And it'll be Mac Jones.
It'll be Mac Jones.
And
it'll be terrible.
Are we going to do another what the fuck shot?
They've also got needs at linebacker. They've also got needs at cornerback, like you said.
I'm not saying it's the right pick, but Mac Jones feels like an Elway pick.
God, I hope not for their sake. I really don't. You have 3 mediocre at best quarterbacks in that room, and then how do you pick? Just blindfold yourself and pick one? I mean,
someone gets COVID.
Yeah, weren't they the team with no quarterbacks this year?
They were.
They had the Georgia Tech guy playing.
He's going to double down and make sure that they
He's like, no, we need all the quarterbacks. We're not doing that
You two in this room, you two in this room. That's how it's going to work.
We need them all. He's going to make sure to get their vaccines.
All right, fellas, we got a call. Let's go.
Oh.
All right, man, you're live on the air. What's going on?
Hello?
Hello, you're live on the air.
Are you live?
Are you live on the air? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
There you go. What's going on, man? What's your name?
Hey, my name is Duke. I live out here in Owings Mills. Yeah, I'm a Ravens fan.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, man.
Cool.
Appreciate you tuning in, man. What you got for us tonight? How you like the draft so far, and how you think the thing is shaking out for the Ravens?
Oh, it's shaking out pretty good. I think our picks are still up there.
Yeah.
I do want to say the Jaylen Waddle kind of surprised me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with
that. I thought they were gonna go with offensive linemen, but hey, he's getting reunited with his boy Tua, so that's good.
Right.
But I was gonna ask y'all, what do you think about Tevin Jenkins? Either at 27 or 31.
Yeah, I don't know if you tuned in prior to the show, like prior to the draft. We talked a lot about Tevin Jenkins. We love him. That's a guy that I don't know if he's going to fall to the Ravens at 27. I think he might get picked up earlier, but I love him. I love his attitude. I love his grit.
Yep.
And it's a huge need now, obviously, losing Orlando Brown. I think he could be a plug-and-play guy day one where we don't even need to sign an outside veteran to fill the gap.
And that's something that's something that I've been saying, right? I think Tevin Jenkins is the way to go. I don't know that he's going to fall to 27, which is we heard rumors today of both the Ravens and the Browns looking to trade up in this draft into the early 20s, which the early 20s could be a spot that you could potentially, especially the way that this is shaking out so far, you could see a Tevin Jenkins fall a little bit, right? So we haven't seen the offensive linemen go as early as they would. So maybe we see that, and maybe they all go a little bit later. So I'm really curious to see what happens. I think if Tevin Jenkins is there at 20, you look at who's picking, and if neither of those teams you think are going offensive linemen, I think I'm going 22 is where I'm trading up to get Tevin Jenkins.
Just wonder what that costs.
Yeah. Hey, Duke, I got a question for you. Since you're a Ravens fan, is this the first time you're tuning into Birdland BS, or have you been watching before?
I've watched a few times before, and I really like it, like the way. But the setup tonight, I don't know what y'all are doing, but it's pretty nice, man.
I appreciate that, man.
I don't think it'll stick, but thank you, dude.
Yeah, 3 of us are failing pretty hard. We're going to go back to the back seat.
I appreciate not being all the way on the couch in the corner.
Yeah.
Drew's usually on the casting couch.
I'm usually cuddled up over there with
All right,
James.
well, Duke, I hate your name, but I loved your call, man.
Last thing before I let
my
you
last
go.
name's Jackson.
All right, there we go.
Love you more.
cousin.
That's awesome, man. Last question before you go. Do the Ravens stay in the first round with both of these picks? Do you think they make 2 picks, or do you think they trade out?
Well, once again, it depends on who's there. Honestly, I think we're going to take a wide receiver in the first round, to be honest. Oh, somebody's pick is in.
Yeah.
I think we're going to take a wide receiver in the first round. And if our guy's not there on the offensive line, I think we trade out, to be honest, and get our second pick back. Yeah.
Right.
Our second round pick.
I like it, man. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for making the call.
All right. Thank you, guys. Yep.
All right, have a go, man. See you, dude.
Yeah, you too.
Felt like a real radio station where that's call. I love it.
That's how we do it here. So, guys, we appreciate Duke. Appreciate you calling in, man.
Yeah.
If you guys want to call in, we'll do another time here and maybe another pick or two, and then open up the phone line again.
I am so excited for this quarterback pick right now.
Gotta be.
Elway is going to blow it again.
I'm going to say I think it's Parsons or Surtain. Those are my 2 guys. Parsons or Surtain.
Off the wall, I'm going to say DeVonta Smith.
DeVonta Smith?
I'm like 90%
They just
sure it's Mac Jones.
just got Jerry Jeudy last year.
They just showed a
They
picture.
They got the kid out of Penn State. Who was the receiver out of Penn State? Not Harmon.
I don't know. Ask this one or
Joe.
Joe.
Simon. I can't think of his name right now. They drafted 2 wide receivers last year. I don't see them going wide receiver here. That's why I said they got big holes on the defense. Like it's Parsons or it's Surtain.
Yeah, they shouldn't go
Hey,
with the
the
quarterback.
Notre-
I'm just
the-
hoping they do.
Hey, shout out to Bryce. He said, dude, y'all are better than most sports talk. LOL. I'm digging it. Love from VA to Maryland. Y'all,
man. Appreciate that, dude.
Hey, the
y'all
inside,
did not invent Old Bay.
With the 9th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain. There it is.
There it is.
All right, Elway, you're safe this time. We almost were looking for a new GM.
Hey, so New England's getting Justin Fields, right?
It's 100% looking like it's coming.
I hope he's like every other Ohio State quarterback.
Yeah, right.
Shit, doesn't do a damn thing in the
let that
NFL.
stick if that happens.
Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot to like about Surtain though here.
If the Giants don't pick him up for some reason.
I think the Giants take Parsons.
There's a lot to like about Surtain here for
Philadelphia's
the
a
Broncos,
wild
though.
card. You believe in Hurts?
Yeah.
I mean, you went and took him in the second round.
Yeah. But no, Denver, Fred, you were talking about Denver taking Surtain. They could definitely use some help on defense, especially in the secondary.
Yeah, and he's a true ball hawking type of cornerback. This is a playmaker. This is a guy that can be. He's not there yet, but he's got the pedigree. Obviously, his father played many years in the NFL, but he can be an elite style quarterback. He can be that true shutdown corner that they've lacked for years, really since Champ Bailey fell off.
Yeah, this guy was supposed to be the number 1 QB or cornerback taken as of a week ago. It's just, the Horn just kind of shot up the boards.
David says slow clap for Elway this time.
Slow clap. Right? You didn't blow it.
You didn't F it up this time.
So we've got Francisco chiming in. He says, who's the Cowboys drafting?
Oh,
the
man.
2 corners that you would have figured they would take are gone.
Yeah, Pitts is gone. The 2 corners are gone, so T's lost.
Jacob says, watch the Cowboys take a QB.
I think if the Cowboys are smart and they're not Jerry Jonesing it, Rashawn Slater.
But
Because they do need offensive line help again. It ain't the same old offensive line you've seen a few years ago. A couple of guys are gone. The other ones are hurt.
Full-on Jerry Jones would be to draft the Heisman winner when you have too many wide receivers sitting in that room.
Let's have 4 wide receivers. That'll make everything better.
So they could they not use some help in the secondary?
They could use help anywhere in the defense.
Everywhere but wide receiver, they can use help.
Out of Virginia Tech, Caleb Farley.
That's the guy I was talking about earlier. Like, he's definitely, in my opinion, if he didn't have the injuries and the back problems, he would be the best cornerback in this draft. But there's a lot of question marks right now, and you can't take a number 10 overall pick with that kind of red flag and with that kind of question marks, man. This is a pick you absolutely have to nail. I've always said this. First-round picks, at the bare minimum, need to be everyday starters. Top 10 picks need to be your perennial Pro Bowl type players. You cannot screw this up. You can't. And you just signed Dak Prescott to this mega deal. You knew you were going to do that, right?
Yeah.
The offensive line there in Dallas is not what it used to be.
So that's how they do that.
So maybe they need some offensive line help. I don't know.
You didn't know it's printed right there on spot?
I don't pay attention to that shit.
Fred, you were being called out.
For what?
David says, Fred, last chance for a trade in the top 10.
Oh, man.
You're going to take a shot if not.
I got it. I need a shot, so I'm good with that.
I'm stressing him out with the behind the scenes stuff, so that's why.
Jesus.
I think we need to break out the tequila.
Yeah. No. Too soon for tequila over this guy.
They're all talking about how miserable Mac Jones looked because he thought he was going 3rd overall and he's still chilling. Mac Jones going to end up being a day 2
He
pick.
looks like
That's
he'd
what's
just
gonna
go
happen
into
there.
a depression hole and just shove donuts down his face. Like
Fields
he's got that kind of body.
Well, you got
Fields is getting picked up tonight. Mac Jones probably.
You know Jones ain't going nowhere because you got Dallas, New York, Eagles, and Chargers all have
their quarterbacks are locked up.
He's going to be sitting for a while. Hopefully you have good
All
couches.
right, let's get predictions on the board. James, we'll start with you. Where does Dallas go here?
As much as the guys that they all want are gone, I think they do. They always pick the solid pick. Like as much crap that we give Jerry Jones, they always pick a solid guy. So they're going to pick the best available player.
Who is?
They got to go offensive line.
Okay.
Because they're corners that they want to.
Oh, trading with the rival.
Hey, who called me out for the shot? Somebody else is taking a shot.
No shot.
Yeah, whoever called out the shot.
Whoever called out the shot, you got to do a shot. You got to do a shot.
All right, so
David called
You
it.
traded with the Eagles?
So what are you taking?
They're traded back. They just switch.
So
no, they
switched,
switched,
But they traded within the division.
So what's
That's crazy.
Philadelphia taking?
That's what I'm saying. Like the Cowboys looked and said all their guys are
DeVonta
taken.
Smith.
It has to be.
DeVonta Smith here. 100%.
It has
Over
to
the
be.
Giants.
Because they were worried the Giants would take them. That's so fucking crazy that I didn't even realize that it was the 3 NFC East teams back to back to back.
Yeah.
That's just now.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's the
you're
thing.
all
Dallas
bad.
looked at it. And they looked at it and
That's
said,
gotta
hey,
be it, the
all our guys that we wanted were taken.
Right.
So trade back, get
And
some
still
value.
take the tackle.
Who's their quarterback right now? I'm just drawing a blank.
It's Hurts right now.
And Hurts
I
played
mean-
with Smith.
Are you thinking Trey?
It's got to be the
I
Fields winner.
thought you were thinking
Fields.
You don't need
Fields.
Who?
Trey Fields, right?
Who's Trey Fields? Then?
Who's Trey Fields? You're combining 2 days.
Sorry, I'm thinking Trey Lance.
So
Justin
they're
Fields.
either
Justin
replacing the
Fields.
quarterback or they're letting their quarterback make a pick, just like we've seen twice already.
Oh, man.
So
Do you need the
They're
trade
picking a
to
wide
get a
receiver.
quarterback though? Because Dallas and the Giants weren't taking a quarterback.
They're picking
That's
wide
why I think it's
receiver.
the
Dallas
Heisman
wasn't
winner.
taking a wide receiver.
You already
either.
know New
No,
England's
they
taking
weren't.
Fields. Let's all just calculate that shit now because
There
there's
it
no
is.
way.
They get the
So they
12th
move up
overall.
2 spots.
And get a 3rd round pick. I'm taking that all day
That's
long.
a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Good move, Jerry Jones.
Jerry
Smart
didn't
move.
blow it either.
He'll find a way
Elway
to
and
fuck
Jerry
that
with
up,
good
though.
moves.
That was a smart move for Jerry Jones.
They never blow it, dude. Like
He'll find
they
a way to
pick-
make that
they
the
pick
worst third
solid
pick ever.
picks. They pick some solid picks. Man.
I still think, though, the guy, so going back to the Cowboys, I think the guy the Cowboys were going to take there was Rashawn Slater, the offensive tackle out of Northwestern. I think they can drop back those 2 picks, pick up the 84th overall, and still get Slater. Because I think the Eagles here are either going DeVonta Smith, and they believe in goddamn
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts. I don't know why I can't come up with his name.
It's all been all night for all of us. It's fine.
Or they don't believe in Hurts,
No, they're picking.
And
wide
they're
receiver.
taking
and they're
it's-
taking Fields.
It's Devontae
But I
Smith.
think it's
They're
Devontae
picking a
Smith.
wide receiver. They knew they had,
It is
like
the-
you
it
said,
is
they
the
had to go
Eagles.
above. New York.
So did my call out take a shot yet?
No.
I don't know. I don't know. He didn't say. The Eagles. It is the Eagles.
Dallas traded out of the position, Joe. Pay attention.
I'm gonna say
There he is.
they'll go something weird, and they're.
Heisman Trophy winner.
I think they need somebody to protect Hurts.
He doesn't look very happy right now. So if they're not calling him, they haven't called him. They got a minute left to do it.
What's the?
I think
Oh.
So you think they went
they're
Slater
going
here?
offensive. I think they're going to go crazier than that. I think they're going to go. They're going to. It's the Eagles.
The Eagles were on the phone.
Christian Darrisaw.
Oh, Darrisaw.
That's
You're
what
gonna
I'm not
drop
saying.
I don't think. I think
the
Slater.
14th
I think
projected
Slater.
pick.
Oh, I
Over
agree.
Darrisaw.
It should be, but it's the Eagles.
I
It's
don't know.
the Eagles. Let's not forget this, guys.
Hey,
Let me say it
ready?
one more time. It's
Hey.
the Eagles.
Micah
Yeah.
Parsons.
By the way, you make
going defense.
you make this trade. You know what the pick is, so it blows my mind. They wait 4 more minutes to put it in.
They didn't need to trade up for Parsons. They had 2 more picks.
They could have been afraid of the Giants.
It's either a tackle because they thought Dallas was going to take it, or the wide receiver.
It's a wide receiver.
I don't know. They were on the phone, and DeVonta Smith was not on the phone. There's no other wide receiver that's going in the top 10.
Well, did they let this guy Nick Sirianni make the trade? Because he's a kook ball.
Oh God! Did you see his opening press conference?
He was talking about. He was bragging about playing rock paper scissors with prospects. The man child.
The pick is.
They've got the pick in.
All right, we'll let you know, Francisco, here in just a second. Waiting on it to come up. Eagles have a good line. Eagles have a decent line.
They have a decent line, but they could use some help.
Yeah,
they need to do some shots. Whoever
the line for the Eagles, wide receivers, cornerback, inside linebacker, QB, and safety is what's listed here on the ESPN draft.
As far as their needs,
yeah.
ESPN.
If they go Mo Rig here,
number 1.
If they go Mo Rig here, I'm going to be really upset.
I think it's Darrisaw because it's out of Virginia Tech. They've got somebody that can run down there and look.
Bracelet.
Carlozo says Parsons.
Did you see?
So my pick was going to be the Florida State cornerback Asante Samuel. That would have been my pick for both Dallas and them. But
Two corners
a little strange.
2 corners with NFL pedigree and their fathers going in the top 10. Maybe we'll see. Come on, Roger, get up there. The anticipation's killing me.
I know, right?
Roger's got old knees now. It's hard to get out of that chair.
I think he just walked onto the stage. Somebody walked on the stage. It looks like. So we'll see. We'll see if it goes. Oh my God,
we blew it with DK and Jefferson. Yeah, I mean,
all right, here comes
definitely
Roger.
big misses.
And they are sitting in his chair. He probably said, I'm selling this chair. We can just use it this year and we'll get rid of it afterwards. They'll sell that chair afterwards.
It'll be an auction item.
Yeah.
No, Dave Portnoy's going to buy it and just light on fire.
He probably would.
Well, they won't sell it to him. He already won an auction.
He won an auction and they didn't give it to him.
Wait, no, he's kind of casually going up there.
He's just conversing with the Eagles.
Duke is saying DeVonta Smith. I don't know if that's an announcement or what. All right.
Dallas Cowboys is traded. The Eagles take with the 10th overall pick in the draft. DeVonta Smith.
That's the only reason you would trade.
Heisman winner.
I told you, look, he got the phone call. He had that poker face.
He was just like, man, he wasn't very good quarterback in college, and now I got to play with him in the NFL. That's why he looks sad.
And they are cheering.
He thought about going to Maryland. I mean, he was sitting in Xfinity Center with locks.
His face is definitely not happy if somebody that got. But then he also probably didn't think he was going to fall to 10. He may have thought he was going to be coming in a little bit higher. You know, his buddy.
Hey, all those wide receivers got egos.
Quick reminder out there to the chat room again. Please do not chime in to ruin the picks for us. So if you saw that a couple seconds before we did, please hold off on that until we make the announcement. Just for those that actually physically can't.
There's about a 15-second delay from when we say it to when you hear it, and there's another probably 30-second delay on the stream that we got. So.
Listen, there's no doubt this guy is ridiculous. I mean, he caught for what? 250 receiving yards in the national championship game. Yeah, 250 receiving yards in the national championship game.
Play the whole game
in like the first half.
Because he didn't play it.
Right. It was absolutely ridiculous. The only thing that you can knock on him is, again, his size. But
you can. It's his weight, not his size.
That's what I mean. Yeah, his weight.
And for fuck's sake, I don't care if he weighs 170 right now. It doesn't mean he's not going to weigh 190 in July.
Here's the deal. You guys are saying that, but the guy that went before him on the same team was 5'10", 182. He's 6'1", 175. You put a little bit of weight on him, he's right there, and he's got a little bit of more height.
Yeah,
I don't know what his.
That's what I'm saying. He's 3 inches taller, which leans him out more, and he's thinner. So
and draft wise,
he's thinner by 7 pounds,
but he's 3 inches taller.
Yeah, so that's a lot.
That's a big
more
difference.
frail.
That's a big difference. So again, listen, I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying that's the only knock on him. The guy's a freak of nature as far as a wide receiver goes. I just don't know if Jalen Hurts is the right guy to be throwing him balls, but he played with him at Alabama a little bit. So
here's
New York trade. Oh, am I ruining their mind?
Here's my thing: is that we want New York to trade out of this spot. I didn't see it, but as a Ravens fan, the New York Giants are wanting everything we want. They're wanting edge. They're wanting all of the offensive line. So we want them out of that
We
spot.
can officially announce it. The Giants have traded with the Chicago Bears. We are waiting to find out
There's a quarterback going.
That's great. That's awesome for Ravens fans out there because that moves it back.
It's awesome, but where do they go?
They're getting a quarterback.
Did they? How far back do they go?
They're getting a quarterback.
Looking.
What they were. So let's find out. So
what's the details?
We're gonna find out, but it looks like Chicago. For right now, it looks like Chicago may have kept their first round 20th pick.
They did.
We will see if that stays. I don't know if anything gets updated here. We'll see what happens, but
it says Chicago's on the clock and it still got them at 20. So
that could just be the
it could be the delay. We'll have to find out if they wind up getting traded out or
no,
not.
I mean, if
could
you
have been next
see-
year's first.
I was gonna say if you see on a ticker now, it has the Giants in their spot.
Oh yeah, after Washington. So yeah, it looks like they did.
So they'll
they
still
did
be in
kind of
front of
trade
us.
that out.
They're picking a quarterback, Fred.
No, they very well could be.
Your boy, Fields.
Yeah.
Francisco says Fields or Mac Jones.
It's got to be that.
If I'm Chicago and I'm taking a quarterback, 100% I'm taking Justin Fields. Justin Fields should have been the second overall quarterback taken in this draft. I just can't believe he's dropped this far.
They can't do the same mistake again. They can't.
Oh, you mean take Mac Jones?
Yes. No, well, because if they took Mac Jones, it would be the exact same thing they did. They trade up to get Trubisky, and they left Deshaun Watson on the board. You can't do the exact same thing and leave the athletic running quarterback out there and pick this guy that just knows defenses.
We have a lot of hindsight now with that whole Deshaun Watson debacle.
I
know,
a lot of good years before you had to put him in jail.
Hey, I know.
Their GM's drafted 5 Pro Bowlers since 2015.
Fred, what do you think? Take quarterback?
6 years, one average, a little less than one a year.
Aren't you required to get one? Is this like baseball?
Yeah.
Every team gets one.
Fred, are you thinking quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Bengals have needs
There you
all
go.
over the board. I think it makes a lot of sense. What's that?
Oh, they had the whole trade listed. They got the second and 3 other picks, but I missed it because one.
They gave up. The Bears gave up their first round pick.
The Bears have been so desperate for a kicker for years. Somehow that wouldn't surprise me.
They gave up their 5th rounder for this year, and then the 1st and 3rd for next year.
Wow. Okay.
So in this year's draft, I mean, they keep their 2nd, 3rd round pick types, but so they didn't. I mean, you mortgage your future. When you trade up like that, you're giving away your 1st round pick next year anyway. It's kind of always a given.
All right.
1st and a 3rd next year. Don't be Mac Jones. For God's sake, don't be Mac Jones, Chicago.
Yeah.
PTI will be losing their brain.
I mean, at least it's got to be a quarterback.
You
don't. Yeah, they would. They're not
I'd much rather Fields go to Chicago than the Patriots. So this is great. This is great.
So who did they feel that they needed to trade up above to get him?
New England. Potentially Minnesota because they're always on a rental deal with Cousins.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't put it past Washington. If you told me 2 quarterbacks were there, will Washington pick? I mean, I know they got the great Ryan Fitzpatrick and all, but
this has got to be. It's got to be a quarterback. I mean, they definitely have needs at corner. They've got needs at wide receiver, and will have a need at wide receiver next year if they don't get a deal worked out with Allen Robinson. He's on a franchise tag this year. But unfortunately, there's no wide receiver.
He's walking up.
They could have got Bateman at 20.
Yeah, they could have stayed where they were at to get the next tier of wide receivers. So
they're definitely picking up a quarterback.
The offensive tackle is still available.
Mike says Bears are drafting Booger McFarland.
If that means we don't have to listen to him in any kind of role anymore.
That might be an upgrade over Mitch Trubisky.
Hey, Booger.
All right, Goodell walks up to the stand.
Oh, fist pump. First guy
Here we
with the mask
go.
on.
With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select. They're talking about COVID.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake, we know it exists.
Give me one night without it, for God's sake.
That's all I needed was one night.
Oh my
God.
Yeah,
it's going to be a minute. So
anticlimactic.
ESPN's got the 50-50 shot here with
Look.
Rashawn Slater being the best available and Justin Fields being the best fit. Those really are the only two-way because there's a huge tier break at offensive tackle.
Look, is that
He's the
they
last
talk
one
about
available.
COVID, or with every pick they talk about the tragedy in their life because that would happen last year.
Yeah,
I'm going
right.
to do something crazy and grab an offensive line.
I think the Slater is the only other thing that could make any sense. because of the
Darrisaw is
tier
up
break.
there too as far as offensive tackles. Darrisaw and Slater.
But if you want
aren't
Slater,
far
he's been
apart.
there, so.
Still
Still
talking.
talking
Oh my
about it.
God!
Golly.
Okay, so they're talking about an individual who did a draft-a-thon.
Why couldn't they have done this to one of my piss breaks? Would have been perfect.
Why
I wouldn't
couldn't they
have
be
missed
doing this when they're picking on the clock? The pick's in. Like,
All right.
So
here we
they're
go.
because
letting
he's
him
reading
draft.
the pick, that's why. So this guy's going to be the one to read the pick.
Oh, CEO! I wonder how much money he paid.
All right, here we go. Try this again. With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
There he
it
goes.
is.
He's not a Patriot, everyone.
Thank
He's
God.
not a Patriot.
Thank you, Chicago.
Kept him out of the AFC altogether.
I'll
They
give
still
Chicago
sucks.
a slow clap for getting one right.
Yeah, they saw right through that epilepsy shit that Bill Belichick was putting out there. They saw right through it.
Still sucks.
Good for Chicago. They finally got their guy. They finally got a quarterback.
We'll find out. He is still an Ohio State
He's an
quarterback.
Ohio State quarterback.
For
I
a
don't
long
believe in
time
him.
since that worked.
I don't know.
Don't believe in him.
I believe in this kid.
All right, so to fill a little bit
Yeah.
fill a little bit
that guy
air
went
here.
to the bathroom.
Dallas is
back on the clock.
Dallas is back on the clock. The Chargers are behind them and followed by Minnesota. But we're going to go ahead and open up the phone line. 443-900-9965. If you guys want to call in, Fred's going to put you on air, and we will talk whatever you want to talk about. You got a team that's not the Ravens, we'll still talk it. We are Ravens fans here at Birdland BS. Make sure you're liking, follow, subscribe, share, and give us a call at 443-900-9965.
So if the Cowboys wanted an offensive tackle here, which we were kind of both leaning, or if they wanted a cornerback that we had thought about,
We got a
none
call.
of them have came off the board.
We got a
We got a
call.
call, fellas.
All right.
All right, you're on the air, man. Who am I talking to? Can you hear me?
Call waiting.
You have one more hold.
Can you hear us?
Hey, you're on the air. Can you hear me?
Hey, this is David.
David, what's going on, man?
What's
How are
going
you?
I'm not going to say anything about Dallas. They made me take a shot last time. So.
Hey, man, you're a man of your word, though. At least you called in to face it. I love it. I appreciate it, man. So, who are you a fan of?
I'm a Ravens fan. I'm here in Virginia, but I'm a big Ravens fan.
Okay, nice.
Damn straight.
The Redskins always gave me too many tears.
Is this your first time looking at Birdland BS, or you've been watching us before?
I've been watching you guys for a couple of years now. Haven't been able to tune in as much lately, but glad to see you on draft night.
Oh, man,
Hell yeah,
we
man.
appreciate the support for sure.
Make sure, man, when we're going live, chat in that chat room, man. We'll make sure that
He was.
we get you. I'm saying, like, on
I'm
the regular
only
shows,
one
too.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: are you happy with kind of how this draft is shaking out as a Ravens fan? Are the players that you're hoping to get falling your way?
Honestly, I'm really excited about getting something in the O-line. I know it's not something that most people would be super excited about, but I want a good O-line for Lamar.
Who's your guy?
You know, I haven't paid attention to the prospects, but you know, anybody who we would want to keep for those 2 picks, instead of trading down, it would be worth it.
All right. Now, what's the bigger need on the offensive line for you? Is it tackle now with Orlando Brown being gone, or is it center with all the snapping issues that we've had?
You know, I think it's a center. You know, the O-line guys, the tackle guys are. We have some depth there. They're not known to us yet as much, but there's some depth there. Center, we know.
Right.
Lots of snafus, lots of misses, lots of things where Lamar had to run, even though it was probably going to be a pass option.
Right. No, I agree with that. That's having snap issues is an absolute fundamental of the game that I know we take for granted because it's never usually something that you see as an issue, and it was a glaring issue multiple times. Oh, the pick is in.
The Cowboys.
For the Cowboys. We got it. We'll talk about that here in a second as Goodell takes his good old time.
Yeah.
But
Jerry's happy.
What do you think the Ravens do? Do you think the Ravens stay in the first round with both of their first-round picks, or do you think they trade back and get more picks?
It really depends on how the board falls. It's looking like if there's a lot more O-lines that are falling down, they're probably going to trade back.
Okay. All right. I like it. Scott, you got anything?
All right. Yeah, no, so I guess one of the things that I've said is, the Tevin Jenkins move. Do you think it's worth the Ravens moving up for a guy like Tevin Jenkins, who you can probably get early in the 20s, maybe give, trade off and give up a fourth or a fifth round type pick in order to do that? Do you think that makes sense?
If you're not familiar with Tevin Jenkins, so Tevin Jenkins is a right tackle for Oklahoma State. In my opinion, he's probably the best pure right tackle in this draft. And obviously with the whole of Orlando Brown now, would you like to see them be aggressive if they get down to a spot where they feel comfortable moving up and getting a guy like that?
I think as I said, center's probably a bigger need.
Yeah.
But if they see that that's worth, if he's NFL ready, definitely would be a good choice for us.
I like it, man. Well, I appreciate you giving us a call. Hopefully you stay through the live. We'll be on here until the end of the first round. And we're going to break in this entire draft down Tuesday night, man. We'd love to see you in the chat room.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
All right, man. Appreciate the call. Take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
All right, awesome. So it seems like all the Raven fans so far are all feeling the same thing. They'll all be happy if we made some offensive line improvements. So I'm surprised.
Yeah. Here comes the pick for the Cowboys with some person in random.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what they're wearing.
I don't know. Just make the pick, Raj. Jesus, fuck! I'm tired of these people getting to be able to make the pick. Just make the pick.
That's a Colorado Cowboy.
All right, here we go.
30-second picks
with the 12th pick. Oh no! Now we're talking about mental health.
Oh, here we go. It's fucking.
I'll give them credit. They do use this platform to talk about some issues like this.
I'm fine with it.
Yes.
It's almost 10 o'clock though.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's this is strategic. Dak Prescott talked out about mental health, and here you have them bring someone on who is, I don't know what her story is. I'm sure they're gonna, so she was depression returning from Iraq, so she's a former veteran dealing with depression and mental health. So obviously, this is very big tie-in. She's definitely emotional on here, so now she's gonna make the pick.
It's awesome
for the Cowboys. It is awesome to see when they do this type of stuff for fans.
Oh,
she says, "How about them Cowboys?"
I love it. I love the energy. That's awesome. All right, try this again with the 12th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Cowboys select Micah Parsons, linebacker, Penn State. There he goes.
Joe's excited.
Joe is excited. Parsons excited.
Changes blue and white for blue and white.
Yeah. Doesn't have to change his wardrobe much.
No. All about color coordinating.
Yeah.
Like I said, this guy ended up sitting out all last year. Would have been, even if he played, he would have been the top linebacker taken in this draft. This makes a lot of sense for the Cowboys. Linebacker was a big need for them. I think cornerback was a big need too, but obviously two of the biggest names are already off the board. So this is a good pick, I think, for the Cowboys. I think Jerry Jones, two smart picks here.
Think about this, right? For the
smart decisions.
For the Cowboys defense, you're now putting the top linebacker in this draft opposite of Leighton Vander Esch.
Yeah.
Who is a good linebacker on his own.
Right.
Now you're putting somebody to complement him. If they can start maybe picking up some guys in the second, third, fourth round for their secondary and increase this defense and fill those holes in that secondary, it's going to be interesting to see what the Cowboys can do.
Yeah.
Well, they put that because Sean Lee recently retired too.
Right.
Someone comment on there.
Well, one of the things that we remember as Raven fans that made Ray Lewis so successful in his career here, and one of the things that he was highly touted for coming out of the draft was his speed, his sideline-to-sideline coverage. That's what this guy brings. This guy brings that sideline-to-sideline type linebacker coverage, speed. He's good. He's a great tackler. He's good in coverage. 6'3", 246 pounds, so he's got the size. I like this pick a lot for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think, like we said, it definitely makes sense here for them to go and help out the defense. And look, they picked
Francisco says he's slow. No, he's not. You didn't watch him that enough.
No,
this dude's quick.
He's one of the in the FBS. He was one of the top rated defensive players in all of the FBS ratings, right? So this guy is good. He is sideline to sideline. He can read the quarterback fairly well. Look, this is a guy that can make a big difference. Again, Leighton Vander Esch being opposite of him, it's a big deal at this point. So I'm curious to see what they do for the rest of the draft. But this really kind of makes sense. And look, they traded back two spots really,
right?
To pick up a guy and picked up a third round pick. To your point, yeah, but to pick up a guy that's going to make an impact on their defense day one.
I think it was a pretty ballsy trade too, because we were all sitting there going, well, there's 2 tackles listed, so they're fine. There's 2 cornerbacks listed, but this was the number 1 rated defensive player. Like, no one had came off the defensive board.
Francisco, I don't know if you were watching those highlight tapes of him, but everything there showed his speed and his quickness. Like, it's ridiculous.
Joe Carlozo, our resident Penn State expert, says he is not slow.
No, he's not.
Is Penn State known for defense, David?
Linebacker,
yeah.
I mean, they produced him for years.
Yesterday I saw that there was a chance that he'd be sliding because of character issues.
Yeah.
But I never really saw like an outstanding like reason why he has character issues. But if he has character issues, isn't that just what Dallas always does, though? Like, you know what I mean?
That has never shied him away from making these picks.
There's a lot of people who think he's the best all-around defensive talent in the game.
Look at this.
Regardless of position. But if he has legit, like, off-the-field issues that he's not corrected, I mean, that's the place that takes him.
He just about took out Roger Goodell.
And see, there you go, off the field, I'm telling you.
Poor Mac Jones looks so sad.
Moving down to number 13. You got the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock right now.
Don't need a quarterback.
They don't need a quarterback, but they do need some protection. They do need some help keeping Herbert up, right? There are a couple of good offensive linemen still on the board that we've been talking about. Darrisaw, Slater, more of an interior guy, but you got Vera Tucker out of USC as well. So they've got some options there as far as offensive line goes.
Could you add additional defensive help here?
You could.
Could you add could this be? You're gonna hate me for saying this, but could this be a Kwity Paye? Right? Could Kwity? I know this may, but Kwity Paye was projected around 10 to 13. This puts him right in that category, right? And this is where I think you could put him on that defense.
I hope not.
Like they got offensive tackle. This is the number 1 need, and Rashawn Slater's been sliding for a while. I feel like it fits too well.
Yeah. I agree with that.
On the picks in, so.
What's your guys' take on good?
No, it's not there.
So what's your guys' take on Herbert? Were you impressed? Do you think he's the real deal? Like, do you think or it was just a flash in the pan type thing?
No, I think Herbert's definitely the real deal, and I think that honestly they have wide receiver way down on their needs list, but I think wide receiver needs to be addressed for them in the second round, third round. I don't know that they have. I mean, obviously you have Keenan Allen. He's great. But then past that, everybody else is just contributors. There's nobody. There's no
Mike Williams
direct option.
He had the tight end.
He's good, but he's good at one thing: runs down, jumps real high, and then gets hurt falling down from that jumper high.
Who's the tight end?
I was going to say who's their tight end?
They got that.
Hunter Henry.
He went to New England, right?
Yeah.
He went to New England. They
That's
don't have a tight end.
Steven
Anderson.
Never heard of him.
Steven Anderson is their
So
only
they need Pat Frymuth in the second round.
Fryermuth.
I think they take the guard from USC.
Back-to-back Penn Staters?
No, in the second round, I said.
For sure.
Pat Frymuth is not cracking this top 15 here.
I think the smart move for them would be offensive line. To Scott's point, I think edge is a need for them, but again, I still think I don't see any edge rushers worth a top 15 pick in this draft. Beyond 15, Kwity Paye could very easily go. I just don't know if picking at 13, there's other things, other positions I think would be a better fit for them.
To put Kwity Paye opposite Joey Bosa?
Yeah, I mean, it's a sick tandem, but again, I think that's not as much of a necessity.
With the Browns tandem then.
Yeah, that tandem they got there is
Yeah,
nasty.
it doesn't matter at all.
But Jadeveon Clowney's got to stay on the field.
He ain't staying on the field.
Or show up at all.
Yeah, right. So I don't know. Let's get some predictions on the board then. James, what do you think the Chargers do here? You think they go offensive
Jared
tackle?
Cook, by the way. That's the other tight end.
I would go offensive lineman.
Go
just to
offensive
protect
lineman?
Hubert. He had to run a little bit. He got sacked a couple times. I think they're fine at wide receiver for one more year.
Right.
I got the guard from USC.
Vera Tucker?
Yeah.
I don't think that'd be a bad pick. Makes a lot of sense. Scott, what do you got?
I'm going to go Kwity Paye.
Really? Okay. All right. Ryan?
I was trying to dodge it. I got a cornerback. I'm not sure if they're going to go with Caleb Farley with the medical issues or not, but this could be where he would show up. But I think cornerback is where they head.
Corner. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go offensive tackle, and I'm going to go Slater. I can't believe he's still on the board here at 13. I like Vera Tucker, too. I think that's a good fit, too. So if they go Vera Tucker or Slater, I think it's a smart pick for them. But I believe, I don't know how you felt about Justin Herbert. I didn't have very high expectations for him, honestly, coming out of Oregon. Like, I don't know. He didn't come off to me as the complete quarterback, but man, he really shined in his rookie year.
You know, it's funny because he was not talked about. And even when they made the pick, you had the eyebrow like, I don't know about that. And he balled out. I mean, it's not a fluke that you set the rookie touchdown record.
Jamal says this is definitely Slater. Steven Severs, friend of the show, says, what's the phone number? Again, that's 443-900-9965, Steven. We're looking for you. Steven actually inadvertently pocket Facebook dialed us at the end.
It was great.
He saw the after hours.
The first fan
hilarious.
to witness the after hours in the parking lot after the show.
When it is already a 2.5-hour podcast turns into a 3.5-hour night with the after hours parking lot ventures.
David says time for a first-round kicker, by the way.
It's 10 o'clock. Jesus.
Yeah, so I said it's going to be midnight.
We're not going to be done till midnight.
You must be in a fantasy league with James if you're getting first-round kickers.
Oh, that's great. All right.
Oh, my God. So they're taking forever with this damn pick to get it in. All these damn commercial breaks.
I'm trying to think, who is Los Angeles' running back right now? Is it Eckler?
Eckler. Eckler's the guy. Oh, fuck. Why am I drawing a blank?
Hold on. I'll tell you in just a second. Running back, it's Eckler and... Oh, crap. It just had it right there. Shit.
Well, they got the Josh Kelly and Josh Kelly's the backup, but he's not really shown out yet.
They got Eckler, Kelly, Justin Jackson.
Justin Jackson's the other guy.
They were both terrible without Eckler there.
All right.
Off the wall pick, Najee Harris.
Ooh,
that would be nasty.
Off the wall. We'll see.
13th
Their pick with the 13th
Chargers
pick.
get.
Chargers select. There it is. Rashod Slater.
Yeah.
So
Good
smart
solid
pick. Yeah, very solid
Not
pick.
great for the Ravens, but good solid pick.
Well, there's no way Slater was sliding.
Just keeping all his other tackles off.
I was surprised he slid this far. Listen, when you're 6'4", 304 pounds, and you're running a 4.88 40 as an offensive lineman,
you're getting attention.
You're gifted.
Yeah.
You are an athlete. This smart pick. I think this helps secure Herbert's safety.
You got the right suit, too.
That is a big dude.
It goes along with Brian Balaga, by the way.
It's the first one that looks taller than the cubicles.
Oh, man. Yeah, so did Steve call in? Steve asks what the phone number is and doesn't call in.
That's all right. We'll get him a call.
It's all right. Again, 443-900-9965 is how you call in. One of the things that I think we got to kind of talk about is as we start getting closer, right? Where and who do you see us potentially trading up for, right? I brought up Tevin Jenkins. Is there anybody that is still on the board that is worth any of you thinking we trade up in the top 15?
Nope.
Top 15? No.
Top 20.
Top 20 is where I'm talking bottom of that top 20. I'm looking like 20th.
19,
would
20.
be where I'd start considering potentially trading up.
For who?
Kwity Paye.
I wouldn't trade up for Kwity Paye. I like Kwity Paye if he's there.
I'm just saying he's the only one that I could
see. For me, I as much as I want an offensive lineman, I'm looking at Tevin Jenkins. I think that to secure that right tackle spot, and if you can keep 31 overall, and then either get Kwity Paye at 31, hopefully maybe, or get your center there. Now you've completely revamped your offensive line and locked up those two positions for the next 5 years. It's a big get because they're both first rounders.
Yeah.
Standing pat. I want those 2 picks. I want to stay right there where it's at.
Okay.
No reason to lose any more draft capital.
I don't want them to. I'm just saying that would be the only spot that I would consider it, especially if you start seeing a run here on tackles.
So, obviously, next up is the Minnesota Vikings, followed by the New England Patriots, and then the Arizona Cardinals.
Hey.
So,
sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say your boy Joe Carlos said you hung up on him.
So he must have been the earlier.
No, nobody was on the line.
Let's
Call
try
in,
that
Joe.
again. 443-900-9965. There you go.
Call in.
In case you can't get 900. Fred has a 900 number for the show. That's right. That's why we have
call at 2
Drew,
o'clock in the morning and you'll get a really good call.
That's why you're on the casting couch.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason why Joe Carlozo isn't on the casting couch.
He took your place for a week.
Yeah, well, I was in Florida. A little bit different.
Oh, man. Flock Nation, let's go, says AJ. Appreciate it, buddy. Brian says he thinks the Vikings traded.
Okay.
We'll see what happens there. Brian, I hope you're not ruining it. He said he would trade up for Jenkins. He was referencing that he thinks he would trade up for Jenkins, like we were saying.
Yeah,
so.
I honestly,
Jets,
that's the only player
Jets
I would
traded
consider.
that Seattle pick to move up.
Okay, so the Jets are going up. All right.
All right, who they got?
So the Jets
get their quarterback. Are they getting a piece offensive line here to protect their quarterback?
They're getting
all the wide receivers are gone.
Mac Jones, they're starting the 2 quarterback set.
Or are they trading up for a defensive guy? Are they going after that quitty pay?
They have a running back need here too. Is they just trade up to get Najee Harris?
Maybe.
I mean, they traded back. They're the 23rd pick. So they traded back 9 spots.
So whatever they're doing, they traded up to get right in front of their division rival in the Patriots. So I think they traded up here because they were afraid whoever the Patriots were going to take was their guy.
So they're going to take Mac Jones too. They're just going to make sure all the quarterbacks are off the board.
Told you, yeah.
Not a bad draft strategy.
You just stay with Cam Newton and his 2 thrown touchdowns a year.
So, question: do we all agree Cam Newton was running for his life a little bit last year?
I don't think Cam has it anymore.
Nope. Okay, but was he being pressured? Is that offense? Could that offensive line use
that offense
help?
was bad. That's why Brady left. There's no weapons. There's not much of an offensive line. That offense has fallen apart.
So what are the Jets' needs here?
Talking about him learning a new system too in a COVID shortened season, as far as his preseason work and all of that. So the chips were against Cam Newton having success in that offense to begin with.
Their needs are listed as running back, cornerback, offensive guard, and D end. I don't see them doing this for an offensive guard right here. I think there's plenty of people that could fill that spot.
That's why I said I think this might be, to Scott's point, an offensive lineman, because the offensive linemen are starting to come off the board here. And if they are afraid that maybe they want more protection in New England, that they jump in front of them to take that.
Are you afraid that they're going to get more protection, or are you afraid of what Vegas is going to?
You saw how small their quarterback is they just drafted, right? They need somebody to keep him upright.
I mean,
he's like the Fisher-Price version of a quarterback. Tiny.
Could this be Darrisaw?
Maybe. Could be Darrisaw. Could be Elijah Tucker.
Yeah, I can't see him going too much longer. He's the top guard.
Right.
6'5", 308 out of USC.
Who they wanted was there, so they
Pick
took
us
him.
in.
We'll see what happens.
What are you guys saying out there in the chat room, which I can't see right now?
My fault. I had to update.
Thanks a lot.
Shut up.
I'm out.
Cam was done 3 years ago, yeah. Jets trade up to get a wide receiver to keep Pats off the board. I mean, maybe. Listen, the next tier of wide receivers are going to be Elijah Moore out of Ole Miss, Rashod Bateman out of Minnesota. 13 seems to be a little early for those, at least based on everybody's mock drafts, because mock drafts are always 100% accurate.
Super accurate. Especially ours.
Yeah.
Stone Forsythe is already a lock to be a Raven. We've
100%.
What were the needs for the Jets again?
Jets running back, cornerback, offensive guard, and D end. Don't say it. We're not saying it.
If you're the Jets, just don't overthink this. Again, get
You
your
already
guys.
did. You traded up.
Get your guys some protection. You need if you're going to invest a number 2 overall pick, well, you got to keep him upright. I I think it just makes too much sense for them to go line here.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Darrisaw. I mean, they don't need Kwity Paye, and you wouldn't trade up for Kwity Paye unless you actually felt like you needed him.
If it's directly about the Patriots, the first thing that overlaps between the Patriots and the Jets' needs is cornerback. That's the first thing they have listed between the two of them.
So, Samuel maybe?
I think Greg Newsome's better than Asante Samuel.
Yeah, I like Newsome.
I think Newsome's the next best corner
Yeah,
right now.
so, but I understand where you're coming from, but you're talking Florida State versus Northwestern.
Florida State was pretty sweet last year.
They were, but I guess I'm just looking at what Florida State's in the SEC, right?
Yeah,
SEC
it cost them adding the 4th round pick to it.
So yeah,
Jamal says they're going Tucker.
Set 2/3.
There's so many holes in New England offense. The draft won't help, but so much. Steven's asking for the phone number again. Here we go.
Elijah Vera Tucker is probably the best fit.
443-900-9965. Steven, give us a call.
Yeah, where was he? We said it before. Said it like 4 times.
Off.
He's at an Orioles game right now. So
he was at an Orioles game last time, which he got a ball.
Yeah, he did.
The ball called us.
So the Jets finished last in total scoring last year.
It is.
Is this Steven? We got Steven here.
Hey, man, you're on the air. Who's this? Hello? Hold on a second. One more time. Now you're on the air. Who's this?
This is Steven Severs.
Steven!
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, man? How are you?
Fuck you.
That was it?
That was it. Wow.
He clicked off on that. Why is he mad at us?
I have no idea.
Maybe that wasn't.
Or a fake Steven Severs?
That might have been a fake Steven Severs.
Yeah, whatever.
Either way. Steven called us last week.
Hey, whoever that was, eat a dick. How about that?
What the fuck
just bag of dicks.
So the Jets selection is in.
What the fuck?
If you're gonna call up and tell us fuck you, you should at least like keep talking.
They select Vera Tucker.
There it is.
There you go. Top guard off the board. Patriots on the
Whoever
clock.
just tried calling in, try again.
Patriots on the clock, and the only quarterback available is Mac Jones. So please go ahead. I'd like to see you try to make this guy the next Tom Brady.
This is smart. So far, in my opinion, the Jets have done well. I mean, listen. I don't know if I believe completely in the quarterback they took just because of his size, but you can't question the athleticism. You can't question his arm. They get at some protection and getting the best guard in this draft. It's
and
smart.
they have the second pick of the second round.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a great pick for them.
Yeah. I don't know who called it. Everybody thinks it was Steven that called in at this point.
I don't know. Did we say something about Steven or whatever? He asked for the phone number.
I don't think so. As much as he tunes into the show, I don't think that was him.
I don't know.
It could have been if you were messing with us. Sorry, Steven.
And Steven, if it was you, yeah, consider yourself like that was a little bit called.
Whatever.
All right. Anyway.
You'll be all right, Drew.
Oh, I'll be all right. Your show.
So, all right. So next on the board is the Patriots.
Well, Steven, what the fuck? What was that all about?
He said he called. I called. I know that there was one that just came through as we were doing the pick.
Did it?
So I don't know. Maybe Steven needs to try again because it didn't go through because the pick.
All right, I'll put it up there one more time. Try it again.
Please do not cuss us out again.
If that was you, yeah. Oh my goodness!
And the New England pick is in. That was quick.
Well, New England obviously didn't waste any time, so they knew who they were getting.
Rings.
He said 818 number nobody picked up. I think that might have been during the.
Try it again, Steven. We'll get you on. Nope, that's a 443 number, 434 number, which I'm pretty sure was the dick guy. So I'm gonna go ahead and decline that one.
Check your history; you can find out.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Same number. Yep.
Same
All
number.
right. Don't know who you are.
Charlottesville, Virginia.
Steven, some guy keeps trying to make your name not look so good.
It's not the same number as David, was it?
No.
I'll call again.
All right.
All right, Steven.
Oh man, Steven just.
I should have just answered the phone and told him to go fuck himself. Jesus Christ.
Well, now we know the number. He can call back again.
Nick Short says Mac Jones even looks like Tom Brady. That might be all they have in common, but I mean, I'm willing to watch it happen.
They'd be more likely.
So what are we thinking here?
Did we hit the New England pick?
Yeah, you already
Right.
did. Here we go. We got it.
They just don't catch up because it's fucking. They got cute.
All right, Steven, you there?
Yes.
There it is.
That's more like it.
There's the Steven we know and love. Somebody's trying to throw slander on your name, man. Somebody's trying to throw slander at you.
There we go.
Hey, haters want to hate. It's okay.
They even might know you because they kind of faked your accent kind of okay.
Oh, hang on one second. Live here, we're going to go with the Patriots pick. So the Patriots pick.
We got to talk for a while.
Oh, another. All right. So, all right, Steven, how things shaking out right now for you as far as being a Ravens fan? Are you happy with things the way they're falling right now?
Well, I mean, Bateman, Marshall Jr. is still available.
Right.
I would like it if a tackle fell to us. I don't know if that's going to happen or not.
Right.
So, we'll
yeah.
see. I mean, I hope they. I mean, some mocks have them taking the safety. I mean, yeah, I understand why, but I'd rather go on offense. You know.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I can see a red burger. Yeah.
I think offensive line, if you've got the choice of having it being Jenkins or a safety like Morig, I'm going Jenkins 100% of the time.
All right, here comes the pick here from the Patriots.
All right.
Alabama QB.
Let's see.
Let's see. Oh, Christ. The 6-time world champion Patriots select.
Yeah, we don't give a shit. That hair's fake.
Circle jerk.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. There it is.
He was already walking. He knew.
So listen, the last time the
show you
Patriots drafted a quarterback that had a bad body, worked out pretty fucking good for him. Right? Mac Jones.
Hey, they drafted Jimmy Garoppolo.
Matt Jones looks like a math teacher. I don't know. Listen, he went to Alabama. He did very well this past year. I think he could be good, and he's going to a good system. He's got a good mentor there.
He had 5 first-round wide receivers playing with him. I could have played quarterback.
I know.
Well, hey, I mean, they brought in 2 top tight ends.
Right.
Yeah, with that defense, though, he doesn't need to do much. That's the scary part.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Cam Newton didn't need to do a whole lot either, and he kept them in a lot of games. Just couldn't pull it off. So
I'll have to call Mike Loxley and see how he feels about him.
So you're more on the cautious side as we are too, as far as drafting offensive linemen, drafting more to need than they are drafting best player available.
Yeah, I understand the whole best player, but we got to go on while Lamar's still on his rookie deal. That's the way I look at it. I mean, I'll be happy whoever they take. I can understand if he's an edge or even a safety, but I don't know. It's no more excuses for Lamar. Unless we trade for Julio Jones, then there's a rumor that might be a 2nd and 5th in next year's draft pick to get him. But then how do you get him under the cap? I don't know.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to restructure some deals and finagle some numbers around to make it work. But we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of things that could still happen, right? Obviously, there's a need at edge rusher. None of the edge rushers have been taken off the board yet. So that could be a position that they go after too. Do you think they end up staying in the first round with both of these picks, or do you think they pull a typical Ravens and draft and trade back and pick up a couple picks?
Stay. The most likely they'll trade that second one if they do. But I don't know if anyone's really going to trade up for any. There's no more QBs really left, really.
Right. Yeah, none that would projected to go in the first round at least.
By the way, David does not appreciate your comment regarding about math teacher. He's apparently a math teacher, and he says he looks like one, so he doesn't appreciate it.
David, I love it.
No way.
That's hilarious. Oh, that's great.
Hey, the pick is in for the Cardinals.
Man, we're just flying off the board. You want to stay on this for this next pick?
Yeah, let's see.
All right.
Two pick Steven Sievers. I like it.
What's your prediction with Arizona? So Arizona, obviously, they've got their quarterback of the future in Kyler Murray. They pick up a big-time wide receiver last year in DeAndre Hopkins. I think they have like 10 running backs now on the roster right now. They just keep adding running backs.
They might get another one.
What do you think might be the move here for Arizona? What do you think makes sense?
Some defensive player they need, probably. I don't know. Are there any corners left?
So there's a couple of corners left. I don't know if 16 is the right spot for these guys, but they do have the guy with all the injury question marks, Caleb Farley, the cornerback out of Virginia Tech. So if you are thinking about taking corner, maybe Arizona is a team that takes the risk because Farley's projected to be a top 10 pick. prior to all these injuries and having problems with his back and whatnot. So that, defensively, corner, that makes a lot of sense.
Hey, Fred, I think they're going to get your boy from Michigan.
Kwity Paye?
Yeah. They need a pass rusher because they got rid of they have J.J. Watts and they have what's his face, Chandler.
They have Chandler Jones.
Yeah.
And they've got the linebacker that they re-signed. Can't think of his name right now. He was a walk-on in college, but ended up being a first-round pick.
The next highest defensive player right now is the Notre Dame linebacker, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. So that's somebody you could take. He was supposed to be 16th overall.
Last year, that guy that was like a safety /
Oh, yeah, right. Simmons. Yep.
Isaiah Simmons. Yeah.
They had right there.
Which it took him a little while to kind of get his feet under him at the NFL level, but towards the end of the season, the last half of the year, man, he really turned it on. That kid is an athletic freak. He could play all over the football field, safety, linebacker. You can line him up anywhere. He's got great athleticism, great instincts, super fast. A lot to like about Simmons.
If you can get somebody up on that front side of that defense, right? You already saw what Budda Baker did last year at safety position. I mean, guy could pick things off the. You give him more time,
right,
with somebody that can put pressure. God damn, I can only imagine what that Arizona defense is going to look.
Right.
So we're all going defense for the Arizona Cardinals, right? That's everybody across the board that said that.
Yeah, I think defense makes sense.
They're going to take a running back.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right.
Some mock drafts have them taking a wide receiver. I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. I mean, outside of what they
got.
got.
Moore. Let's see. 16. Cardinals select.
David Collins. Oh, Zaven Collins. The linebacker out of Tulsa. Okay, I forgot all about him. Christ, I haven't even been looking at him on the board.
I was like, who?
You're right. Now, this is a guy that can play outside on the edge.
Completely jumps Owusu, by the way.
Yeah, he was just barely rated in the first round. He was supposed to be the 30th overall pick for CBS at least.
Right. 6'4", 259 pounds. A lot of comparisons to Anthony Barr. I don't know. I think this is a smart pick for him. It was a need that they maybe could have traded back and got us some more picks and still got him.
He's certainly bigger than Owusu. He's 6'4", 260 instead of 6'1", 215. So maybe that's just the build they like for their linebackers.
Oh.
Hey, David, $30. Damn, man. Thank you, buddy.
Hey, salute to you, man. Appreciate the donation.
For those of you that don't know why he may have done that, so you can donate streamlabs.com/BirdlandBS. That's how he did that. We're doing a draft day raffle. $1 donation equals 1 entry. $5 donation equals 8 entries. Hashtag Lamar Effect. Just going to say that's where the 8 comes from. But you get your choice of a draft day shirt or a draft day hat. So make sure if you guys want to donate, we appreciate it. That's what we're giving back to you guys because of everything that you do for us.
And we'll draw that live on our live broadcast this Tuesday, 7:30 on all your channels.
All right. So before we let you go, Steven, real quick, you mentioned Julio Jones. Listen, the Ravens haven't been very good historically at drafting wide receivers and developing wide receivers.
Yeah.
But like I said, they've done good with these like 30-year-old wide receivers and bringing them in and filling a hole and letting them be productive.
I'll tell you, that's why I'm wearing my Iced Up Sun jersey right now. I got my senior jersey on.
Right.
Hoping we get Jones because you just nailed it, man. We've had such a great job with veterans. Obviously, but you know what? If we don't, I still think we should try to draft one. You know,
right?
Keep swinging.
Absolutely. And there's
hey, thank you guys. Happy draft night. It's the best night of the year. Christmas in April. I love it.
Appreciate it, Steven. Thank you as always, man.
Bye, guys. Keep it the amazing work.
All right, take care, man.
I just think that Julio Jones' cost just went way down now that they got their man Pitts. So talks are going to be a lot easier now.
I don't think the cost was going to be a whole lot, honestly. Like I said, I think the projections that were out there was maybe giving up our first and moving back to the second. So you're moving back a few picks there, and then maybe giving up a 5th round, which you're talking about one of the top 5 wide receivers in the league. You know, I don't think that's asking too much. It's just a big contract to take on.
Yeah, the risk for the Falcons is out the window because they don't know. I think he's a luxury to have at this point.
Yeah.
So anything they can get to help the other side of the ball would be good for that.
All right, so I'm going to get on. I went on my Twitter earlier today, and I started talking and asking people what their prediction were. Get your predictions in. So I'm going to run down this list and just kind of see where we're at with things and see how things are lining up, right? So our boy Sean from Twitter, @_ScribLS, he says they're going to trade up for Jenkins and back with the 31st, which I think a lot of us have said that that's probably the route that they may go. Our boy over at Be More Uncensored says they're also going to pick Jenkins at 27 and then take Joe Tyron, the edge rusher from Washington, with 31. Fills two big needs, offensive tackle and edge rusher. Tyron's got some question marks around him, but he's got a lot of length. He's got a lot of quickness. I think it would fill a big need. The Ben Fish, @TheBenFish, says either Leatherwood or Dickerson somewhere in the first.
Yeah. I just think there's so many options that we could take in the first that that's why I don't want to trade up. I think at this point it's fallen the way we want it.
Yeah.
There's multiple centers still available. There's a couple tackles, but honestly I think tackle I'm pushing further down the
pipeline. Tevin Jenkins still there.
All right, you got Tevin Jenkins left. But if he's gone, then it's a big tier break, right?
Right.
That's kind of the last name. So for me, I wait. If Tevin Jenkins there at 27, great, grab it. If not, grab yourself an edge rusher or your center and get the other one in the next spot.
Right. Well, a couple of our YouTube friends out there, one @SuttonDef, he says Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher out of Miami at 27. Again, Miami's kind of loaded in this draft with edge rushers. You got Russo, you got Phillips. There's another guy I can't think of his Roche, that's it.
He'd be like a third-round pick, but he could be a steal.
Yeah,
Sorry.
100% he could be. But so Miami's loaded with edge rushers, and again, that fills a need. Our other boys from the Lunch Break Hot Take show, LBHT show, and SCG Sports say Rashod Bateman or offensive tackle, but Sonny will be pissed if they take an edge rusher. He says he'll be pissed because he doesn't think the talent justifies a first-round pick.
And I've heard a lot of people say we can develop those. We've always developed those. So I guess that's part of the argument with that. Well, the Raiders do have their pick in, so I'll click the little button here. The pick is in.
I think it's going to be the safety Morig.
Oh, don't steal my heart like that.
I'm just saying. A lot of times, and there's a lot of times these Raiders that remember they made a guy that people had like projected in the third round last year. They made him like middle of the first round pick.
Whoever ran the fastest 40 is their pick.
Probably still Hayward Bay then.
They've got a lot of talent at the skill positions. It's everything in between that they suck at, right? And I don't know. I hope it's not Morig. It makes sense for them because they have a need at safety. They also have the needed offensive line, so they could steal my heart with Jenkins or Morig here.
Probably go offensive line. They like same problem that everybody else has. You got to keep these quarterbacks healthy. So it wasn't happening last year.
It's either Morig or they're gonna take Farley way too early.
We'll see. Defensive tackle. That's another need for them, and I'm trying to think. Can't think of the guy's name out of Alabama. That's the one. Barmore. Yeah, he's the one.
He's the top tackle.
Definitely the best defensive tackle in this draft.
Yeah,
maybe that's the pick.
I wouldn't hate that pick for the Ravens either, to be perfectly honest. If you got an offensive line with your first one, him at 31, he is head and shoulders above the rest of defensive line.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Raiders select Alex Leatherwood. Okay, if they're going to take a tackle, that's a good one out of Alabama.
Didn't see that.
Keeps Tevin Jenkins on the board. I'm happy.
6'6", 312, senior tackle out of Alabama.
6'6", 6'4", and 3/4.
CBS has him at that's what CBS's number.
Yeah, CBS has him at 6'6", 312.
Well, apparently his pro day showed that he was not 6'6". This is what happened
Wasn't
there.
wearing them 3-inch spikes.
Well, CBS's numbers are apparently wrong, but they had him as the 41st overall pick, which is again wrong. He's at 17.
Jacob says, "Ooh, for Josh Jacobs, baby." Yeah, right. Josh Jacobs ran all over the league without the help on the offensive line. So all this is going to do is improve his game. Like I said, they've got good skill position players. They drafted like 10 wide receivers last year. It was ridiculous. They just kept picking wide receivers. Josh Jacobs at the running back position. Derek Carr obviously is the big question mark at quarterback. He shows signs he'll play great for a few weeks and then he'll just disappear and he looks like total shit. So you never know what to think. With Derek Carr.
So I think it's Sean asks, when do you at what point do you trade up for Tevin Jenkins? And so here's
20-ish. 2021 is where I'm like starting to get real nervous and starting to make those calls to see what it would cost.
I would say I might be making the calls now just to see what it costs, right? What's it going to cost you at 18, 19, 20? Because you've now seen out of the past 5 picks, you've seen a offensive lineman 4 out of the last 5 picks.
Yeah.
So we're seeing that run. Everybody knows Jenkins is there.
Are you saying that because of we have the Steelers and the Browns in front of us?
Partially, but at the same time, I also don't know where you wind up seeing. Do the Colts wind up getting help on the offensive line?
I see the Steelers maybe going offensive line or maybe a pass rusher because they lost.
Maybe they go running back. Maybe they
Najee
go Najee Harris. They just got rid of James Conner.
Nah.
I don't know.
I don't think any running backs can go in the first round.
What are we? 17 picks in.
I don't
Right?
think
We're
a
on the
running back
18th pick.
Right.
17 picks in. There have been 5 Alabama players taken already.
Which
that
is
doesn't tell you how good that organization is. That university is ridiculous.
I don't think a running back's going to be picked in the first round this year.
Miami's pick is in.
You still got Christian Darrisaw up there also as a highly ranked offensive lineman. So it's not like Jenkins is the only one still in that you did get a warning shot. Someone after him was just picked.
Right.
So it's coming.
So I think you could see Darrisaw go in the next 2. Right.
And if that's
to
the
Miami
case,
or
you
Washington,
have to start making the phone calls.
Right.
Who did Miami take earlier? Slipping me.
It took a wide receiver.
Miami took Jaylen Waddle out of
that's
Alabama.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
Waddle and Tua. It's going to be a hell of a combination. So, again, outside of wide receivers, what do the Dolphins need? Dolphins need an edge rusher, Kwity Paye. They could use a running back, Najee Harris. They could use some defense, linebacker, safety. We'll talk about safety.
Kwity Paye?
Could be Kwity Paye.
Who on defense outside of Paye would they be going after?
Or how?
Could this be Ojulari?
I hope.
Could it be
I
Phillips?
don't think so. I think that
How
would be
far
a
does
reach.
Phillips fall because of the head issues?
Right. Phillips is worth an 18 overall pick. The only reason he's fallen is because of the.
Oh.
Alex, $40.
$40, man.
You are the man. Appreciate that, Alex. That goes a long way. That means I can't do the math.
33% chance of the hat right now.
So he's got that was 8. So 8 times 8. I don't remember math.
Hey, that math teacher out there, we need some help.
Yeah, where you at?
What's that? Is that
32? Right?
Appreciate it, man. That goes a long way. Really appreciate that.
No, that's 8 times 8 is like 64. 64.
He didn't fall very far, everyone.
Jaylen Phillips, there it is.
The pick
Miami
is in.
Dolphins, Jaylen Phillips.
Staying close to home.
6'5", 260.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Miami has been doing some big things down there the last couple of drafts. I think bringing in their head coach, I can't think of the name, the guy.
Flowers, right?
Yeah, the guy that came from the New England. He's really changed the culture down there and done a lot of good for them. I know that there's still some question marks whether Tua can make it at this level. But having the weapon down there like Waddle and having what's his name, Devontae Parker too. They've got a great tight end, Jaceki. Man, they're loaded.
The good news is that now Jaylen Phillips can keep his house at the Hurricanes Ballroom in order to come play college football there. So
right.
just stay right there.
He doesn't have to go very far.
There it is.
That's probably super exciting for them. That's awesome.
Oh man,
there's his house.
So I guess the question is now, where's Washington? Washington has so many needs. Where the hell does Washington go with this pick?
Well, luckily there's no quarterbacks on the available, so that's
I wouldn't put it. I mean, as good as that defense was last year, I wouldn't put it past Washington adding another defensive player here. There's still
inside linebacker is the only defensive need listed up here.
And I mean, the Notre Dame linebacker's still there.
He's still up there.
I mean, Jamin. I don't know if it's Jamin or Jamin. I keep calling him Jamin. Jamin Davis.
Yeah,
he's a pretty damn good linebacker.
Or they could go offensive line again. They also need offensive line help. Obviously, was getting some quarterbacks hurt last year and having people run for their life.
Or do they take Barmore? The best defensive tackle. If they're going with that whole best player available,
and if they weren't, they didn't seem to be sold on Gibson. They wouldn't give Gibson any run last year. So maybe they're trying to find a running back still. I don't know. In my mind, Gibson could be a hell of a running back.
I'm still surprised Quiddy Pay's on the board.
Yeah. I mean, this, if you'd asked me prior to the draft where I thought Quiddy Pay would be going, right around now is where
I thought 15, 16 was where kind of he was going to be. To fall to almost 20.
Well, we certainly thought he was going to be the first defensive end off the board, and that didn't happen.
Hey, Nick Short, $30.
Second donation, man. Appreciate that, Nick.
Man. Now you're really throwing my math off because now I got to add your old donation in with that one.
He must be getting that AB money.
Nick, you got to call in before the end of the night, too. We've never had a chance to talk to you on air. We know you're in the chat room every night. You, Jamal, all the BSers. We got to get you to call in for sure.
12.
It started to thin out because we're getting some bigger donations.
I gave up on the math.
He's got like 17% entries now.
Hey, so the first two donations were $1 each.
They were just testing it out.
I put a 5 and thought I was a fucking baller, and these guys keep going up. I'm like, I ain't getting that.
Hey, guys, we appreciate it. Like everything that you guys are doing. Like we don't
you know
expect
what?
this, but
fuck it. I'm at that point right now, based on the amount of donations. I'm changing this up. It's not just for a shirt or your choice of a shirt and hat. You're getting both, the shirt and the hat. So whoever wins this will get the combo. Your choice, whatever team, shirt and hat, not one or the other.
I'm going to take another step further. We got a few giveaways we might be able to throw in that box, too.
Oh, yeah. We've got some Birdland BS stuff to give you away, too. So we'll put together a nice little care package. So we really appreciate it, guys.
Hey,
huge appreciation on
there's
that.
another option. You get to go on a date with Scott.
I'm throwing Scott in the box.
We're auctioning
just because I'm the
Scott
smallest
off.
one in the room doesn't mean I go in the box, all right?
We're auctioning off Scott for the night.
We're gonna have a combine off at some point between me and Scott.
So Ryan and I still got a basketball game to play.
Yeah, you do.
I don't know who's been avoiding that one.
I don't avoid shit. Show me a hoop. I'll play.
So David,
I'm gonna end up like freaking Tom Segura though.
100%. One of us will end up with all things broken.
The pick's in.
So
pick is in.
So we have David saying that he thinks they're going safety here.
Let's go on Notre Dame linebacker.
David. So do you think the safety's Morig out of TCU? Because that's about the only one I've got projected in the first round so far. But maybe you know something I don't know.
Brian says Washington going O-line or wide receiver.
Yeah, you got to protect their golden quarterback.
So wide receiver, they hit the lotto, in my opinion, in Terry McLaurin. I love Terry McLaurin out of Ohio State. You pair him with a guy like a Rashod Bateman or, maybe even Elijah Moore. That's a formidable tandem of wide receivers.
Jamal says O-line. Then Scotty says if they're smart, they take a Wasu.
I think that's where they're going.
Where did 32 come from?
Nick Short says, date with Scott. Can I get my money back? You can refuse any and all of our prizes.
That's great.
All right, I mean, a date with your pick of us five.
Jamal says McLaurin's a baller. 100% Jamal.
I love McLaurin.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, so somebody's happy. I don't know what draft room they're in. I can't tell.
That wasn't a draft room. That was somebody's house.
I think that was Barmore.
They just tipped their hand?
I'm not sure.
What?
I love that CBS is using NFL is using CBS or NFL's draft tracker to put on the board.
Yeah.
You tell me you don't have graphics for this, guys, that you have to use what everybody else is using. Oh my God!
Walking up.
All right, taking the slow stroll.
Come on, Raji. It's fucking 10:30.
Interesting stat. Washington has taken a defensive lineman in the first round for the past 4 years.
There it is. With the 19th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team select Jamin Davis. Wow, the linebacker out of Kentucky.
Wow.
Called it.
Wow.
Was projected as a mid-second round pick by CBS.
That's 43. Good. Guys are going to be there.
6'4", 234.
Wow. It's comparable as Darius Leonard. They say he mirrors tight ends, twitched up. I don't know. This, to me, seems like a bit of a reach at 19.
Yeah, they got an awfully good defense. I think they just drafted a backup.
Alex!
Another 40.
Jesus.
Can't thank you guys enough, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
That's
really
Scott
appreciate
Day
it.
just spiced up that pot, bro.
Yeah, all right.
I guess you're going on a date, Scott.
Alex said, I'm all in.
Somebody
I need
alert
it.
my wife.
Appreciate that, man. That means a lot.
Yeah, man.
We got to start figuring out what toy we're buying with this. Well, how are we making this thing better?
There's plenty of ways. Trust me, I have a million ideas.
There's plenty of toys.
Drew, that's for the casting couch only.
Hey, that's my couch.
Ryan, appreciate you coming in, man. He said, I'm back, fellas. What's popping? Good to hear from you. I haven't seen you in a while. What's your take on tonight? Listen, as a matter of fact, I'm going to put the phone line up here. Want you to call in. Get on the air. Here's the phone number. Give us a call, Ryan. We'd love to hear from you. Love to see what your vibe is with the Ravens and what you think's going on, man.
443-900-9965.
Quietly,
Except for you got to change your name because there's only room for one of us.
Where did the phone go?
You put it in your pocket, which was real weird.
I got it away from
his name is Brian.
All right, good. That's your name can stay.
There was another one.
King
we're
Bratton is
getting,
Ryan.
we're getting sneakily close. We're only 8 picks away from the first possible Baltimore pick.
Good. Let's keep it 8 picks away.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, the way these things are the way this is falling, I mean, I don't know. There's quite a few picks that you could wind up going here.
Yeah,
this could wind up
too
being
many options for me to trade up at this point.
This could wind up being best man on the board type situation.
Yeah, you gotta hold pat right now.
Especially
Najee
Harris.
options.
You could go best man on the board and still possibly pick the guy that you want at 31.
Najee Harris.
David says 17 watching on YouTube and only 2 likes. What's the deal, folks? And hey, listen. I'm not one to beg for likes, beg for subscriptions, or anything like that. But if you got 2 seconds to hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe button. It does mean a lot for us and help us
I mean, if your index finger's broken, we get it. But otherwise, I don't know what the problem is. Click one of those thumbs. Pick one.
See, that's why the whole YouTube thing just never worked out for me is because I don't beg for all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of the thing that
it's
they
weird
do.
for us. Yeah,
it's
Samuel
weird
L.
for me.
Jackson begged for us.
But we appreciate the support in any which way you can, for sure.
And that's also we have a system that we watch and we can look at all of our platforms at the same time. So we don't even know how many are watching on each one.
Yeah,
so.
I can't tell. I know at one point we had 200 people in here. It's kind of dropped off over the night, but I'm sure everybody's going to bed at this point
because it's fucking 10:40.
Yeah.
So they said Steven says who is the Giants taking here because now they are on the clock. 3:51 left. Looks like they're about to make a phone call to the man that they want. Again, the fully vaccinated draft room
I'm gonna hurt some Ravens fans.
Hold on, they're in the high school
gonna hurt some Ravens fans' hearts.
Media room.
This is Rashod Bateman.
This is a very quiet draft room. They're all just kind of standing around with their shoulders.
Darrisaw.
They're like in a high school
You think
media
who?
room.
Darrisaw.
You think this is Darrisaw? Well, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they need some help on offensive line. I think they just don't score points last year. They need playmakers. They get Saquon Barkley back, right? They need a wide receiver.
Are they the one with Kenny Galladay now? They kind of.
Oh, that's right. They did get Kenny Galladay. You're right.
They don't have the tight end that drops the ball anymore. So
I mean, they always need more wide receivers, but they got the man.
Huh?
Rondell Moore is still on the board too.
Probably a second rounder.
Possibly.
I don't know.
Slot guy. They like slot guys up there. Danny Dimes can only throw it 20 yards, so slot guys are useful.
He can run it 50 yards and then fall.
With the way that draft room was,
they looked really quiet. I feel like they
do they trade back again?
Yeah, it says pick is in, but it looked like a draft room that traded out. So I don't understand. Are they not excited at all by their pick?
Well, they've already traded back once. Do they trade back again? This is absolutely the Baltimore Ravens approach.
Yeah, I mean, get more picks, stock up. You could get some guys later in the draft. I mean, there are a few guys that I think
take that down. I don't want to see Pay and Morig up there.
Yeah,
don't let anybody know that they're still available.
But no, I think that's the thing is there's a few guys that have fallen back, right? That shake up this entire
this room
draft.
looks different.
Yeah, this room does look different. What is this now?
What is this?
That was the non-fully vaccinated draft room. The other room was the fully vaccinated draft room. These guys got to wear masks still.
Steven says add to their great D, maybe?
Yeah, these are the peons. The other guys were the higher ups.
There it is. Pick us in.
A Notre Dame linebacker could be a grab here.
You think Owasu here? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. You're saying Owasu? What do you got, James? What do you think?
I think they just need some kind of offensive line to protect Matt Jones. Wide receiver, don't see. Maybe defense, too.
Okay. What do you got, Scott?
Defense, I think they go Caleb Farley.
All right, the cornerback with some question marks.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got, Drew?
Darrisaw.
Tackle.
Okay.
Okay.
Fred, what do you think?
I'm going wide receiver. I'm going to stick to my guns.
Oh.
All right, listen, they
You think
were
it's Bateman?
one of the worst scoring offense. I think it's Bateman or Elijah Moore.
Rondell Moore.
Elijah Moore.
Oh, okay.
More and more.
Elijah Moore is the wide receiver out of Ole Miss.
Ole Miss, okay.
Yeah. I think it's one of them.
I think it's Rich Eisen.
I love Rich Eisen.
His 40 times getting faster every year.
That's great.
That's because he's
Every time he
losing his
does that, it's
hair.
hilarious.
To slow him down.
He becomes more aerodynamic every time he loses
Steven
his hair.
says, didn't the Giants draft an offensive tackle last year in the first round?
Don't mean shit.
Yeah.
The fully vaccinated fans standing outside the stadium. Is that where we're going to go with this one?
Yep.
Couple thousand fans outside the stadium.
Chris says defense. Steven says hopefully more. Oh, man.
You know it's cold up in Cleveland.
I see my problem is, as a Ravens fan, I'm vested in like 5 or 6 players. And we only got 2 picks. I'm vested in like 5 or 6 players. And I'm going to be hurt when any of them get taken.
Shout out.
Hey, where's that alcohol?
Shout out to Juan. He says, first time joining this show. Y'all are doing a great job.
Appreciate
I'll
it,
be subscribing.
man.
Appreciate that, buddy.
Means a
Appreciate it,
lot.
man.
Alex, good to see you, man. Hadn't seen you in the chat in a little bit, too. He says they got to go offense.
You're going to
I
need
agree.
this.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Everybody. I know.
It's a social right now is what's happening here.
All right.
Thanks for ruining it.
I didn't ruin shit.
They didn't ruin nothing.
I know.
With the 20th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft,
Picks us a shot.
Kadarius Toney.
Out of Florida. Ah.
So it was wide receiver, but I was wrong with which one.
He went with
I'm fine with that.
Why do we
Really?
Yeah, Kadarius Toney.
I wouldn't have thought he'd be a top 3 wide receiver.
Oh yeah,
No.
no, he was rated in the top 5, and he went up and down based on who you were talking to. Again, wide
I
receiver.
thought he's- I thought he was
I thought he was a
Second
second
rounder.
round guy, yeah.
Wide receiver is one of those positions. Again, it means
I thought it was a shot because
I'm
it was
with
somebody
you,
we would have
Ryan.
All
wanted.
right, we don't have to do a what the fuck shot, but I felt like this was the what the fuck
I
shot.
thought he was going a second round guy.
We should just no. It is a what the fuck shot because he
This-
shouldn't have been in the first round.
This is a Daniel Jones what the fuck shot. That's
Yeah, they just keep on going.
That'd be fair.
and it's the same
Look.
team. We joked before the show, guys. We decided we would do a what the
I
fuck
got one.
shot.
No,
The
don't
pick
mix. Don't mix.
That it made no sense. We compared it to them reaching for Daniel Jones out of Duke last year, and of course the same team does it.
I didn't want
Yeah.
you to mix 2 different peanut butters. 'Cause that would
Oh,
have
is
been
that what it
weird.
was?
All right.
Hopefully, you guys got a drink out there, something cold, or if
So,
you got something that
if
you
you
pour
didn't-
up in a shot.
If you didn't follow that, this is our what the fuck shot because nobody here
No
thought they
one
were going
did.
Kadarius Toney at
Like,
20.
what the-
Hey, we're almost there. We're through 20 picks. Appreciate all the support from
cheers.
everybody tonight.
7
it
more
means a
picks.
lot.
Thank you,
Appreciate it,
everybody.
buddy.
Appreciate it,
Donations,
guys.
everybody, dude.
And gals.
Here's to a shitty day tomorrow.
Yeah.
But so Steven Caesar says Bateman and Marshall both still there.
I'm liking it.
So
From what I've heard, though, Steven, though, is that the Ravens are apparently out on Marshall due to some injury concerns.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit too. All right.
I listen.
Yeah.
I don't agree
Drew
with
is
it.
the resident truther for Marshall.
Drew has been screaming from the top of the mountain, Terrace Marshall, since he started coming on the show.
He
Really,
bought the bootleg jersey already.
so
I just don't know who yet. I got all 30.
Toney is a beast. Listen, Toney is a beast. I'm just talking about how I think teams rate wide receivers differently based on system and based on fit. Some teams might not have Toney as high on the board. I think this is a good fit for the Giants. I think it was a smart pick for them.
okay, so Sean says cheers fan, but he also says here comes Jenkins ? Now Indianapolis is the one that I said I think this could be a team
They need a
want to
tackle.
give. Well, and what you got Phillip Rivers now, right?
No.
Or not Phillip Rivers.
They got Wentz.
They got Carson Wentz now.
That's right. Who am I thinking with Rivers? Jesus Christ.
He was there. He retired.
That's right. So
He got 16 kids to raise.
yeah, true. So with Wentz, but again, Wentz, you want to give him protection. You had Rivers he had okay protection last year. Now you get some depth. This could be a Jenkins move.
It would be a smart move, and it would be a very Colt-like move. They've got a future Hall of Famer in Quentin Nelson at the guard right now playing for them, so getting that security on the outside of tackle would go a long way for a quarterback like Carson Wentz, who's had some knee issues.
So we have 5 pass catchers off the board.
Yep.
2 Florida, 2 Alabama, 1 LSU. All SEC.
Pass catchers.
Bryce
I like
Leak,
what you did
appreciate the Twitter follow, buddy.
there. Yeah, man, I appreciate that.
Pass
Ryan says, just got home. What's the number? All right, I'll put it back up there one more time for you. There you go. Give us a call, Ryan.
But not if you're going to cuss us out.
Scott
Fuck
says,
that guy. Eat a dick.
Scott says, does anyone else want Aziz?
Yeah.
Azari, he's a pretty good comedian.
Ojolari. Aziz Ojolari. He's the edge rusher out of Georgia.
I like him as an edge rusher. If Pay is gone, yes.
I mean, Pay's still on the board. That's the thing.
If Pay, Jenkins, and centers are gone, then I'll go Olahari, but I don't know. We'll see. So I got a call coming in. Let me get this on.
I got
Get you set up.
Get close to our pick.
All right, man. You're on the air. Is this Ryan?
What's going on?
What's up, man?
What's up, buddy?
How you been?
How y'all doing? Good. How are you, bro?
Good, man. How you feel about this draft, man? How do you feel it's shaking out for the Ravens? Are you excited for the pick here? And what was 6 picks away?
Hell yeah, I'm excited, bro. I'm loving the way it felt. Darrisaw still there. Jenkins still there.
Right.
Bateman still there. I pay. Couldn't go perfect. More perfect than what it is.
All right, so all those guys are on the board at 27. Who you taking?
All those guys are going before our pick.
That might happen. No, I'm good.
I'm going Darrisaw.
Darrisaw. I like it. Offensive line. So what was your, I talked about it when we first went live. What was your take on the whole Orlando Brown trade? Golly.
We mixed our left tackle and
I'm
our right
hearing
tackle
myself.
together.
I'm hearing an echo, so screw me up. The Orlando Brown trade scenario. Were you happy with the haul that they got?
I was happy with the haul. I hated the Chiefs.
Yep.
I couldn't believe the Chiefs. I get it. I'm like, damn, out of all the teams you're going to trade them to, you're going to give them to the Chiefs.
Right.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. I was a little heartbroken, but I get it now.
Yeah. Do you think it was fair compensation for him, though?
Yeah. I didn't like giving up the second.
Right.
I really thought, I always thought first and third. I didn't like giving up our second for that.
Right.
But looking back on it, I like the compensation we got.
Gotcha. So the Colts are on the clock right now. Pick is in. We just talked about this, right? The Colts have a need at offensive line. They just invested in trading for Carson Wentz. What do you think the Colts do here? Do you think the Colts add an offensive tackle here to help with Wentz?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I'm hoping they pull a Raiders and go Walker Little instead of Jenkins or Darrisaw.
Right. Nah, I hear that. Well, they've got some need at edge rusher too, right? Because Justin Houston's still out there, right? We don't know if there's a handshake agreement with the Ravens in place for Justin Houston to come here after May 3rd, which I hope that's the case. But maybe Kwity Paye here too.
Look at that draft room. Jesus.
I could see Kwity Paye.
Yeah.
That's an old school whiteboard draft room right there.
There are more than 200 names in that draft room.
I don't even know why they have computers. They got so much shit on the walls.
Holy cow.
Just leave the computers at home.
Somebody's in that draft board just throwing a dart. Like, this is where we're going.
That's my room, right?
Yeah, that is the James fantasy draft room, 100%. They wrote that board down 8 months ago before they published it.
James is their scribe.
Yeah, so James, for the people inside baseball here, James is the only one that brings his fantasy football magazine to the draft. That's why we
with no computer.
Yeah.
Just
the magazine.
Yeah.
So everybody else is buying services and online
AJ
updates.
Green, T.Y. Hilton in the 3rd and 4th really worked out for us.
I didn't have T.Y. Hilton. I did not have T.Y.
You
Hilton.
traded him away.
No,
You drafted him.
No, I didn't.
I think you got a kicker in the 4th anyway.
All right, Ryan, let me
had
ask
two
you
tight
this.
ends.
So if they're there, right, and the Ravens are picking at 31, do you think that they actually pick, or do you think they trade that 31 back and get some more picks?
I've debated this. I think we go 31 because the extra 5th year is crucial with Lamar's contract coming up.
Right.
Honestly, we can go there. I could see us trading back, but I'd like to see us trade up in the second. I hope 31's a receiver because, you're going to have to trade up a lot to get a receiver in the second. Because after the second round, I think receivers are not. They're going to give you Boykin production type level for me, in my opinion.
Well, at wide receiver, do the injury concerns concern you about Terrace Marshall?
A little bit, it does. If you feel good about the medicals, then I would take them. I'd rather have Bateman.
Yeah.
Honestly. But if in the second round, if you did trade back, you can get Marshall. I would take it.
Right. I hear that. All right, so Goodell's walking up to the podium now, so we're going to go ahead and announce this pick. Stay on with us. We've got a couple more questions for you before you go. But, all right, so with the 21st pick, the Indianapolis Colts select Kwity Paye. There it is.
All right, so there's the first
Drew's all
negative.
full of himself over there because he's got the last few here.
There's the
a little bit of a run.
first dagger to the heart.
Yeah,
right?
there's the first dagger to the Ravens fans. That was the first one that we realistically thought we had a chance on, and it hurt.
That, in my opinion, is the one edge rusher worth a first-round pick, in my opinion. I think there's some guys that the Ravens can pick up later in the mid-rounds, third and fourth round, that they can develop over time. Now, personally, I'm off edge rusher. I'm looking at wide receiver and offensive line and wide receiver.
And offensive line, then wide receiver.
That's
in my
what I'm
head.
saying. Yeah.
Offensive line,
Offensive line and wide receiver. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm happy with the way this draft is shaking out for the Ravens. Darrisaw is still out there. Jenkins is still out there.
So there was the answer. We needed a trade to 21 to get everyone we wanted.
Right.
That was the spot.
Now you just gotta let it fall.
And then you got the Vikings coming up, definitely in need of a tackle. So we're gonna lose one of those tackles coming up in that spot.
Right. Well, you got the Titans coming up next.
The Steelers
Titans
too.
Offensive line.
It's looking wide receiver, tight end, cornerback, offensive tackle, safety. So they could dodge the tackle here, hopefully. Because if they do tackle right in a row, we're in bad shape. We're just looking at our center as the only pick left on the board.
Yeah.
You gotta watch out for the Steelers too.
Yeah.
They need offensive line
Steelers
too.
got Najee Harris.
Right.
They get Najee.
Right. So what did you think about the quarterback situation and the way that shook out, especially with the 49ers? There was all the talks of who they were going to take, and then there was the rumors of Aaron Rodgers. Then they end up going with Trey Lance, third overall, bypassing Justin Fields, bypassing Mac Jones, and not pulling off the deal with Rodgers. What did you think of that whole situation?
I thought Trey Lance at 3 was crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, that Buffalo Wild Wings, like everybody was like yelling, like, what the hell? And all that. I'm like, man. And then the Rodgers stuff, out of all the days to come out with that, you come out with it on draft day. Out of all the days. I couldn't believe the Bears got Fields. I thought that was pretty insane. I would have never thought the Bears got Fields.
Yeah.
And I saw the same.
Go ahead.
Team, they told Mike Glennon he was the starter, and then they traded up for Trubisky, and they just told Andy Dalton he's a starter.
Yeah.
They traded up for Fields.
I don't think even Andy Dalton believed he was going to be the starter.
Andy Dalton's just happy to collect a couple $1 million.
Yeah. When you can't even make it as the backup quarterback out in Dallas when, Dak Prescott goes down. Yeah, I don't know.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So Jenkins can play left guard. So what if the picks at 27 and 31 are Darrisaw and Jenkins? Would you be happy with that?
Yeah.
Have Jenkins at left guard and then have Darrisaw right tackle?
Yeah, if the plan is to move Bozeman over to center and then have him at left guard, 100% I'd be good with that. I said it earlier that I'd be good with it. It might not be sexy and it might not, please all the Ravens fans out there, but I'd be good with 2 offensive linemen. If that meant getting Darrisaw and Jenkins, I don't think it's going to happen, especially with a couple of the picks that are getting ready to come.
Yeah, I think they're coming pretty quick.
But, yeah, I'd be more than satisfied with that. What about you?
Yeah, I'd love it. Because I knew he wasn't going to fall, Barrett Tucker, because you're a running team. You use your linemen, you love your linemen. So I was like, heavily invest in your linemen, and that's the best way to invest in Lamar to make Lamar happy.
Right.
When you have your line, you wouldn't have to worry about line anymore. And I would be stoked for that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, appreciate you taking the time, man. Appreciate you chiming in as always, man. Well, good to see you in the chat room. We'll talk again soon.
Yes, sir. Love y'all boys. Y'all be safe out here.
All right, man. Take care of yourself.
Oh, you too.
All right. See you, dude. All right. So, like I said,
a lot of people in the chat saying the same thing we're saying tackles are falling to us. Don't be surprised we take Moreg. A lot of the people we've talked about already.
That, like I said, Kwity Paye was the first dagger into my side.
Yeah.
I have 5 or 6 guys that I'm high on that I'd be super happy if the Ravens picked any of that 5 or 6. That's one that's gone.
I think he also plays like a Raven too.
Yeah. Yep. There's a lot of Terrell in him that I saw on tape and I liked as far as his athleticism goes.
Under 2 minutes for Tennessee to pick here. So let's kind of shift gears. I mean,
it's just weird they took this long.
Who are we thinking that Tennessee, what are Tennessee's needs and who are we thinking they're going after? So, Ryan, what are their needs?
This is the second dagger in Fred's side, and they're getting Rashod Bateman.
You think this is what it's going to be?
Yep.
So you would have Bateman and
Green.
A.J. Brown.
I say the pick's in.
Yeah.
Outside.
You just lost Corey Davis, so you're replacing him.
Yeah, I guess. I feel like they need more of an inside presence from the slot, personally. And if they're going to go wide receiver, that's where I think Elijah
Bateman,
Moore.
We've seen Bateman's been shrinking, so he may be one more of a slot guy.
Right.
Corey Davis went to the Jets.
Oh, Jets.
Yeah.
I think this is Newsome, the corner, or Morig.
Yeah. I don't know. So what else they got? They need an offensive line, like you said, wide receiver, corner, which would be Newsome.
Tight end.
Offensive
I don't
tackle,
see
safety.
any more tight ends going in the first round.
Yep. Frymuth will be early second, but he'll be second.
Yeah. Safety could be Morig.
Here we go.
The pick is in. Or has it been in? Did you already hit that?
No, it just came in.
What are you guys seeing out in the chat room? What do you guys think? Tennessee are one of our arch nemesis. What did Lamar say? It's like they're our kryptonite, right? I mean,
right.
We finally got over that in the first round of the playoffs this year, but then it ended in Buffalo. Adding another offensive line piece to an already pretty stout offensive line and having a 2,000-yard runner and Derrick Henry behind that line. I don't like the sound of it, especially with us not having our edge rushers anymore. You know, right now we lost Judon. We lost Ngakwe, right? Now if they beef up their offensive line even more and we're thin at edge rusher, Derrick Henry might run right through us.
Yeah.
They're going to draft Najee Harris and have a two-headed monster.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Where's this? Can you scroll through the comments so we can see what everybody's saying?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Henry doesn't need any help on the line.
Offensive weapon, they only have
SJ
Brown and Henry.
AJ Brown is what's supposed to be.
AJ Brown and Henry left, yeah.
They might go with wide receiver so they can have a pass threat.
Yeah. Outside of AJ Brown. Like I said, I think Bateman, yes, maybe. I'm holding on to hope that doesn't happen.
I like Steven's thought.
Elijah Moore, more of the slot guy.
Stomp on the Titans logo.
Jamal said Elijah Moore as well.
They cut Butler and Adoree Jackson, or let him walk.
Right.
So they need a corner.
All right. Walking up to the podium.
Well, if they need a corner, are they going to go with our injury-prone corner we've been talking about?
Farley? Or could they go Newsome? Newsome hasn't gone, right?
Newsome or Farley? It's got to be. It's corner here. It's got to be a corner here. It's Newsome or Farley.
Bateman's still my pick.
I don't know. People are dancing. I don't really know what's happening right now.
They got a house
They
band
got
playing.
Redskin or football team
They got a
fans
house
up there.
band playing fucking.
I wonder if they did not
Sweet
allow
Caroline.
any of that in there. If they had to look at the Washington football team's
No one gives a
paraphernalia.
shit about Sweet Caroline anymore. Oh, he's got to talk about something else.
With the 22nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select
Caleb Farley.
There
he goes.
So they're ignoring the injury issues. They figured this slipped late enough.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he can get over the injury history, he was the best cornerback in this draft. So this is
Chris McCall.
This is a risky move, but a high reward type
It's a
situation.
ceiling move.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Good call out there, Drew. Their comparison is Chris McAllister here, which we know all very well.
Yeah.
So great move for them. if
NFL's
that's
comparing him to Bobby Taylor.
Yeah, they just compared him to Chris McAllister, and then they made the comparison to Bobby Taylor.
Yeah,
definitely some good ball skills there.
No, the kid is electric. Like I said, best corner in this draft.
And back injuries.
But back injuries are problematic.
Ask Tony Romo.
Right.
Maybe he'll be a great announcer one day.
12 pass
might be good
breakups,
golf one
4
day.
interceptions in 2019, led the ACC. Sixth highest coverage grade among FBS cornerbacks in 2019.
Okay. All right, so you've got now Minnesota traded back. So who did Minnesota trade back for? They felt they could still get at this point, or is it, who are they going after at this point? Is that Minnesota's draft room here?
No, that's Tennessee.
That's Tennessee's draft room.
Yeah.
Fully vaccinated. They have no mask.
Yeah, we rich.
All right, so Minnesota's on the clock.
Minnesota needs, let's say, defensive end, offensive guard, center, safety, inside linebacker. Our defensive ends, we said, is kind of bare at this point, so we don't think it's be that. So you got offensive guard.
I'm not saying that edge rushers or defensive ends are bare. There are some guys out there, just nobody that excites me for the Ravens. There are some
23, 24, 25,
more picks
26.
before us.
Yeah, getting there. Drafted 15 players, the Vikings did in 2020, most by any team since 1994. Holy cow.
And
that's a lot of players.
Missed playoff in 4 of 7 seasons under Zimmerman.
Also traded a 5th-round pick for a punter.
This is true.
And then next on the clock is the Steelers, so we'll have our first running back picked, and I'll be sad for Anthony McFarland.
Steven says Vikings do need a tackle. They definitely do.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you right now who the Steelers are going to take.
Who?
Bateman.
No.
They're a wide receiver factory.
Yeah, they already have 3 of them.
They can take them
In
later
the
and
6th round,
develop them.
in the
I don't
3rd
think they'll
round,
go
in the
first
4th
round.
round.
I don't know.
You think they're taking Harris then?
I think they could go Harris. I think that could be the surprise running back, kind of like what we did with J.K. Dobbins. He's the best running back on the board, best player on the board. Why wouldn't you take him? They have a big need there.
Yeah, all they have is Anthony McFarland left. I know Matt Canada's the offensive coordinator, but I don't know if you're going bell
Can't
cow
say
with,
that they
with
believe
Anthony
in him as a
McFarland.
bell cow, exactly.
Now, Ryan, they're going to take Funk.
They've been drafting an awful lot of Terps, but Funk will be tomorrow or the next day. Next day probably.
Before we go to the Steelers, I think based on the Vikings' needs, I'm going to go.
They say the pick's in.
They're going to go with. They could use a defensive. I think Ojulari out of Georgia.
Ojulari makes sense.
I think they could go. They could use some help on that defense. Could be able to get pressure. They have a need at safety. If you're going to go safety, Morrig is still on the board, right? So I just think that of the two, Ojulari has a little bit more upside here.
Owusu out of Notre Dame, another outside linebacker, I think that fits the mold, makes a lot of sense. He's good, not only in pass rush, but he's good in coverage, so he gives you a little bit more versatility there. And again, it's a big need. So
Alex is kind of feeling the same way. Alex says the Vikings need defense.
They do.
So David says they may trade this back. This would be a good spot. But yeah,
this would, exactly. Well, pick is in, so apparently a trade's not happening.
not happening.
God.
Well, so we already
to
said
be a fly on the wall in Eric DeCosta's war room right now.
He's like licking his lips. Dude.
Yeah,
I mean unless the four top guys that you have
go right now.
You're gonna have a pick of at least 3 guys that were probably
the
on your
Steelers
board.
are taking a running back. It might be Etienne, it might be Najee Harris, but they need a running back.
Yeah, but they might be able to wait until the 2nd round to get him because a lot of teams just don't value running backs in the 1st round anymore.
They could wait to the 2nd round and take the one of the North Carolina running backs if the other 2 are going. Well, when the other 2 are going. I think the Steelers are going offensive
They've been
line.
saying
so
this could be the first draft where you don't see a number 1 running back drafted.
What are the Steelers' needs?
Running back.
I listen off second ago.
Offensive lineman.
Steelers need corner, offensive tackle, interior offensive line, and running back. That's their priority needs. So they need offensive linemen across the board.
Yeah.
So
Tevin Jenkins?
Humphrey.
I hope not. As much as I've been hyping up Tevin Jenkins, I can't imagine seeing him in a Steelers uniform at this point. Golly. Crush my heart. Crush my heart.
Oh, your heart's going to be crushed.
Stop it.
We're going to need a cookie or something.
Look,
man.
either your heart's crushed or they take Humphrey and my heart's crushed.
Yeah.
One of those crushings is happening.
So, okay, Minnesota needs a guard, but they also could use a center. Do you think that Minnesota
center off the board?
No, they got Bradbury.
I'm asking.
They got Bradbury.
That's right. They do have Bradbury. You're right.
Well, apparently
they traded, right? There was a trade.
No, the pick was in. Remember?
Pick saying in.
Minnesota traded back earlier to this pick.
Yeah.
So that's all you're probably seeing.
Oh.
All right.
Look at that guy.
Brian says, or a quarterback Ben is old.
They showed the picture of Mac Jones right next to Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Hey, you talked about it earlier, Fred.
I think Minnesota's taking Darrisaw.
Oh, King Bratton says pain.
Don't tell us. Don't tell us. Don't spoil it.
Come on, King.
There's a lot of options that pain could mean. I'm not going to count that as a spoiler.
Where do you see that at?
Maybe he's a masochist.
He's just into it.
All right.
So it's
All right, he's
Jenkins
walking
or
out here.
Bateman.
Here we go. 23rd pick,
I'm gonna go get you a cookie, Fred.
2021 NFL Draft. Minnesota Vikings select. Oof. Darrisaw. There he goes.
Okay.
Just said that.
So here's why it's not as painful for me. I never accounted for Darrisaw to be available at this point.
Right.
I thought Darrisaw would go a lot earlier than this. So as it is painful because he goes, I just never thought it was realistic for him to fall
and
to
it probably
us.
makes you feel better about Jenkins being there.
It does. It does. I still don't like the Steelers being there ahead of us.
Yeah, no.
And you're running out of options now.
You got
Steelers back, right?
You got Steelers, Jaguars, and Browns. All ahead of the Ravens
All right,
here.
so we keep talking about running back with Pittsburgh.
Please,
If
please take a running
it would
back.
be Harris or Etienne, right?
Yep.
Are you scared of either one of them? Because that's your division rival getting a running back.
Not behind their offensive line right now.
Yeah, and that's what makes
which is where Jenkins could come in.
Jenkins or Humphrey come in.
Yeah.
Well, but I guess Jenkins is would be there more so to protect your quarterback, unless you're going to move him. They could probably pick up a few a guard or a center later
they're
on.
They're saying for running back for Pittsburgh, the guy from Clemson.
Yeah, Travis Etienne.
Etienne, that's what I'm
So
saying.
I think
Etienne or Harris.
I think Najee Harris fits better only because I do still believe in McFarland because I'm a Maryland truther. So if you've given up on McFarland is the Lightning, so Najee Harris is much more the Thunder. The ETN is good at everything. He can do whatever he needs to do. Mix use back. But Najee Harris obviously can catch the ball back there. That's great. But he's a big bruising back more than ETN is.
Brian says Harris or ETN. David says, do you think Squealers might go quarterback today or tomorrow?
Not today.
Not today.
We ran out of options for today.
I mean, I know some people said that there could be 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. But at this point, who else is going to take a quarterback this late in the draft? I think they wait until the second round if they're going to do it.
Browns Steelers about to have a fight in the stands.
God, I would love the Steelers to pick a quarterback, though, just to keep the offensive line on board.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Really love Kyle Trask. Please.
Nick says, squealer time.
Please blow it.
What are their needs? What did you say their needs? List off their needs one more
Running
time.
back,
Walking off the
offensive
stage.
tackle, offensive guard, center,
tackle.
quarterback.
Yep.
Come on, Raj.
So the whole line and everyone that stands behind the line.
After 11.
Stupid, terrible towels.
Fred, what happens if the Ravens do what they normally do?
They have
pick
no
the
defensive
best
needs
available
listed. I think
Player.
it's
What happens?
hilarious.
They pick a running back.
And they'll never do that in the first round. They do have a need for running back. And I said this prior to the draft. You get rid of Mark Ingram. Gus Edwards is essentially on a 1-year deal. And he's probably going to get paid elsewhere.
And if Harris is there, where is he from? Alabama.
Right. And Justice Hill is nothing more than a special teams player at this point. He's barely contributing in the run game. So really, it's J.K. Dobbins and Justice Hill after this year.
Trey Sermon.
They have a need for a running back. Pick is in. This is the only pick I've been nervous about.
It's either
This one's gonna hurt.
either Jenkins or it's Harris.
This is going to hurt.
I'm hoping it's Harris because that
You think
means
it's Jenkins?
McFarland still has a role.
This is going to hurt, yeah. I'm not going to like this one.
All right.
Fuck you. Fist bump.
You'll be all right. Let's
You
do
don't know
it.
what your fist bump means.
All right, here he
Terrible
comes.
towels.
24th selection. 2021
NFL Draft.
Uh,
The Steelers select.
Come on, Roger.
F word.
All right.
There it is. Najee Harris. I called that
select
Good job.
the Thunder.
fucking like
Good job.
10, 15 picks ago.
They
I said he
select
would
the
go to
Thunder. There you
Steelers.
go.
I'll take
Nice. Hey, let him have it. That's fine. Who you running behind? That's cool.
Yeah, we got JK. Well, there's gonna be some good running back battles there.
You know
but
what else might hurt me later on in this draft? If Stone Forsythe ends up being a Steeler.
Stone Forsythe could not be a Steeler.
That's going to hurt all 5 of us.
Yeah.
Because we're all so
We
much
have been
on him.
talking about him for like a month at this point.
yeah.
Golly.
Our drafts have picked
right.
them.
So
There it is.
Jacksonville next on the board.
Sean says, I was praying they didn't say Jenkins. You and me both, man.
Oh, hold on. Do you think
Harris is a legit
Do you-
running back, though.
Do you think the Jaguars pick up Lawrence's running back?
ATN.
ETN?
Yeah.
Could. No, because they just
They
got
got
that
Robinson.
who just bounced from
know.
the
That
team
would make
last
me
year.
so-
You can never have.
No, I'm not saying that you
He
can't have
was
a
an
1-2 combo.
undrafted running back.
What's their needs?
Tight end, offensive tackle, safety, wide receiver.
David said this is a safety for sure.
The best defensive tackle in the draft.
Alex, Jaguars need O-line. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that.
They need a defensive tackle. I bet they take Barmore.
Good call, James. Joe says. I don't know what the call was, but good call.
Etienne.
Oh, Etienne. Okay, got it.
You gotta. So here's my
Sam
thought.
says Elijah Moore. Maybe.
You're gonna have to have somebody to protect.
The offensive tackle is still a problem here. Yeah.
I think that's my issue. Is I'm worried about Jenkins here. You have to have somebody. If you're Jacksonville, you have to have somebody to protect him. Unless you think you can get somebody later on, you need somebody that's plug and play now. Unless you think they have a shot at a Villanueva or a Kelly.
Well, just don't take a tackle, and then you can have Villanueva when we draft the next one.
Well, they're saying they're saying their needs is really tight end is number one, offensive tackle, safety, and wide receiver.
Yeah, but you can get a tight end a little bit later in this draft, and not
This
we're talking about the Jaguars.
I'll put two names out there. It's either Barmore or Morig. Yep. Barmore, the defensive tackle out of Alabama, Morig, the
But
safety.
both
out
of them won't
TCU.
hurt you as much as if it's a tackle.
I'm leaning towards Barmore. Take Barmore. Take Barmore. Oh man,
this is great.
I kind of want Barmore at 31.
I'm trying to look and see what they.
And then you got the Browns next.
Yeah.
This is where
The Browns are going to get another D end. They just need way more D
They're
ends.
taking that. They're going to take the Notre
You
Dame.
can tell I'm getting nervous. He's got to pee.
linebacker.
It's like that nervous.
You
piss.
better pee before the
You
Ravens
should
pick.
take a break and get
Might wanna
ready
go
for the Ravens
now.
game.
I will be right back.
The
Everybody has it.
Jaguars have 4 minutes on the clock. You got 4 minutes.
The Jaguars are looking to move this. Apparently, that's what I'm thinking. They're like, we want a tight end, and we can get that tomorrow. So let me trade down to the upper second round and find
But you
some more
need
draft
somebody
capital.
you need somebody to protect Trevor Lawrence. That's my fear. You need somebody to protect him right now today.
They're in a really good spot here, in my mind, that 33rd pick could be the need that you're talking about. Could be a need where you think, oh, that's a need. To me, they take advantage of the 25th pick and they make a splash. I mean, I'm saying that. I don't really know what that splash is. It's outside of like
Bateman?
Etienne
or
like something like that. But I think even at 33, I think they can have their pick of a couple wide receivers.
What are the needs for the Browns? Real quick.
Browns, D end, D tackle, inside linebacker, cornerback, wide receiver.
So they need defense pretty much.
So no offensive line needs
I mean,
there,
that was
apparently.
a huge problem for them.
I don't know. The Jaguars, they've already solidified the quarterback position with the best person since Andrew Luck.
Yeah.
You got that under control. In my head, they have good wide receivers. They have Chark. They hit the lottery last year with Robinson. So if they believe that they actually hit the lottery, then you're not going to see a running back pick. If they think that it was all smoke and mirrors last year, then you could see them bring in an ETN. Or if they just aren't a bell cow type play because they had nobody
shit.
backing them up.
David said, "Hold on to your butts."
Hold on to our butts.
I don't think you know anything yet. You can't know anything yet, but don't spoil it.
They're picking.
They're not even. The pick isn't even in.
Not even the pick. It's not even.
I'm nervous. God damn it.
Today we're all like,
Fred's losing it.
I am. I'm getting delirious.
All right, the pick's
nervous. Picks in now.
Yep.
Hold on. He's a little ahead over here.
It's in.
So would you guys talk through it? Morig, Barmore, offensive line.
Well, we also talked about what needs. I asked what needs do the Browns have, right?
Browns?
Was there the reason I asked that, was there any need for us to need to get up over the Browns? A lot of their stuff is on defense. The only thing offensively that they could use necessarily is wide receiver. So there's no need for us to get up over them. There's no need for us to trade up.
And now the pick's in, so they can't trade anymore.
I think the Browns stay defense. I think they need to continue building up that defense, especially when you've got the Ravens, who are one of the most high-scoring offenses in the league, right? Whether they do it through the ground or through the air, doesn't matter. They still score a ton of points. The Pittsburgh Steelers are always the Pittsburgh Steelers as long as Ben Roethlisberger's back there. They're still going to put up points, even if he is only throwing 7 yards at a time.
Joe Carlozo. Fred, you have a huge bladder. Get it together, bro.
I know, right?
Get it together.
There it is. Pick is in.
Oh, man.
That mint chocolate.
Samuel L. Jackson. Browns might draft a wide receiver to replace OBJ. I don't know. I mean, OBJ hasn't really been there, so are they replacing him?
Well, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what the Browns do with OBJ. Do they end up trading him? Does he stay in the fold? I don't know. There's a lot with OBJ, man. He's got head issues. He's a great wide receiver. You can't knock that, but lately he hasn't been able to stay on the football field.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got a big contract, though. I don't know who would take that on.
They could use. You said they could use a quarterback or cornerback, right?
Who? The Browns?
The Browns.
Yeah, they could use an edge rusher, cornerback, linebacker, defensive tackle. They need a lot on.
So
defense.
cornerback, they could go. They could go.
Newsome.
They could go Barrymore. They could go Newsome. Who else could they go?
Steve says
Asante
nervous
Samuel.
bladder doesn't matter how big. It's true.
Let's just hope it's Etienne. Just get him out of there.
Oh, jeez. Like this
Keep
Jags
that Clemson squad together.
I'm like on the edge of my seat with this Jags pick.
I'm not worried about the Jags. I'm worried about the Browns.
The Browns don't want anything we want, though. They would
But
be
the Browns
completely
do
out of
Browns
nowhere.
things.
Oh, that would be a Brown thing.
The Browns could, if they think that we're going one way, they could go up in front of us and go. We're going
And
to
the
take
Browns
guys
could find someone to trade to screw us.
But the good thing is that there's a few guys that are on our radar as guys that we could grab. Even if there's 3 guys that are off the bat, and even if both of them go here, we still get one of our top 3 picks.
Chuck said, "Didn't the Browns play better without OBJ?"
Yep.
Yeah.
Some truth to that.
If you ask Baker, though, it's a coincidence that
Damn
they
it, King.
made adjustments after he went out.
Ryan said, "Oh my God, damn it, you did this to me last
says,
time.
"Here we go.
Don't do it. Don't ruin it."
All right,
Damn
he's
it.
walking out now. Walking out to get the pick from the person in his chair.
You know what's so amazing? The Jacksonville, how shitty and horrible they've been year in and year out. This is the first time they ever actually had the first round pick, the first overall pick.
They kept trading
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I think
nobody. Oh, now he's going to sit in the chair to make the
got
pick.
the chair.
Oh wow,
Classic
Let's
quarantine.
25th pick. Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
wow! James called that. Good job, James. Jesus Christ,
James, that was a hit. I'm not
that
gonna
was
lie.
a big hit. Hey, we should all do a shot, and James should just sit
I got
back
it.
on this
I got
one.
mine. What do you guys
Let's
want?
get that half-proof thing there. You got
The half-proof one? I can do that.
So, yeah, as a fantasy football player, I hate this because Robinson was such a steal.
Yeah.
And he would played so well, and now Robinson at best will be half of a backfield. And I don't even know if it's that. If you're going this early with a running back.
Hey, you never know. Robinson might get traded traded tomorrow. Or
you doing a shot, Drew?
No, I got.
It's a half proof.
I got the furthest to drive, so no.
Debatable.
No. I got to do my shot of tea.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So
Good
James'
pick, James.
Good pick,
Good pick, James. It was so hard
it's
to
the
make.
Jaguars. You know what I mean? Like they do ridiculous stuff, dude.
It's a lot easier, right?
Yeah, it just tastes like a
Sam
butterscotch.
says
I don't
that
even know
was
if that
all.
alcohol.
That was all. Let's see. I should have read.
That was all Trevor.
Trevor Lawrence.
No, you got to go back.
That was all Trevor Lawrence getting ETN. Dude is a game changer. It makes sense now why he came back.
So now you don't even have to play quarterback
that.
for your team before you make picks for
Look
your
at
team.
this. Look.
Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, James Robinson, Marvin Jones, DJ Chark.
So they need a wide receiver more than they need a running
Alex
back.
said so. I won't be keeping Robinson in my dynasty league.
Yeah, Robinson just hit a lot of waiver wires.
True.
Cut his ass.
Steven says, okay, if Browns take defense, who do you want the Ravens
We're
to take?
looking good. We're looking good.
I think Brown's definitely locked on defense.
Yeah, right now, I think they take Barmore.
The Browns. The Browns take Barmore.
That fucking sucks.
Barmore or Newsome. Because they have a need a corner. Strong need a corner.
What is happening with this Notre Dame linebacker that was 12th
I think that's
overall?
who they're
Paul
taking.
says, Jenkins, here we come. I love it.
I think they're
I love
taking
it.
the Notre Dame guy right
You
here.
still have Owosu from Notre Dame. You still have Ojulari from Georgia as edge rusher, so you could go with him.
Brian says, Ravens are taking Jenkins. I hope so.
And you still have
Tevin Jenkins is 27 and get my center at 31 and move on with my life.
And you still have Morig if they need a safety. They need safety help.
Steven says, I'm nervous. The Ravens are going to take a defensive player.
No. It could not have fallen this perfect, and you'd mess that up. Well, they'd be
Samuel
calling
Jackson
Ozzy
says,
tomorrow.
Browns just drafted Freddie Kitchens as GM.
Hey, the pick is in.
Hey, we went to school with him.
Look, he's pretty mad.
We did go to
The
school with
Berry
him.
brothers.
Alex says, Jenkins, baby. I hear you, man.
I don't know if that was the quarterback or the wide receiver. I think it was the quarterback.
He was the quarterback.
Browns pick is in.
Bobcat.
That was quick. Look at that guy. Got the pumpkin head.
Look, he's
so embarrassed to be a Browns fan, he couldn't show his face even on the stage.
He's a hairy motherfucker. Look at him. Look at his arm, dude.
Some hairy-ass knuckle.
He's probably like 80 years old.
No, he was too
like that.
Steve said, or
That's why
Sean
he's in the
says,
chair.
I've never wanted the Ravens to grab an offensive lineman in round one. Who am I? I hear you, man. I'm right there with you.
Got to protect number 8, baby.
Let's see if they
Nick
get
says,
booed.
let's take a cornerback. No.
No, we're taking a tackle.
Oh, man. So if Morig doesn't go here, Morig, in my opinion, is the best player on the board, plus player available. But I still think I take Jenkins over Morig.
You got 2 picks before. You got, what, 3 picks, right? So it'll be New Orleans, Green Bay, Buffalo, then us.
Yeah.
You could still go back and get him, or you could still wind up getting somebody else. You know, you could still wind up with an edge guy like Ojulari. You could wind up with another linebacker like Wasu. So if you could go that, I think it makes sense.
I'm nervous.
I think you got to invest in
So-
your quarterback. This is the pick.
New Orleans, Green Bay, Buffalo, back to us.
Yep.
I don't know that really any of them
Duke
are
says,
looking
I
offensive
told you it was
line.
Jenkins. I hope so, Duke. I hope you're right, man.
No.
Hey, please, again, I know you guys have been great, by the way. Just
Please no
you're
spoilers,
just
yes.
don't spoil it for us.
Pick is in.
You guys have been
Yeah,
great.
said it.
And again, I appreciate all the support with the donations and everything. Make sure you tune in Tuesday Night Live. I'm going to do the drawing there on the show so to see who gets the hat and the shirt.
We'll put it up another time or two for those guys that maybe didn't get a chance to do it after this pick. We'll go ahead and we'll put it up there real quick for you guys to be able to see. But
So the
Harry's
only
walking
person in those 3 that have offensive linemen at all listed on their needs is Buffalo. Buffalo is it, and it's their 3rd listed need behind D-end, running back, offensive tackle. So you could take a shot at taking your safety if you really feel that way, and there's a good chance there's only one team that could take him before you.
they're doing they're doing somebody that helped the pandemic. She's going to announce it now.
Right, because they're in Cleveland. This is Cleveland's pick. We got to build it up.
Yeah.
Hey.
The worst part is the mic is completely away from his mouth,
look,
and we heard that whole
That just
thing.
means I'm a loud snorer. I don't know what to tell you. It's
Nobody look at their computers. Nobody
goddamn
like,
11. It's
spoil it.
11:30. Let's
Yeah,
hurry up.
James, look away from the computer.
Damn it.
All right, here we are in the live stream. EDC will probably either trade down or draft the O-lineman, maybe that safety.
Look, hey, now's the time to put in your final pick
right, here we
ideas here
go.
for this 27 pick.
Was that Cleveland?
With the 26th pick in the
dirty
2021 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select.
No, we're not ready for this.
Kyle Bowler.
Kyle Bowler Jr.
Greg Newsome, the cornerback. I said if they had a need a corner, Greg Newsome would be the guy.
All right,
So there it is.
This is
So-
pick of the litter. This
taking-
is pick of the litter.
Yeah, baby.
Do we see
Ravens flock, stand up.
You could get on the phone with
Fuck you.
Green Bay.
Fuck you. I'm not moving. I'm picking.
I'm just saying Green Bay.
I'm not
Same
moving.
with
I'm
Green
picking.
Bay.
I'm just saying Green Bay because the Saints aren't taking what you want. They aren't.
Nope.
It's not anywhere
Ain't
near
doing
their
it.
list.
Not listening. I'm running to the draft board with my card. Tevin Jenkins.
I'm
Here you
putting-
go.
Take it.
You just said
God, I
Morig
never
was the
thought he
best
would-
available 5 minutes
Morig
ago.
is the best available, but I told you I would take Jenkins over Morig.
Yeah.
I said if I'm in that Ravens mentality of best player available, it's Morig. But me personally would still take Jenkins over Morig.
And Morig's the only one that the Saints or Packers might take.
Oh, man. Right?
Yeah,
Jamal
'cause-
says, man, this draft is falling perfectly, actually. We have to get Tevin. God, please. I'm so glad everybody out there, Ravens flock, is so turned on by the idea of getting an offensive lineman. I really thought everybody's going to be like, oh, this is shit. This is boring.
You
I don't
got to
care.
protect number 8.
I know. You have
you.
to. You're about to invest $40-something million a year in Lamar. You better keep his ass up.
If you get Tevin Jenkins,
Steven with the hearts, I love it, man.
I'm fine with taking.
Lulu, I was wondering if he was related to Ozzy too. I'm not sure.
You got it. It's got
a good
Morig
question.
has to be. You can get Morig at 31 if you're that keen on him.
What do you want?
Nobody look at their shit.
The partial one, the big one, the big one. The other one.
I watch the lid. Oh man, here we go, guys. Ravens are on the clock.
Ravens on the clock.
Again, nobody in the chat. Don't ruin anything.
Put your computer down, sir.
They've been good. Nobody pay attention to your computers. Don't pay
picks
attention to the chat room. Let's not
pay attention to the chat room.
Well, in case anybody were like to chime in with the spoiler.
I'm just seeing if the pick's in.
Games are won in the trenches. Bateman,
man.
please, by Garnett West. Garnett West, the only one
Garnett's
off the.
wants Bateman, huh? Still on Bateman right now, huh?
Could you
Let's
get
get
away with
more
still getting
after
Bateman
All
at
right, the
31?
pick's in. The pick's in.
All right, pick is in.
Pick's in.
Put your computers down.
No trade backs.
Oh man,
No trade backsies.
Let's go, Ravens.
let's go.
We still got
Stand up.
We
I
still
wanna
got
eat a
30 seconds
cookie.
before NFL says the pick is in because he's ahead of things.
It's fine. We're going real time with the Ravens.
It's on commercial. Name a player that if this player got called, you were literally just like, I'm going to bed. Fuck this shit.
If this player got called,
Like a player, not some random fucking punter and all that shit. Like, what's a player right now where you're like, what? Why the fuck did you do that?
Dude, my heart's
man.
my heart's like coming through my shirt, dude.
Oh, David with another $5
Appreciate it,
donation.
buddy.
Appreciate
You know
that,
what?
man.
In honor
Really
of the,
do.
In honor of the Ravens and you doing that, David, just as a reminder for those of you guys who are wondering why he did that, draft day raffle, $1 donation gets you 1 entry, $5 donation gets your 8 entries. And Fred changed it up. It's no longer your choice. You're getting a shirt and a hat,
That's
draft
right.
day version of whatever team you choose.
Giving back.
So we're giving it back to you guys, so we appreciate that.
And
Make
I'm
sure you
pretty,
go to-
And a date
I'm
with
pretty
Scott.
sure that Fred will probably give you his draft day hat signed by the whole crew.
Nobody wants that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised.
Streamlabs.com/Birdland
You
BS
got
is how you
women.
do
You
it.
got women that hump bridges. I'm pretty sure someone will do your hat.
What are we even
What
talking
just
about?
happened? We just got canceled during the Ravens pick.
All right, the pick's in.
So to answer your question, Drew, who would I be upset with?
Like, just a player, not out of the ordinary, but a player like right now, like,
They drafted a kicker.
what the fuck? Like, I would think of
Joe Carlozo earmuffs, Jason Owo out of Penn State.
Yeah,
And the
I
only
don't want that. I don't-
The
I
only
don't
reason
fucking-
I say that is because I get it. He ran a stupid 40 at the combine or at his pro day, but he had like 0 sacks last year.
he's a guy that's just a disruptive force. All right, well, we talked about all the
Not in the
pressures.
first round.
But we talked about all the pressures they got, but not getting the sacks.
Right.
I don't want pressures.
Right.
I want fucking sacks.
Not in the first round. Not in the first round. Garnett's still on Bateman. Oh my God, I'm nervous.
Man, this is taking forever.
Matt!
It's gonna take forever.
Appreciate you joining, man. Look at the chat, Chris.
All right, scroll up so we don't get any spoilers coming through here.
Come
Dude,
on, Bob, come back
Just
for
leave it
commercial.
there. Oh man,
Man.
This fucking Pizza Hut commercial. God
It's 11:31.
I'm gonna.
There's the
I'm
sign right
staying in
there.
for this shit.
It's
Yeah.
an offensive lineman.
Don't be giving shit away.
Why do
No,
you
I'm just
say it's
saying,
an offensive lineman?
Because that guy, the comedian guy, he's pretty big. You know, he looks like he looks like Jonathan Hopkins.
Craig Robinson.
The hot tub
Jonathan
time
Hopkins.
machine guy is
Yeah.
We're
playing right
drafting
tackle
Craig
for us.
Robinson.
No, it looks like OBJ.
What?
We just got canceled twice.
Jesus. We got flag football.
So Fred, who is your pick that you would be like super pissed at?
That's what I said. Jason Owo of
Jason
Penn Away or whatever at Penn State.
Anyone
He's fast,
but
All right,
there's no
guys.
production.
Anyone but the safety or
what is
tackle.
this?
All right, Trevor Lawrence is announcing our pick. All right. Fucking A.
Is that Trevor Lawrence or is that his female doppelganger?
That
Come
would be
on.
great.
It's hilarious.
All right, so one last chance. All right, your exact pick.
It was that
Tevin Jenkins.
Tevin
And if
Jenkins
it's not,
for me.
I'm angry.
No, you won't. If Morig, you'd be fine.
I'll probably get over it quickly.
My God.
I think you can get Morik at 31.
I hope so.
I
I still really believe in Creed Humphrey as the best center in this draft.
Oh, 100%.
But you can still get him in the second round.
If you don't have a second round pick.
Yeah, right. If
you trade back 31,
if they pass on Morig for the center and they go 2 offensive linemen, Jenkins and
I
Humphrey,
told you I want Humphrey and Jenkins.
I am bowing.
If it's Humphrey and Jenkins, I'm fucking happy
I'm
as shit
happy
because
as
that's
hell.
2 offensive linemen that you're not paying for the next 4 or 5 years.
Golly.
Come on, this is like eternity right here.
Is no one
This
else
feels
seriously
like-
as antsy as I am right now?
This
and I
feels
gotta
like the
stand up?
longest pick of the draft. I don't.
Jesus.
Plus, we're in
Let's
Cleveland.
go.
This is almost as
they're
long
showing
as
them dancing to
Trevor
the fucking
Lawrence's
house
pick.
band. Who gives a shit?
Jesus.
I appreciate the Ravens suit.
Let's go.
And then you go to New Orleans because they're next.
Oh, look, we got umbrellas. You're indoors. Fucking idiot.
All right.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
Oh, the guy's in a onesie. It's a dude doing it in a onesie.
That's my uncle.
Man, got to hear it for myself. All right, with the 27th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, your Baltimore Ravens select Rashod Bateman. Wow.
Oh, no.
So now you still got both guys at 31.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like it.
Okay.
Do you go Jenkins at 31?
Man.
The only person that can steal it from you is Buffalo. Jenkins is not going in the next 2 picks.
Look,
So he was in that 5 pocket that I was talking about, 5-player pocket that I was screaming for. Jenkins was number 1 on that list, and he's still on the board.
Show us the damn Ravens draft room now. Let's go.
Man.
Look at that.
You got your guy, though.
I'm not unhappy with the draft. I'm not unhappy with it.
Hey, don't show this highlight. Get rid of this highlight. we don't show Terps getting burned.
You got your guy. That just definitely means I'm not getting my guy.
That highlight was before Still got there. That's unfair.
I like it, though.
I like it.
I like it.
I like it.
Let me, look, I know you can think about our wide receiver drafting history and our wide receiver history and all this shit, but at some point, you don't just stop trying to draft a wide receiver.
I agree.
Think about
we
Detroit.
have hit on Tory. If you can give me a Tory,
so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this consensus. Does this nix the Julio Jones potential trade?
It should.
It should.
Yeah.
It sure as shit should.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Unless they want Watkins back in it.
Look at that. Oh.
Yeah, then okay.
Joe Carlosa with the $1. Appreciate the donation, man.
Yeah.
Joe Carlos is going to win with his $1.
So
Probably.
offense, Lamar Jackson, J.K. Dobbins, Marquise, Rashod Bateman, Mark Andrews, Boykin.
And Jacob Breland from
They got
still got
Lamar a
Duvernay.
weapon. They got Lamar a weapon. They must either A, feel good that Jenkins is going to fall to 31, 1, or 2, have faith that Villanueva is going to sign and they can get a middle round guy to sit behind Villanueva.
Again, Buffalo is the only one that even half wants it. It's like their 4th need is an offensive lineman.
Unless somebody trades up here.
The Saints and Packers don't
So what's
need
the
it.
chat room feeling like?
Added layer, they probably feel good about Ronnie.
Everybody
too.
said, wow, oh my God, bye-bye Julio.
Bye-bye, Julio. We're set at wide receiver. Lamar was hyped on his live. All right. I didn't get to see that. Packers were going to take Bateman. Okay, that's probably true.
No,
Julio's a wide receiver.
They probably would have
tell
drafted
him that now.
I like it, though. Some bitch better break the wide receiver curse. I hear you, man.
The New Orleans pick is in.
They had my man boob sweating. You too. Me too. 100%. I don't even know who's on the fucking clock at this point.
New
I don't
Orleans.
even care.
New Orleans.
The Saints are on the clock.
Better
Okay.
care. We got
Yeah, I
three more picks.
Let's
in
go,
this.
Samuel L. Jackson says. I love it. Whew. Chuck, we are taking calls. Yeah, let's get you on the
Let's get you in, Chuck.
in the chat room here in a second.
I'm just sad
In the,
'cause now
call.
that definitely means I'm not getting
Chuck, give us a
Terrace
call.
Marshall in purple.
443-900-9965, buddy.
Oh,
Oh
man.
my God.
How you guys feeling? At least it sounds like everybody's excited. I know Duke says we need Jenkins, and he's still on the board, man. Like Ryan said, there's really only probably one team, and that would be the Bills, that may take him prior to us.
So
at
to
31.
Ryan's point earlier, if Jenkins doesn't go in these next 3 picks, who do you have? You've got Tampa Bay after that. You've got Jacksonville. You've got the Jets. Who is anybody trading up to
Buffalo's
take that
calling
31st
in.
pick? All right. I got you.
Buffalo Chuck, can you hear us, man?
Oh yeah, how's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. A little bit in shock what the Ravens just did right now.
Yeah, yeah. Were you upset with Bateman, or were you, did you think that they should have gone Jenkins like we did, or what?
I'm not upset about it. A little bit surprised.
Yeah,
He's not upset because he knows they're going to take Jenkins.
I think Green Bay
I don't
takes
know about
Jenkins.
that. but Buffalo. A lot of folks in Bills Mafia really pushing. Were pushing hard for Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, but now that they're off the board, everybody's like Asante Samuel Jr. So who knows what's going on?
Okay. I mean, I could definitely see that. Like, there's been a lot of cornerbacks off the board. I think Samuel is probably the last line of corners that's worth a first-round pick, in my opinion.
I don't know if he's worth it or not.
Right.
So, I don't know if that's really what they would need, but, I was actually thinking about this. I was going to call in earlier that, we're kind of competing between, Ravens and, those two picks there in between Buffalo. I was getting a little bit worried that they were going to be snapping up somebody off the board with that first pick that we wanted, but I'm not big on taking running backs in the first round or anything like that. So I was a little bit surprised with Etienne going as soon as he did just after Harris, basically. But I guess that's going to happen.
Well, I mean, you guys got some needs, too, on the defensive line, interior defensive linemen, some edge guys. Obviously, edge, really, you pretty much have the pick of the litter. Outside of Kwity Paye and Phillips out of Miami, there's still some good guys, some good bodies out there as edge rushers. You got the cream of the crop as far as defensive tackles go, the kid out of Alabama, Barmore. Would you be happy with either one of those guys? Have you heard Buffalo talking about either one of them?
A little bit about Ojulari. Not a whole lot.
Okay.
I think there were a lot of folks were really high on you're trying to get a running back. That was a huge problem with our offense last year is that we really couldn't get a consistent running back down.
Right.
It seemed like, some weeks Devin Singletary, and then I think he was a little banged up too, if I remember correctly. So, I don't like taking running backs in the first round as a rule. I think it's a little bit ridiculous to success that so many other players have had. Not coming out of the first round. I mean, look at Jacksonville last year, Robinson.
Right.
Perfect example. So I was a little bit surprised. But, the way that everything worked out, I think, the process there is going to be, go with whoever they can get that fills the hole that they have. So.
Right. Well, you're kind of got that that weird hybrid of being a Ravens fan and a Bills fan. So the Ravens have one more pick in this round, 31 overall. Do you think they stay there at 31 or do they trade back?
I think they stay there.
Yeah.
We already picked up on offense, looking at that edge rusher. I mean, if someone like Ojulari, I know you had mentioned Joe Tryon earlier. I don't know if that's a reach up at 31, if you're taking a little bit early there, but.
Right. Well, Saints here are on the clock. Let's see what they go with.
Saints go in. 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Saints select
I don't even
Peyton
know.
Turner, defensive end for Houston.
Interesting. That seems to be a reach. He was projected like mid-second round.
Good job, Saints.
Wow.
Way to go.
I mean, it's a need for them, a defensive end, but
CBS had him projected at 57.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mid-second round. Listen, I guess the only reason that you make that pick is one, it's your guy, right? It's a guy that you feel confident in. But two, you get him in the first round, which gives you that extra year of eligibility.
What happened to Jeremiah Owusu? Did he steal a car last night? Nobody told me. What in the world is he still doing on the board?
I mean, you still have Owusu on the board. You still have Ojulari on the board. Morrig still on the board.
Is there anybody, because now Green Bay is on the clock, is there anybody you're hoping the Packers don't take? Like, who is your guy now? Knowing who's on the board, who is your guy for the Bills?
Oh, man, probably Ojulari at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't. I was something that was always frustrating watching them the last couple of years was the pass rush. I remember, there was points last year where they weren't getting any pressure at all. I don't know if that was deliberate or if they just didn't have the right folks to do it. So
right.
They got their pick in already. That was fast.
Wow. Yeah. Packers.
That's fast.
All right.
I think I don't want to hurt your feelings.
I don't want to hurt your feelings.
I think they're taking Jenkins.
You think they're going to take Jenkins?
Yeah.
Buffalo or Green Bay?
Green Bay.
I don't think so because it's Green
and they're going to walk out.
Well, they're not going to do anything to help Aaron Rodgers.
And that's what I mean.
That's
wide receiver, inside linebacker, outside linebacker, DN, cornerback. Nowhere there says tackle.
They're going to pick a kicker. or another quarterback.
So
Did you
what's
expect
the
Did you expect them to draft Jordan Love and Dylan?
No,
last
that's
year?
what I'm saying. They're not going to do anything to help out Aaron Rodgers.
That's why
So what's the drink of choice tonight, Chuck? Drinking anything good?
So, Devil's Backbone's Orange Smash.
Oh, nice.
That's good.
Good stuff.
Yeah, the drink of choice over here tonight.
There you go.
All right.
Any good like football food? You guys do wings? What do you guys do for food? Anything good?
I got out of work late, so I was home not too much in time for the draft. So
Gotcha.
You got the Bills next, so
I think they go. I'm going to say that they go either. They're going to go wide receiver here.
The Packers?
They're going to take the Notre Dame linebacker.
You think they're going to Wasu?
Yeah. Inside linebacker is their highest need listed, and he is still there 20 picks later.
I think
their highest need, according
Marshall.
to the Draft Network, offensive tackle.
Oh, so completely disagrees with ESPN.
Offensive tackle, wide receiver, corner, interior defensive lineman, and linebacker. So if they go with best player available, they still have the cream of the crop at interior defensive line at Barmore still on there. I know I keep saying that every pick now, but he is one of the best players that's left on this board, and it's a need.
Yeah.
I'm trying to force the narrative.
Oh.
Matt. Hey, man. Appreciate the donation,
that,
man. That means a lot. We got to get together. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Lamar, just hand it to us.
Appreciate that, Matt.
So the question is if with the Packers pick being in, where does Rodgers go?
With the Packers pick being in, who is Rodgers playing for next year?
I think it depends on who they pick.
I think he's going to be holding out. Be the Aaron Rodgers holdout. He makes plenty of money on State Farm to not get paid by the NFL.
He's the highest paid player this year.
What was that, Chuck?
Rodgers got that Jeopardy gig all lined up.
Yeah, right.
Oh my God!
All right. Final word before we let you go. Who do you think the pick is? Who do you want it to be? You said Olahari, but who do you think it'll actually be? Do you think that is? Who do you think they'll pick?
I think that's who. I think that's who it's going to be.
All right.
And it's Buffalo Chuck. So if that's it, if that's their pick, who does Buffalo go with?
That's what I'm asking.
No, that's
Hey, Buffalo. If I know it's a bit of a reach at this point, but you have 0 tight ends on your team. If they took Frymuth here, are you crying?
Fryer Tuck.
For a first round pick?
He should be a second round pick, but Pat, they have 0 tight ends on your team.
If we traded back,
okay, trade back for Frymuth.
Something like that. Yeah, if we traded something back like that, I'd probably be okay with it. But I'm not.
We'll keep Chuck on for a quick second. Packers selection.
I already saw this.
29th pick.
This is funny.
Packers select
Derek Stokes.
Eric Stokes out of Georgia.
Again, they didn't help Aaron Rodgers out.
Cornerback was a need. I thought Eric Stokes was projected to be again another second round pick.
Late second round pick.
They're just pissing Aaron Rodgers off.
Wow. All right, Chuck. Appreciate the call, man. We're pulling for you. You know, hopefully it's not Tevin Jenkins, but hopefully it is Olahari. I'd be okay
Tevin
with
Jenkins,
that.
we're pulling for you.
If they take Jenkins, we're never talking to you again.
Yeah.
You're going to get banned from the chat if they take Tevin Jenkins.
Still just have to use Stephanie's account.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'll just ghost right.
Right.
That's all good. Thanks.
Man, appreciate it, man.
See you.
See you, dude.
And then after that, we're up next.
Oh, man.
Do you think there's a late trade in that we trade our back pick?
Oh.
Got another call?
Somebody called and then hung up.
Probably someone wanted to tell you to fuck off.
Yeah. Hey, this is Steven Stevers. Fuck you.
What the fuck was that?
Drew was really hurt by it, though. Everybody else is kind of like,
why
we
would
had
you
to
waste
get
your
one.
time?
It's just, that's what I was going to say.
Bro, there was
people go out of their way.
There were 193 people watching us. Not everyone's nice.
Oh, wait, the Green Bay draft room is not fully vaccinated.
Oh, right.
Wisconsin's a little behind the curve here.
Look at that draft room. So boring. It looked like
3 people. This is why Aaron wants out.
They're not showing you the big. Well, they didn't even show the Ravens draft room.
Nah.
So unless they show
Top
it for this
secret.
31st pick.
Top secret.
Nothing to show.
They couldn't
took
show the
whiteboard
Ravens
down.
draft board. All right, everything is video board and everything is picked. Like all their picks are up.
You'd have
there.
to have a camera up in the top right corner up there. There you go.
High resolution screens. Can't allow a camera in there for that. No way.
Oh man! All right, Buffalo's down to 4 minutes left for their pick here.
So there you go. Owasu at Notre Dame is on top on the list. Morig right up there. Rousseau. out of Miami. Elijah Moore still sitting out of there as a wide receiver. I don't think Buffalo's going wide receiver.
Interesting
here.
on this board that they have Daniel Jeremiah is best available top 200. He does not have Tevin Jenkins anywhere on that list.
For who?
It's his top 200 players that are still on the board.
From who?
The man that was just saying that.
Daniel Jeremiah, the guy that was just talking.
Fucking bum.
Yeah, he couldn't even be on Birdland BS.
He's one of the top tackles. There's no way you have him off your top 200.
Yeah, I don't know
Buffalo
why they
Bills,
listed
man.
that.
Or whether you think he's going in the first
Listen,
or not is beyond. But
if I wasn't a Ravens fan, I'd 100% be a Buffalo Bills fan, just because they're one of those organizations that haven't won anything in a very long time. They went to the Super Bowl, like 4 times with Jim Kelly and couldn't win. They haven't been a very, very good team for a long time, and now they get Sean McDermott in there.
They're pumping fists here.
They get their franchise quarterback in Josh Allen. Things are starting to turn around there. They make the big signing in Stephon Diggs last year, which paid off. Obviously, 1,500 yards receiving. Buffalo's trending the right way. They're a likable team.
Dude, and they break tables, which is always fun.
Oh, Bills Mafia is no joke.
Still
Tailgating with Bills Mafia.
We've already got
joke.
this planned. We're gonna go out to Buffalo with Chuck as soon as we're available. First Ravens game up there.
Steven
Also,
says, "I like how they put their fans through tables." Exactly.
I just want to put out here. Me and Fred have been like scouting Bateman for years. In 2017, he came down to the Maryland Stadium. In 2019, we went out to Minnesota to see him play. We've been dedicated to this pick for a long time.
You were not as high on Bateman as I was for the longest time. You got on the Bateman train
when
recently.
Jeremy was
I'm
talking
still
down
not
about
on the
him,
Bateman
you were,
train, to be
and was
perfectly
talking
honest.
him up, you were like, "No, Maryland shut him down." Oh, wrong game.
They might go safety, Fred. He says they could. They could. Listen. We got one pick in the first round, right? And I'm still leaning towards Jenkins if Jenkins and Morig are on the board. But if the Ravens ended up going Morig over Jenkins, I'm not going to be hurt about it because I like both of these guys. They're both impactful players that can play right away.
And you're completely out on center at 31.
So what safeties?
I wouldn't be hurt over that either. Oh man,
What safety?
This is the situation where it's like we get a lot of options, a lot of good options. What's that?
If you're saying he's impactful right away, what safety sitting?
He can be substituted in different packages. He's not going to be out on the field for every play. But again, you need that center fielder.
Okay, Deshaun Elliott stayed healthy all year, but he does have an injury history.
Yeah,
and he isn't a walk year.
Right.
All right.
So Morig wouldn't.
Again, this is
make me
just
go fuck.
under the impression that the Ravens are looking at the board as best player available. You just saw his board. He was the second guy up there, the number 16 rated overall prospect in this top 100. Morig is the best player available, but Jenkins is the bigger need.
Yeah, I think it's
Jenkins, Creed, Dickerson, all bigger needs.
So animated.
But if you feel that
His right hand is quick.
Fucking animated. It's midnight, dog. Calm down.
Like, keep people awake. Go.
Come on, we got 3 picks left. Let's get through them.
Come on.
Dave says, I want center bad. They need someone to give Lamar
A random
accurate
thing
snaps.
popped in my head.
100%
So,
agree.
The year they drafted Lamar, had you guys already gone to bed?
No.
I did.
No, we were streaming.
We were streaming, yeah.
Okay, I woke up to it. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah. I had talked about earlier in the day, the prospect of getting Lamar, but then after we made our Hayden Hurst pick, I was like,
I said that I actually predicted they were going to QB.
I was like, no, they made their pick. I'm like, all right, it's 11 o'clock. I go to bed.
All right.
Here I am going to bed at 1 o'clock tonight.
We received over 1,000 messages tonight on Restream. That's awesome.
That's awesome, guys. Appreciate
it.
Wow.
Hurry up, Raj.
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
I'm going to scroll up so we don't get any ruins.
We're on the clock, though.
All right, here we go.
30th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Ravens 1 pick away after the Bills select.
One.
Gregory
Rousseau.
Rousseau.
They go
Okay.
edge.
Oh, shit.
All right. Drew.
You
We got Mo Rig. We got
I
Dickerson.
just took a shot
We got
more on that
Humphrey, and we got Jenkins.
See, I don't think.
You try to trade down?
I think Humphrey's the
Man.
best center.
Look at the
No,
look
I want
3
that
picks
5th year.
down and take it.
I want that
I
5th
want
year.
that 5th year on the line.
I want that 5th year. Oh, come on. Shit, I don't know what to tell you to do. I want Jenkins, but I want Dickerson. I want them all. Can we turn 1 into 3? Is that possible?
If we got an edge rusher, that was the guy I wanted.
Oh, Jesus.
Outside
Could
of
you
Bay,
trade back one spot here with Tampa Bay?
They would.
They don't want it.
I mean, what
is that going to do?
Yeah, like we would have to know what Tampa Bay wants.
We'd add a third, then
and
maybe
threaten them to take it
for a 2 later.
What is Tampa Bay's needs?
Tampa Bay
Nothing. They just won the Super Bowl and signed everyone.
Everybody back. They have shit.
They're fine.
According to this, they need wide receiver. What? Are you kidding me?
That must have been before Antonio Brown signed back.
Yeah, why not add Terrace Marshall? He doesn't have to play right.
Yeah,
now.
So 2 Miami edge rushers off the board in the first round.
They could take a quarterback, because Brady's not going to retire.
Right. So who's the other guy that's still out there for Miami?
They might draft a kicker.
The Quincy Roche.
Quincy Roche, yeah. So he'll probably go late second.
Late second in
early
the third.
Yeah.
Unless someone gets desperate early in the second or mid-second.
Steve says, I love NFL Draft Night 1. Me too, man.
I don't like it running till 12 o'clock.
I loved NFL Draft Night when it was first round and second round. I don't know. This first round spread out. It's too. It's not enough.
It needs to be cut down to 5
like
minutes.
more moving parts.
It needs to be cut down to 5 minutes. Do first and second round.
Well, the problem
5
is
minutes each. You can get through two rounds
it's the
in one
little
night.
things. Like when you come back from commercial, why are you showing people dancing to a house band that we don't fucking...
They're just
Right,
dragging it
yeah.
as long as they possibly can. It's all for the ratings.
Like, okay, COVID's going on, and it all sucks, but like, do we got to keep bringing it up?
Right.
Duke Shaka. I like it.
Oh, man.
Still on the clock. No trade.
Come on.
Yeah, Duke says as soon as we trade it,
I want to know that the pick is in. Please tell me when the pick is in.
I'll let you know.
It's not.
It's not. Got 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So Duke says as soon as we traded Orlando Brown, I was like the perfect way to win. What do you say? The perfect way to win that tree to me. What's up? Having anything and wide receiver. So that's the move.
Yep.
Not
I'm
sure what
either
he was saying.
really
I think that was
tired.
some voice to text that went real bad.
Somebody's talking in the background. Somebody answered the phone in the background.
He said tackle and wide receiver.
Yeah.
That's what he was saying, referencing tackle and wide receiver. So
Okay, well, we got your wide receiver.
I think they're
Let's
gonna
take that
go
tackle.
offensive line due to this is the pick that we got from
I mean, the
Chiefs.
smart play.
They're debating because they sitting here waiting.
Maybe they're fielding phone calls.
Yeah.
I mean,
trying to get back to like the top couple picks of the second round.
I guess if you traded Brown for the first, doesn't that feel like just kind of like pointless to then trade back for a second?
not if you trade back for a second and you pick up another.
To me, that second
somewhere.
would have to be like Miami or Philadelphia or something.
Right.
Okay. If you're like in like number 45,
Is it still ticking?
Yeah.
The pick is not in yet?
Not in yet.
Not in.
3:19 left.
My titties are sweating.
who would piss you off right now?
You gonna stand this time?
I stood last time.
No, I stood last time.
Yeah, he both split.
Did you stand at one point? Mm-hmm. When the pick's in, we'll stand. How about that?
Yeah.
What is
All
the
rise.
next pick after
Fuck you,
31?
I'm not getting up.
Not to the third round.
That's
2 minutes and
Next pick.
57. Still not picked.
This is it for a while. You can tune in late tomorrow.
They must have been fielding phone calls for this long.
Yeah, for those that are looking for another stream tomorrow, our buddy over on YouTube, SCG Sports, our buddy Sonny, he's going to be doing a live stream over there that I'm going to be a part of. It's going to be
try to stop him.
It's going to be like 4 or 5 of us YouTube content creators that are going to be doing that stream for the second and third round. So if you want to stop through, go look up SCG Sports on YouTube tomorrow.
Not now, but later.
Later.
You just stay right there.
Don't
Click
get
that
away
like
from the
button.
stream, exactly.
Right.
Just like
Again,
like, share, subscribe, whatever it is.
Again, can't thank you all enough. One, for staying tuned.
Pick is in.
Oh, shit. Fuck.
Turn it away.
Sorry. Cut off all my thank yous.
we don't thank people while the pick's in.
Fuck.
I'm doing a small one.
Yeah, pour it up.
How did you end up with a blue?
In DeCosta, we trust. Come on, Tevin Jenkins. Come on, Tevin Jenkins.
Anybody else?
Make sure you nobody
It's only
look at the
15.
computers. Nobody's.
Scroll up.
Yep, there we go.
All right.
That said, pick is in. Everybody, pick is in.
The last pick till number 94.
Fred, what happened to go back-to-back wide receivers?
No. Get out of here.
He's like, not Terrace Marshall. I would quit being a Ravens fan. They're going to draft a second wide receiver. Better short shit be Marshall.
We faked you all out. We're taking Marshall from the get-go.
Every Ravens pick's got to go to a damn
That's
commercial.
how you double down. Like, yeah, are they both going to fucking suck? I don't think so.
Eric, like, I can't go wrong.
This is the last cliffhanger. Nobody cares who Tampa's getting. They're set.
It doesn't fucking matter. They might as well trade out.
Just run it back.
The same commercial as last
They
time.
should legit trade just for next year's one and just not have a pick.
What if the Ravens trade back in like they did for Lamar and get 32 too? We get 3 picks in the first round.
Sounds good to me.
You have the draft capital.
What the fuck is this?
No, because we don't have a second round pick or anything. We'd have to give up a fuck ton.
You got 2 3s, 2 5s.
Oh man.
Just trade the rest of the draft for 32.
Give this year's third and next year's first. Let's go.
I got to pee, but I'm also like, nope, not going anywhere.
We are 2 picks away, sir. You can hold it.
2 picks away.
Did
From the end
anybody
of the
watch
draft.
the Mortal Kombat movie yet?
Shit about Tim.
I was so disappointed.
I didn't have high expectations, so I was entertained by it.
No, but I was like,
Fred,
the
which one's yours?
graphics were the best part of the whole movie.
I was just can't wait for it to get over here. So when it finally happened, I was like, movie made.
It's over. Going to bed now.
Kano was great.
Yeah.
Jackson's little mini arms until he got the real ones. I was like, what the fuck is going on? What was the point of that?
Oh, come on. It's the longest commercial break ever.
And then when we come back, I got to talk to the fucking house band, interview them and see how they're doing. And then
Has to be O-line. Fuck Tampa.
there's gonna be Roger comes to give us our pick. He's gonna talk about the ASPCA first.
Ravens draft Scott Foster for Waterboy.
Who is that? Kamal?
Justin Houston deal may be done, so may not go pass rush. Yeah, we're offensive line all day here.
Gotta be. Come on.
I mean, who else would you be happy with this pick?
Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey.
Nick Short.
This early,
Landon
though?
Dickerson. Yes. We don't have a second round pick.
He's
Right,
the best.
but there are some people that project both those guys to be able to fall back into the
never
round.
to the third. They will be either first round or mid.
I'm telling you, Humphrey
second
is,
at latest.
Humphrey's the best center in the draft.
Dickerson's good too. He's just as good, but he's got the injury
but here's the
stuff.
thing: do you want a guy coming off from ACL to play your center?
He did a cartwheel like a week ago. He's fine.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Cartwheel versus playing a real fucking game on your knee.
I want Tevin
when you're
Jenkins.
400 pounds, about the same.
I want Tevin Jenkins. Fuck.
I mean, I still want Terrace Marshall.
What? No one's going Terrace Marshall. Get out of here.
I know I'm not going to get it.
But what happened if they did back-to-back wide receiver? You'd be like,
I told you just for EDC, but like, look, we can't draft wide receivers. We got 2 shots.
All right, fellas, it's coming back.
we got 2 of them.
Coming back from commercial.
Let's
All right, I'm telling you, they got to talk to the house band first.
I know.
And then the ASPCA is going to come in. Give it a pick. For
All right, don't look at anything in the thing because everyone's a little hints.
All right, well then stop.
Stop looking.
So why are you
I'm not-
looking?
colors. Yeah, Emmy Awards dominate. No one
we
gives
go.
a shit about the Emmy Awards.
Baltimore
Come on.
Ravens select. Oh, they took away. No.
Are you serious?
Fucking bad. Bad pick. Bad pick.
Fuck.
Bad pick.
So you take
13 and a half career tackles for a loss is the highlight you can give?
Oh, man.
All right, well,
We just left the first round with no offensive lineman.
awesome, cool.
You asked me what I would be disappointed with.
There you go.
Jesus
We
fucking
said it.
Christ.
Did we say it? Stupid.
Where's Joe at? Did Joe comment?
Exactly. The first thing on there, freaky tester. Who gives a fuck what he did at his fucking pro day?
I want to be wrong, but I think it's a terrible pick.
Oh, man.
Well, we need an edge rusher, too.
I know it's a need, but this isn't it. This isn't him.
Fucking better than that.
Well,
I'd rather
Hey,
have
Tampa Bay, their pick's in already.
That's how you know we blew it.
Yeah, Bateman. Yeah. Oh, okay.
What's the chat room feel like? You guys disappointed?
We closed the chat room. We're just done with it.
Alex, zero sacks. Again, exactly.
Joe Carlos, of course. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
No
Look,
away.
here it is. With no shirt on.
Oh, congratulations.
And no pants.
You can run with
Well, if
underwear
you want a freaky tester, draft Jake Funk in the first round. We don't. That has nothing to do with football.
Michael says terrible pick. Kamal says kind of dumb. Brian says what the fuck. Nick Short says stupid
Orlando
pick.
Brown.
And Matt Henside, no way he'll ever be good.
I love it. They're saying, yeah, he ran a 4.37. Like, these guys shed everything to run these fast times. It doesn't.
Yeah, I told him put the fucking pads on and run it. Let me see what you can do.
But as an edge rusher, you got to be able to get around a man. Great, you can run. That's a good of a linebacker, maybe, if you're going sideline to sideline. But for an edge rusher, you got to. Yeah, you're beating a slow guy, but you got to be able to beat that man's hands.
Well, that's good for special teams. You can get down the field quick.
Good God.
To make a
This
tackle.
draft
I need
fell
this shot.
our
I was
way.
already doubting
Our
this
way.
shot, and I'm not taking it. There's your nightcap. Enjoy.
Our way, dude. I think Eric went to bed and said Ozzy to do the thing, and he got like excited or something.
It's confusing.
I hope they make I hope he makes a
Tampa
liar
Bay?
out of me.
What?
A linebacker.
Joe
out of
Tryon, Washington. Edge rusher.
Man, not happy.
That was a shitty way to end the
I
night.
listen. I hope that he outplays expectations, and I know he's a good tester. All that's. Oh man, we had the pick of the litter.
Yeah.
Golly.
Overthought it. They overthought it.
This feels like when we missed out on.
Metcalf?
No, the safety for that went to San Diego. Derwin James.
James, yeah.
Yeah, but he hasn't. He had a bad year last year. He didn't even. Play.
He was hurt, but he'd been really good.
Damn.
Man. Well, to Robert's point, he's a project. I get it. Sorry. So I'm listen. I'm not gonna.
But that's the problem.
Discredit
You don't draft a guy in the first round if he's a project.
You don't have time for a project.
Yeah,
he's a starter right now.
Right.
Projects aren't starters right now.
Sean says, "How confused are y'all?" Yeah. Confused is a good word.
This is what they say. It might have the highest ceiling of any edge defender in this class. That doesn't.
And the lowest floor.
That doesn't do much.
Kamal said, "In the morning, we'll be fine with this pick." No, I know. Listen, I love our guys. I'm going to support our guys. I just, man.
We better be planning on getting to that second round. They better have a plan somewhere there.
Oh my God, dude.
I don't know that they're going in the second round. I don't think that if the Ravens make a move this year, I mean, he said in the next 2 years he wants 10 draft picks. So you're at what, 9 this year? 8 this year? Or I guess he said he wanted 20 in the next 2 years. He's at 9. You're at 9
I'm
this
going
year.
to sleep. What the fuck? Downhill at the end of the draft. Yeah.
Well, sorry, guys. Anticlimactic. We should have signed off after the 27th pick, I think.
But
we'll learn next time.
In fairness, this is why we are streaming this. We are not in the draft room. Maybe they know something that we don't know about this kid.
I mean, he fell this far.
Yeah.
So is there something we're going to find out in the next few days a potential reason that Jenkins
Knew
fell
this pick
and that
was
we
Jenkins. Me too.
Yeah, I mean,
I want to know.
Steven says let's not panic.
I'm not panicking. I'm just disappointed.
It's disappointing because it was a bigger
It
need
was
than
lined
edge
up.
rusher.
It was everything was lined up in the stars to.
Good night, Nick.
Nice,
Hey, appreciate the donation. Hey, again, I got cut off because the Ravens pick was in. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us tonight and streaming with us tonight. Thank you for all the donations. As I said, Tuesday night I'm going to be doing the drawing for the hat and the shirt live on Birdland BS 7:30. Tomorrow I will be streaming with SCG Sports for the second and third round on YouTube. I wish this would have ended on a better note, but listen.
A more exciting note. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Not a better note, but a more exciting note.
Rashod Bateman was
the Mecca.
The guy that everybody was clamoring for us to get, and the guy that we thought would be there or potentially be there when we were ready to pick. So I'm okay with the Bateman pick. Owa remains to be seen.
We can't even say his name properly.
Yeah, I can't even say his name.
I just want to know how Mel Kiper has a job because he had us taking Marshall.
I haven't. A
Like,
lot of
he
that
probably
was before
gets
the injury shit, though.
He gets the first pick of the draft right every year. But besides that, like, why does he have a job? He's like the weatherman.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
He's like the weatherman.
It's an unpredictable science.
So of note, and the guys didn't go in the first round. Owasu didn't go in the first round. Morg didn't go in the first round. Ojulari didn't go in the first round.
No.
Rondell Moore.
Tevin Jenkins.
Sante Samuel. Tevin Jenkins. Barmore.
Yeah,
Barmore didn't go.
Rather drafted Barmore.
All right, I've had enough pain for the night. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll see you guys.